Oh, there we go. Oh, you're standing on my cable, dear. All right. Oh. See what's going on. Oh, kapunk, kapunk.
Hey up.
Morning.
What are you doing, mate? Oh, hang on a minute. So I'll pull the microphone round so you can actually hear me.
That's a good move.
That's not a bad ploy, is it? Well, I was meant to be going out tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I was meant to be going to something called the Clinker Club.
Okay.
Which is a really weird experimental night, and I was a bit like that. And then when I saw you having a pull, I thought, no, I'm not going.
Oh.
Really was like nobody would go with me. Jim wouldn't go. Couldn't get anybody else interested.
What is it as such?
Well, I've been to one before. I mean, I'm happy. I'm quite happy to go on my own, and I probably may end up playing it in November. So I need to go to one before the end of summer.
Okay.
The last one, it was really, really weirdly experimental. I mean, I like experimental, but it was really weird.
Right.
And it got weirder as the night went on. So much so that half the audience left at half time.
Oh.
I was talking to a very nice couple who just moved to Frome, and they went, well, we're going to go at half time because this is not really our bag. It was a little bit too weird. I mean, I needed to go again to see if it was just as weird, but...
Yeah. No, I remember there was something on YouTube. They showed something that was quite weird. A woman spent 10 minutes flouncing on top of a box on stage. Oh, mate. And then sang a song with an apple wedged in her mouth.
Yeah. It's just... I mean, they had these really old sort of avant-garde 16mm films that they then improvised to, which, to be fair, the films were really weird, but there's no narrative. You couldn't. It's just images.
Can I ask you a question, Ian? Is that all right?
Son.
Yeah. Son,
What is the capital of Abyssinia?
Yes, it is. Actually, that was just. How did you know that, Ken?
That's
Honestly.
the one that I didn't revise that one.
I don't do geography.
How did
I
you get
want to
here?
know, how can you sounded a bit critical about it? As someone who is ultimately really very, very experimental.
I'm not that experimental. I always think I am, but actually, when I go to something like that and I look at what other people are doing, I think actually what I'm doing is pretty straightforward. I really do. I mean, this was.
Okay.
I mean,
you haven't got an apple shoved up your bum and a carrot in your gob. Okay,
Less Sperry and more mental.
Yeah, there was a guy doing modular stuff, which is very straightforward, to be fair. But
we are straightforward.
Yeah, and there was a female poet who actually her poems were really, really good. Bit edgy, but in content terms, but I thought she was really good. And then they had the last 20 minutes, half an hour, was these two guys just making it up. I mean, seriously making it up as they went along. There was no melody. There was like no rhyme or reason to what they were doing, and they were sort of running around. At one point, one of the guys took his trousers off, down to his underpants, and then put some different trousers on as part of the performance. So that's why when I say I am not that weird.
Is this what goes on in Frome?
Yeah, actually, I think the Clinker Club started in London actually, but they do them every couple of months. So, like I say, I may end up playing it in November, so that'll be interesting.
Make sure you're wearing clean underpants, though, Ian.
I will. I won't take my trousers off. That's for sure. Yeah. But so I was a bit like that about it. Like I say, nobody wanted to go, and I'm thinking. But then again, I hadn't sold it to anybody. I hadn't said that because it was so weird, that even for me to say it was so weird. And like I say, half the audience left. Which was quite funny because literally there's all these chairs. It was full. I mean, it wasn't cheap because it's like a tenner. Everybody paid a tenner a head. But at half time, everybody, suddenly there's all these empty chairs.
then they're not pitching it right, are they?
No, they're not actually. I mean, it was. I mean, I've been to some very experimental concerts. It was almost too silly at times, and not that serious. It was sort of. Well, it's the sort of thing that silly little schoolboys might do. Some of it, not all of it. Some of it was good. So, and some of the musicians, although they were playing very experimental music or improvised music, you could tell that they could really play. Like the couple of brass players that were there. But some of it was very, very silly. And I sort of half wanted to know if it was a one-off, but.
Come on, Kent, get it out.
Yeah.
Just breathed in something.
You have.
I knew an old lady who swallowed a fly.
I did swallow.
Wow.
I went on to the garage today, earlier on, and I bloody swallowed a fly on the way there.
Yeah, well, it's all protein, don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
You don't have to then go and eat a
I'm
spider
going, but I'm going.
and a bird and a cat.
Yeah.
Wow.
That definitely went down the wrong way, matey.
Oh, mate. Oh. That caught me out.
This is the first late night pub I've seen in ages and ages and ages. Late night, what is it? 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
No.
It's normally an afternoon gig now. Isn't
Yeah. There was one. Was there one last week?
What, on last Saturday?
No, I think it was Sunday night.
What was that last Sunday?
I'm gonna have to go and switch that light off. It's too. I'm sitting here basked like he who dwells in inapproachable light, and I'm gonna have to go and switch it off. So,
Yeah, I mean, if there was one last Sunday, I just got back from Yorkshire,
Yeah.
so I had an evening with Jane. Considering we hadn't seen each other for best part of 10 days, because we literally didn't meet. She was down at her dad's,
Yeah.
and then she was coming back the day that on the Friday when I left to go to Yorkshire. So we literally didn't see each other. We just texted each other.
Oh.
Hello, darling. Hello. Goodbye.
I like that, is it? Mm. No, Fiona got some of these they look like little cones, and they're incense burners essentially.
Oh yes, I've seen that sort of stuff.
And
yeah.
she's lit two of these things in the front room. The place stinks.
Yeah,
now.
no, they
It's
generally can get in the back of your throat.
yeah, but the thing is, they're not what I would call fragrant.
No.
It's sort of like, what is that smell though? I can't even place it into a category. It's
coriander.
I wish this is sort of like a cross between a mouldy cabbage and I don't know, and depression. It's a really weird fragrance.
Yeah.
With just a hint of domestos or something in it. It's really.
I thought that my car needed its air conditioning thing cleaning out, because the car was getting really smelly. I think, what every time? Oh, bloody hell! And then once you've driven a few miles and the windows open and everything's going, and it's fine. No, it's okay. And then I realised that in a carrier bag on the back seat, when I did some tidying up, there was a tub of chicken curry of some kind.
Yeah.
That I had chucked on the back seat, and it must have been there weeks and weeks, and that the rotting was eventually sort of
In this heat.
So I just took it out and threw it in the bin. I didn't even bother trying to save the tub. Well, after that, it was all fine again. I didn't have to have my car's air conditioned. But honestly, silly man.
Oh dear me.
I do remember my eldest actually one day spilling milk in the back of the car.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, you clean it up as much as you can, but it was weeks and weeks.
I know. It's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
To Steve Elbows, yes, I did. What had happened is that the pipe that feeds the fuel into the engine of the car had developed a leak, so I was getting the smell of petrol. And when I took it in to Kia, they just said, "I'm sorry, but we're not letting you drive out. You're gonna have to get yourself a taxi or something. But we're not. So we can't actually stop you. You can get in your car and drive it, but what we're actually saying is don't drive your car. If you're coming in with no." So they took the car off me, but they did it all under warranty. What had happened was that the fuel injector pipe or whatever they call it had got a crack in it, and they said that it was the first time they'd ever seen that, which was a bit of we've never seen that before. So they did it all under warranty, and to be honest with you, I was really very impressed with their duty of care, shall we call it? That they just said, "No, you're not going anywhere in that. I'm sorry, if anything to do with fuel, no." But I've been driving. I can't remember. No, actually, Kent, I'd driven down to yours. I'd driven down to yours, and then when I was driving back, I'm thinking, I can smell petrol, and then driven all the way back to Sheffield. But yeah, anyway, so that was all sorted, Steve, and all is good, courtesy of Kia's 7-year warranty, which I applaud highly. Well done, Robbie. I actually watched I did. I've just watched your Synthspirations back again, and really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Yeah. So some good stuff. Yeah. We need to do
some albums that I have.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen. That's going to happen, though, isn't it?
The thing was, as I was pulling stuff out, I was going, I've got to have that, and then as I was putting it back, I was going, I didn't mention that. I didn't do that. I mean, there was one big one.
Talk though.
There wasn't any talk, but to be fair, I was trying to pick stuff that genuinely changed my mind or introduce something. Yeah.
I mean,
and I love talk, but they were never quite. I didn't pick any Thomas fucking Dolby. I didn't. I didn't get any Depeche Mode in there.
There was no Tangerine Dream.
Golden Age of Wires.
Again,
I mean, exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is, other people have touched on it, and I was very aware when I was selecting mine about Depeche Mode. I mean, I could have put Depeche Mode in, and I deliberately didn't. And I had orchestral manoeuvres in the dark, in my hand, and I was going to go, "Is this going to go in? Is this going to go in?" But actually, no, because for me, it was definitely Ultravox rather than orchestral manoeuvres in the dark. That was the big.
For me, it was the other way around.
The big, well, quite. But if I was to do a seconds, orchestral manoeuvres in the dark would be in there. Depeche Mode would be in there. Howard Jones would be in there.
Yeah.
I'm sure saying this now. Humans Live. Yeah. Humans Live in particular is
I've got
a wonderful album.
It's brilliant. I actually had 2 copies of that, and I've given one to my youngest because you need to listen to this. This is great.
Mind you, I mean, you can still have an album that is littered with synths, and you thoroughly enjoy, but doesn't necessarily have a
profound effect,
full impact on you.
That's the Hounds of Love for me. You see, I actually said that. I mean, I adore it, but not because of its electronic side, at all.
I looked at Kate's Bush. Sorry, I looked at Kate Bush in my
Robbie.
in my thing, and I thought, no, there isn't really. Even though I could have picked the Dreaming and said, big Fairlight album,
absolutely,
or Hounds of Love. But for me, Hounds of Love it transcends all of Kate's work. Transcends the tools that she uses.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is a much greater, bigger thing, and so in the context of synthspirations, I thought no. I mean, as an inspiration, she is almost untouchable at the top of that. Along with people like Prince. I didn't pick any Prince albums out.
You didn't. I was surprised.
1999 for me.
Yeah.
Can I just answer awkward teeth question? So my new podcast, which will go live on Monday, will be on the Podbean, the Audiophile Radio Show Podbean site, but it will also be on my YouTube channel maybe a couple of days later. So thank you for asking.
See, Ultravox for me, they were more at the time more of a singles band for me. I loved the singles, never really got into the albums because when we're that age, we're not able to afford to go out and buy albums. We buy singles and then we treat
I noticed a
ourselves
lot
to
of
an
what you
album.
put down there was singles or 12-inch singles.
There were a few 12-inch singles in there, but
Yeah.
I mean, like Tangerine Dream again. I would hear stuff by them, but didn't necessarily know it was them until much later on. And again, I think I mentioned it when I talked about New Order that I'd heard early New Order and Joy Division, but never. I don't think I was mature enough as a listener.
I
appreciate
agreed with that comment actually. That really, the two things that really resonated actually, Robbie, was what you said about New Order. I mean, I love New Order, but I hardly ever listen to New Order these days because actually, to me, it just sounds. And I love Joy Division, and my love of Joy Division has really come in my 40s.
I think the songwriting's better on Joy Division. My favourite New Order song is True Faith. It always has been. I love the video, and I love. That will make my top 5.
Stephen, what was his name? Who produced it? Stephen Haig.
Yeah.
Same guy that was producing OMD at the time as well. Actually,
Bassline's all DX5.
Yeah, and it was. Yeah, and the other thing
the New Order albums are patchy, and they're patchy for a whole load of reasons because there was too many drugs involved. Because my mate was engineer on some of them. I'm seriously. I mean,
well, especially on the one that they made in Ibiza. What was that?
Yeah,
Mike
Johnson. Mike Johnson went with him for that. Yeah. Yeah,
but what an album! I mean, Fine Time.
3 tracks out in Ibiza. I think
Fine Time's a great song, but the album's really.
It's that bass line in Fine Time that was. It's just like thunderous, and then it brings in all the kind of the happy kind of Ibiza vibe. And
too young, yeah. And the other thing that really, I was delighted, and as you know, because I put a comment about Simon and Garfunkel. I mean,
good choice.
I've never, it had never really occurred to me, and yet I know all that stuff. I really do know all that stuff.
Yeah.
But, what a great show.
For me, it was. I mean, that album. My mum had it on vinyl,
bookends. Yeah.
And I remember seeing the cover and seeing, that kind of pose.
It's a beautiful cover.
Garfunkel. It's gorgeous. And then I remember putting it on, and it starts off with Old Friends, which kind of is reprised later on in the album. And it's really kind of very gentle. And then all of a sudden, it goes into Save the Life of My Child with this boom, boom, boom. And then Simon's guitar comes in. But it's that. I remember listening to it, just thinking, this is very nice. What the hell's that? Because I didn't realise it was synth. I didn't know what it was. It was just this amazing
some of the
sound.
strings on Bridge Over Troubled Waters were synthesized as well.
Quite possibly, yeah.
But
I always think Bridge is a lesser album to me. It's got great.
I
songs,
agree with you.
Bookends is by far and away.
Bookends is beautiful.
Yeah. Is it Bookends that I'm thinking of? Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, no, it is. There was a really good audio documentary about the making of Bookends by the producer.
Oh, what's his name?
What is his name?
Hal. Oh Jesus! Roy Halley.
Roy Halley. Yeah. And Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel were involved in that, and I think it was soon on the BBC a few years ago. It was absolutely fascinating,
I mean, there are some there are some of their tracks where all the drums and all the other bits were all added over the top of their acoustic versions
Yeah, yeah.
later.
Yeah.
Especially
I think things like, I think Cecilia is one of those where
The drums on Cecilia were something like cardboard boxes.
it sounds like it. Too.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
And
But
it
they
was-
sound
it was-
great.
Yeah, it sounds brilliant. And I'm pretty sure they were cardboard boxes.
Who else did
It's
that?
like The Sound of Silence was recorded
Madness.
as an acoustic track with just the voices and the guitar.
Yes.
And later on, somebody said,
But
we should have a
they-
drum
they-
track on it. So
Again,
they
that's
just-
right. They
A
added it in
drummer
later.
played to that track, and then they just literally tacked it, on top of. So they didn't re-record it. They just if you listen, you can hear there's every now and again there's a slight wavering in the timing between.
But
the
that
chords.
also makes it very beautiful.
Yeah.
Because there would be anyway, you would
I
hope.
can't remember the name of the band. Bloody.
Madness
No.
did a version of
No, another
Cecilia.
one.
Oh,
They did.
but that-
Yeah,
that
there was
wasn't-
a version of The
that
Sweetest Girl.
No, cardboard boxes for drums.
Oh, come on. The Tourists.
It was,
Tourists.
and the drummer was Hal Blaine.
Thank you, Andrew.
It's all right. You're welcome.
Saves me
Didn't Ringo
typing it.
use suitcases on Love Me Do or something?
Yeah,
On his
something
version.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, whatever works. Yeah, I mean, I've just I spent most of the day today building IKEA bookcases to put all of my stuff on because the shelves that I chose were useless and rubbish and have left holes in the wall. But I've been going through a lot of all my like surround sound stuff, and I'm going, I didn't pick that. I mean, I didn't pick any Stephen Wilson or Porcupine Tree or.
Oh, I'm glad they didn't pick Porcupine Tree.
Yeah, but there's degrees of influence.
But that's only because Richard
there's
Barbieri shouted at me.
I didn't pick any
I've had
Japan.
I've had a downer on Porcupine Tree ever since.
I could have.
I love
I mean-
Japan.
picked Japan.
Porcupine Tree.
Oh,
Yeah,
Japan,
Range
Tin
Pro,
Drum.
yeah.
Tin Drum was.
yeah, tin drum.
Yeah, represent.
Hello, Steve.
Hi, Steve.
It's like,
How you doing, everyone?
Good mate, you.
you know, mate.
Hey, Wardy, how you doing?
I'm all right, mate.
I'll have to do a Synthspirations then,
Sorry to
Yes,
jump
you
in.
will.
Time you did.
so that new music gets bloody represented.
New music. Yeah.
Muzak. I've just had a response from a guest. Somebody I've asked to be a guest on the show, and I wonder if you can tell who it is. I asked them if they would like to come on the show and to talk about something, or were they totally over that by now? And he said, totally over it, but yes, of course, twat. Who do you think that guest might be?
Hi.
Bang on.
You've asked him to talk about dinosaurs. haven't
I've asked him to talk about dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Or the music.
See the
that he puts
promo
to-
this afternoon.
Yes.
No, I watched Have I Got News for You, and they mentioned about
that
these
was
people
good.
running. That was funny.
Oh, you've got to watch Have I Got News for You this week, Kent. Your girlfriend's,
Yeah,
she's hosting.
Is she?
Yes.
it is.
And her necklace is just
Oh,
exquisitely
stop it,
placed.
Robbie. Stop it.
I literally sat there thinking, I bet Kent's watching this, and
Yeah.
yeah.
I do like a big.
Yeah,
guy.
when does Sony Connect come back?
Well, this is the thing. I mean, I've got to live up to my reputation as a womanizer.
right.
Well, absolutely, yes.
No.
You and Donald Trump.
No, Donald Trump wishes he was a woman, though.
Yeah,
God,
exactly.
do not put me in the same sentence.
No,
You
no, sorry,
wank.
sorry, mate. Yeah, sorry.
hell.
Yeah, you've got taste. He hasn't got any.
I don't know. I can't taste this coffee. This room stinks. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to do something about it.
Mark?
Yeah, it's this fucking
Hello, Matt. Big hugs.
little cone thing you set fire to,
Oh, right.
and it does. It smells like depression and domestos.
Depression.
How that's right.
Do you know what? Kent should write this stuff down, really. He comes out with these little lines, which is just brilliant.
Well, this is why Matt exists, because he clips it out, you see.
Yeah, that's true.
We haven't had any good gems for a little while yet. So.
Any picks for a Mac-friendly camera for streaming? All of them? They're all pretty good. It's not... They're not defined by the computer. It's defined by
No, I
the
mean,
camera.
mine's are
I'm
cheap.
just using a shitty Logitech one up here, and it works.
What's
A lot of the Logitech ones are pretty good. Or you can go for
It's
something
for
like this.
Mine's got no. Mine's cheap Chinese knockoff because it doesn't have a brand.
Talking of cheap Chinese knockoffs,
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello, Andrew. Cheap Chinese knockoff.
Yeah.
Andy
got-
Pandy.
How you doing?
All the better for seeing you, matey.
You're not looking at me, so I can't take
Exactly.
That's better. That's
It
better.
is very obviously middle-aged fat blokes, isn't it? I'm sorry,
Hey,
everybody.
hey,
I just got
Middle-aged,
I knew Ian,
maybe. Fat bloke, I'm definitely not.
You know,
Yeah,
Old fat blokes.
Sorry,
Ian is definitely not that.
I'm not fat.
hence
What a
fart.
fucking rank.
I am.
Could do it to lose another couple of pounds, actually.
And sorry, Steve, as well. You're not. You're stick thin. But I mean, all right, okay.
And actually, Kent's not. Kent's not.
No,
a-
Kent's stick
Kent's not
thin.
fatty.
Ben has to run
Has
around.
anybody
and
got a cat I can borrow who can have a piss in the corner or something? Just to get rid of the smell of this. It's horrible. Oh, man.
Have you got burnt capacitors? Is that what it is?
I don't know. They're little brown things like that. These things smoulder away. And yeah. I think she's setting fire to fossilised squirrel shit or something.
Hey, look what arrived today.
Whee.
Oh, it turned up.
No, this is the replacement for the one that I left on the S-Bahn.
You twonk.
You're not allowed to take that on a train ever again.
I'm not allowed to take it outside ever again. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I've not
Are
met
you
you,
in?
Steve.
Hi, Andrew. I think it's
So, working D50.
Yes,
Okay.
There you go.
fucking couldn't believe it. Pulled it apart because I'd got to one of the black keys has got a chip out of it.
Right.
Right. Bought a new one. Takes the keyboard apart and then realised the new key isn't weighted. Right. So I had to put it all back together again. Fucking plugged it in for bollocks to give it a go, and pitch bend come in. It was like, what? It's all there.
You do know you can take the weights out of those keys.
How?
You poke them out with a screwdriver and you put it in the new one.
Yeah, I had a go at that. It ain't coming out.
Oh,
If you
sorry.
smash it, it will.
You put acetone in it first.
Right, okay.
You can buy this nice
When it-
red glue that Roland uses.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
On special offer now.
Oh, fuck, that means I've got to take it all apart again.
And then the pitch bend won't work anymore.
Yeah, no, my fucking nut, it
Yeah,
won't.
maybe best to leave it alone.
Yeah,
Will it
Did
matter
you-
if it's not weighted?
not
Does
really.
it notice? No, I mean, when you're playing it, does it not
Not
know?
with me playing it, it won't.
You could swap it
Sorry,
for
Matt. I
Fucking
missed
leave
the
it.
beginning of this. What is it that you're having trouble with?
Oh, my D50 was being an arsehole and it's working perfectly now.
Right.
And he's got a tiny cock.
What?
What?
At what point in the proceedings did my penis fucking get talked about?
I didn't mention your penis.
Oh, I thought you were keeping them in the back garden.
I'm talking about your bird collection.
I think, yeah. I'm not even biting.
Don't, Matt. Yeah. And he said Andy's, which could have been me, or it could have been himself. So, Matt, I would just ignore it.
It couldn't have been me because I don't have one. I've got the Schrodinger winkle. You know, if you observe it, then it doesn't exist, or it might do. We're never sure.
Schrodinger's winkle.
Yeah. It's a quantum level event.
There's
It's
an
not big
album
enough to be
title, never was one.
ascertained.
It's a quantum sized thing.
Well, size being a relative term. So,
Oh, shut up and talk about something. For pity's sake.
hang on a minute. I'm in a pub. I say cock, and everyone goes a bit weird. What's going on here? This isn't a proper pub.
Here he
Okay.
is.
I'm just surprised it wasn't up an exhaust.
It's
Yeah.
the attack of the orange people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Matt,
orange.
how far are you away from
I
Plymouth?
got a bit of orange. Look,
About 30 miles. About an hour.
Okay.
What do you need me to pick you up?
Well, I don't know yet. I'm contemplating somebody selling a Kawaii K1. I know it's a really shitty little synth, but it's kind of a cool, shitty little digital synth.
I'll
Just
get a
say
K4. Just get a K4 instead.
Yeah, well, this one's like 50 quid. So
Still can't hear you.
Well, let me know if you want it.
okay. If I don't, I thought you might. You know,
Me?
because you like your shitty digital keyboards. So. Sorry, no.
Speaking of which, does anybody want to buy a DX11? Because I need to make some space for my D50 now.
Oh, you don't want to do
Get rid of the
that.
shit to put a
Yeah,
proper
you
one.
do. Yeah, you do. What do you want a DX11 for?
There's a really nice, well, what
Get a
looks a really nice
TX81Z and stick it in a rack. Free up
DX5
some
in
space.
Poole. Poole's not far from you, is it?
Dorset. Not sure. I'd have to have a look.
Paul's quite a distance. It's close in terms of as the crow flies, but it's a bit of a wiggle to get there.
It's 106 miles. It wouldn't be that. 2.25 hours.
Yeah,
It's not
it's a
too bad.
DX5 in excellent condition, 2,350.
Ouch! Just think what you could buy with that.
A lovely DX5.
Well, true, but I just paid me tax today on that TX816 mini box thing.
Oh, yeah, how much did you have to, because you pinged me.
71 quid.
You're fucking joking.
How much was it, Andy? The actual thing
299,
to
wasn't
buy.
it?
How much?
Robbie, was it 299?
I don't know, I didn't
Yeah,
buy one. 'cause I've-
that's about what I paid for my Zero, Ambient Zero.
I mean,
About
Keith
300.
mentioned in PSN yesterday that he'd also paid. I think he paid 69 quid, but I mean, give or take a quid. Who's
There's
counting?
no way around
the,
it, is there?
the VAT's 60 quid, so then 60 plus handling. Yeah, I suppose that makes... It sucks. It absolutely sucks.
And
The sooner we get back in the customs...
did they
yard,
all
the better.
come from the Netherlands? Mine was shipped from the Netherlands.
I came
Yeah,
from Japan.
that's where D-Tronics are from.
Yeah,
Yes, Andy, mine
Oh.
come from the Netherlands.
yeah. So what? Why are we? Oh, you've got yours. So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
why? Well, yeah, I'll get mine on Tuesday. Hopefully, fingers crossed. If Parcel Force say they'll do what they said they'll do.
Right, they won't deliver until you pay. I know that much.
Well, exactly. No, I paid it today, so I'm quite looking forward to getting my hands on it, though. If I'm honest with you. So it's taken so long. I've almost forgotten about it, and which, but actually, I really do want to get this set up and here's a question, Robbie. Manny's grand piano patch, will that work on it? And if so, can you get it? And
Well,
can I
Manny's
have
in the
it?
chat.
Hi, Manny. Yeah, he is. I forgot. Sorry, Manny.
I wouldn't want to say
'cause that
either
was
way, but I'm
so
sure he
impressive.
wouldn't mind. Yeah,
That
because
was so
he made it
impressive.
to TX816, so you can then just download the... I'm sure I've got it here somewhere, because he sent me all the files, but it might have sent me the files as a TX8.
Manny, would you mind awfully? Because it was so good.
It is very good.
Um,
Talking of...
yeah.
Where is it?
Was you going to say talking of 816s?
No, but go on.
I think there's one on Reverb for £1,100.
That's not bad.
That's stupidly
That is good.
That's
cheap.
very good. That's about £700-800 less than the sort of price. I
Yeah.
saw this on eBay today.
Oh,
3D printed cartridge container.
Be still my beating heart.
For me, that saves me sticking them in the box. And,
Yeah,
and
I
look,
suppose.
And look, they do it in the teal as well, and it comes with a lid. Look at that.
Yeah,
Amazing.
but it doesn't have the handle and the wheels on the bottom.
No.
Oh no, it's a bin.
But I got quite because I've got some 3D printed, 3D whatever you call the files that you use to
I
print.
like the
3D.
Yami logo.
But that thing
Underneath.
down here, yeah. Yeah, it's nice until you see the actual lettering, and it's just horrible.
Oh,
Look at that; it does look cheap. I mean, again, 3D printed.
oh, okay.
Andy,
Cheap.
Manny wants to know what the question was.
Yeah, I've just typed in my answer.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Well, this won't make you feel any better, Andy. The courier's come to collect that parcel for the Ambient Zero that I gave to Lamont. Right, and they picked it up about midday. and I got an email from Marilyn at 2:00 the next day saying it's arrived.
Wow.
Bloody hell.
Wow.
Yeah. I think
From yours to,
really?
to where are they
Indiana.
based? Indiana in America.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. But what the fucking hell happened? Did they drop it
Well,
into
that-
some sort of
Did they
fucking
teleport it?
wormholes on it?
No, it's because there's nothing else going in there at the moment. No one's importing anything.
True enough. Yeah.
So there's a lot of capacity.
They had nothing else to do. You go, oh, I might as well take this.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. They were saying that on the news something about Los Angeles is like almost fucking empty. It's absolutely no tourists at all.
Not surprised.
Not good for the businesses in Los Angeles.
Oh,
is it?
he's shafted the United States. Oh no, wait, let's not go there. Sorry, let's not.
Yeah, let's not. Let's not.
Why not?
Because Fiona will be playing one of these fucking. Oh, he said this. It's the end for Trump, and it never is. And then I have to sit there and listen to somebody say something so moronic that it makes me actually angry. And I say to her, I said, look, stop watching these videos because it's really, really pissing me off. But she keeps doing it. And I said to her, I said, look, the only thing I ever want to hear is that you go on YouTube and there's a video there, Trump dies painfully, or something, hit by truck. Better still, truck falls on him. Takes him 3 hours for him to die.
Cybertruck, not any truck.
Oh,
not
yeah.
any truck.
Cybertruck,
Yeah.
Cybertruck.
That'll be good. That'll be good.
But falls on him very slowly.
Yeah, the only trouble is then JD Vance moves up and he's a bigger fucking wank cunt.
Well, can't we make sure they're in the same place at the same time? Although that is, I think, isn't it kind of protocol that they are never in the same place at the same time?
Yeah, but that's probably because they can't stand the
Unless they're
smell of
in
each other.
the White House. Yeah. True. Two.
Then doesn't it go to the leader of the house?
Yeah, the third is the leader of the House of
Representatives, yeah.
which is Mike Johnson, who's a cunt anyway. So I mean, you've really got to take out most of the government before you get to anybody that's got half an ounce of integrity.
Not that anybody on here is going to do that.
I've almost given up because I work for an American company. There is the possibility at some point I could get asked to go to the US on business, and I've always tried to curtail my, especially during the first Trump presidency and this one, curtail any sort of social media activity that is blatantly. Because they do stop people and they do ask them to show us your phone, and let's see if you've posted something that's not favourable, and they won't let you in.
My
I just don't give a
youngest has
fuck.
just been there on business for a few. He was in Utah, I think, for a few days. New York and then Utah, that's exactly what they do.
Things must be getting bad if Alison's moving back to Ireland and staying.
Yeah.
Because she was really enjoying it out there.
I've been invited to the US so far for 2 separate events this year, and there are something like 80% of foreign delegates from outside the US aren't going. Because they've all expressed something which they feel, if their phone was searched or if anyone wants to get them, there'll be no one's taking the chance. No one's taking the chance.
I mean,
I'm certainly not going.
It's like Jane said to our youngest. He said, "Should you take a burner phone with you and leave your own phone at home?" And he went, "Nah, I'm not doing that." It's
Well, they check your Facebook and everything else as well.
where he doesn't post on there. But
If it's Zuckerberg, they probably don't have to check your Facebook.
must be
They've probably
taking-
already got the report
no,
ready.
I've just the book about Facebook, Careless People. I've just listened to it as an audio book. What a set of tossers they are! They gave the Chinese government, because they were so desperate to get into China, they gave the Chinese government all of their people's data.
All of that. Sorry, who gave who?
so Zuckerberg and Facebook, as it was before it was Meta, because they were so desperate to get into China, the deal was that they gave all of the people in China's data to the government.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh dear.
You know, and it's true that he did actually ask the Chinese premier to name his firstborn, which he decided not to do. But
What?
so that killed the conversation, didn't it? Sorry, boys. Oh, we could start talking about Spotify, but no, we won't do that.
No, that's not. Cancel your Spotify accounts
I
now.
haven't got one. Well, I have got one, but it's free and I don't use it. So, but
The kids at school were amazed when I told them to do that.
yeah,
I just,
Really? I did
yeah.
not know that culture.
well, I just said to them, I said, you want people to keep making music that you like, then the thing that you need to do is to cancel your Spotify accounts and just stop using Spotify.
yeah.
Don't think I've ever used it.
Buy hardware, buy hard copies of things, whether on vinyl or CD or even cassette.
Yeah.
I said, or go to
Bandcamp.
Bandcamp.
Yeah, I mean,
and find artists that you're into on Bandcamp, because you can pay the artist and the artist will get your money. I said, because right now, Spotify is killing the industry.
I mean, because the band that I went, the two bands that, well, one band and the solo artist that I saw in London on last Wednesday, I can listen to them on Apple Music, but I've bought the albums on Bandcamp.
Yeah.
Had there been a CD, I would have bought it at the gig, but there wasn't any. There was only T-shirts.
Opportunity missed.
Oh, yeah. What is this Spotify thing to which you are talking about?
Yes.
I bet you can get
There-
cream for it.
There was an opportunity for the music industry to actually make all of the online stuff work. They had that opportunity back around about the millennium, during that period, 2000, 2005, 2006. The governing body, as it were.
That was the Napster
The
period,
Napster thing,
wasn't it?
wasn't it? Yeah.
So during that period, the body that represented all of the labels around the planet, all the big ones, lots of small ones, was trying to get consensus, and they couldn't. And I remember being in a meeting where Sony had just launched their own browsing thing, online catalog, where you could sign up, you'd have to pay so much, and you could buy things. And Polydor had done one, and blah blah blah. Everyone had their own library, and none of them were sharing the information. And they were all charging a bit too much, and they were making it very difficult. And so to have a complete record collection, consumers would have to sign up to 10, 11, 12 things. And I remember having a conversation, almost a stand-up shouting match, with this guy from Sony saying, the fuck are you on about? Why don't you just all pull this together? The big problem you have, because they were talking about pirates at the time. They were saying, everyone, it's now piracy. Everyone's pirating. I said, honestly, if you talk to the public, if you talk to real people, the reason they're using LimeWire and or Napster is solely because they have a convenient way to search and download the music they want without having to sign up a million different things. They don't mind paying. They really don't. Make it affordable. There are all sorts of things you can do to promote this, but they do it for convenience. You have just made one of the most convenient things in the world the least convenient, and you're going to kill your businesses for it. Now, I mean, we had a really big stand-up fight about this, and I was persona non grata for a while. But it's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
They were all so determined that they were looking after their own interests. They didn't think of the wider industry. And they didn't believe that people weren't, the stats were something like 95% of people were pirates. That's what they thought. And the truth is, 95% of people were looking for a convenient way to be able to access all of their music online.
Yeah.
And that's what Spotify is the logical conclusion from that. And I freaking hate it. I will never use it. I haven't used it. I won't sign up to it. I won't use it at all. But it is the logical conclusion of that. And people want convenience.
Actually, interestingly, I saw a stat recently. I was surprised to see that apparently Amazon Music has the biggest share here in the UK, then Spotify, then Apple Music, which did surprise me.
Because it comes with your Amazon Prime.
Yeah, well, yeah, it does.
Basic
and I think
version
that makes...
Yeah, you have to pay extra
Yeah.
for it. So, and I mean, I'm trying to get my two kids and their wives to have a family version of Apple Music,
That's what
which
we
I will.
have.
I've said to them I'll pay for it, so they don't have to pay for it, because it's still cheaper than having a family version of Spotify, which is what they do. They have at the moment.
Well, we do Apple One, which gets everyone who's connected. So me, the missus, and the two kids. Apple Music, Apple News Plus, the fitness thing, which of course gets extensively used in this household. Apple TV Plus, and something else, but basically all of that, and then we all get access to it. And Apple Arcade is the other one.
So how much does that cost you a month, Rob?
$36.95.
Yeah,
for 4 people, unlimited access to everything.
I think that just Apple Music. Don't quote me on this, but just Apple Music was something like 16 or 14 quid a month, something like that. Well, I pay £9 just for mine. So
and with Apple Music, you get lossless.
Yeah.
You get Atmos,
which Spotify are going to charge extra for this year.
Yeah. Same with some of the others.
The thing is, I still tend to buy direct digital downloads or CDs. And I think last week, I'm trying to remember which day it was. I was doing a call with someone. I think it was on Wednesday or Thursday. I had a call with Adobe folk, and my internet just died. And for that evening, first of all, my internet provider, my ISP, went down, and then Sky went down as well. And they've both apologised and done whatever. But for an evening, we had,
and you had to
no
read
internet.
books.
Well, we do read books anyway. I mean, look, and we had all these movies. We were watching a movie. Liz had been watching a movie. I can't remember what it was, but it's one of the ones. We've got Blu-rays of the movie here. And we just kind of picked it off the shelf, put it in, caught up to where we were and carried on. And the same with the CDs, right? The thing is, I know it's not convenient, but it is a different experience. And we loved doing it that night. It was actually a lot more fun going to search for something to watch or to, whatever. I understand the convenience of digital music and of libraries, and I've got access to all sorts if I want them. But I have, as a matter of preference, I still prefer supporting artists and or buying physical media, because I'm not then, if I want to, I can just cut myself off from all the rest of this shit. If I want to, I operate online, right? But I still have a real issue with being slave to this. When the Sky thing went down, the first thing I thought about was all the movies that Liz had bought and were stored on the Sky box. If that Sky box goes down and the hard drive goes, we don't get any of that stuff back unless we've got, receipts from someone like, Prime or whatever. We can download those again, but we don't have any of the movies that we bought from Sky. They're all, they're gone. All the stuff we've bought, all the rentals and everything else, they're gone.
I mean, we've still got quite a few DVDs because what you tend to see is that,
DVDs.
Yeah, I know. DVDs.
8mm film.
Yeah, but actually, I tell you what, though. I mean, in fact, I've bought some DVDs of late because it's almost impossible to get some of this stuff on streaming.
It is.
Well, you also, when you've got a DVD, you actually own it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yours,
we've got.
you
you
know,
can put it in your machine, and you've got to
as
hope
many
that
times as you want.
DVD
Exactly.
players will continue to be
Yeah, they will.
a thing.
We've got something like 3,000 movies here, maybe more actually, and something like 5,000 CDs, and it is a different experience, and I know not everyone's going to do it, and it's fine. You know, it's good. Everyone to their own, but I love being able to go. If I want to, I've got the ability to go. You know. And where we're going at the moment, who knows whether or not I'll have made the right decision.
It's often said that those of us who buy physical media will be the archivists of the future.
Yeah.
Because
absolutely.
we're buying the physical stuff, and when the digital versions are either lost or George Lucas out of existence because they want to update this and update that. Those of us who bought the originals and have got them still, particularly on physical digital media such as Blu-rays, we're going to be the archivists of the future. So
Inhibitors got an interesting point about people not selling CDs at EPROMs. Now, actually, the Wells one, guys that run the Wells one, they put a table there, but nobody's actually used it. Yeah, and to be fair, I always forget to take some CDs. You know. Yeah.
There's an awful lot of people who don't have CD players.
You see, the thing is,
At all.
I do everything. I'm just asked my wife about my physical media collection, a lot of which we've had to move around today. But I've also got an extensive collection of digital stuff. But if I've got a digital download that I've bought of something, and then there's a physical version that comes along that maybe offers me more or something, I'll buy the physical version. Yeah. But I also moan when I buy an album that doesn't come with a digital download, because it's not always convenient to play the piece of vinyl, which is why I really have Apple Music. I don't tend to use Apple Music in the house unless I'm bored and I just go, shout my Amazon device's name and say play this, and then it will just play it, and that's super lazy but super convenient. For me, it's in the car. I mean, I was that person, I'm sure we all were, that had stacks of CDs and
in the car,
before that cassettes, and would almost kill people rummaging around, rummaging around for the stuff. Now it's literally, I've got the entire Apple Music library at my fingertips, and I just go, or just say Siri, play this, and away we go, and it's so much more convenient.
I do still have a mini disc player, and I've also still got what's the other one?
DCC.
Yeah.
I was going to say a Philips cassette. Yeah.
No, I've still got a cassette player. Although, having said that,
I meant Philips DCC is what I was going to say.
I've actually put the cassette player in the attic because I'm not using it at the moment. But I ain't getting rid of it because I'll use it at some point. I have still got cassettes.
I just moved my turntable in the lounge to somewhere new, and it kind of means I haven't got anywhere to put my tape deck, which is a proper 19-inch thing, Kenwood thing. And it needs servicing because it sounds rubbish. So I don't know whether it just the heads need lining or it just needs a good clean.
The first thing to do is just run your fingernail over the heads. Do that first, and then clean the pinch wheel and the roller.
Yeah.
With
the thing is,
alcohol.
it's a fancy. Well, it was fancy for back in the day. The tape isn't like a It's a mechanical draw. You press a button, and it goes,
so it's not easy to get your hand.
Yeah, so I literally have to take it all apart to get into it, but that's not a problem. But I was looking at I forget the name of the brand now. They started off as a Kickstarter. They did a Walkman that was a very basic, very nice kind of basic design, but it was a cassette Walkman with a headphone socket, but also Bluetooth, so you could Bluetooth it to stuff. So it was old media but new connectivity. And they've just announced a boombox with two nice speakers in it and the cassette mechanism, and then two backlit VU meters, one for each channel. It looks really simple but really, really nice. and I'm half tempted to get one of those instead, and then walk down the street like Andy just said, yeah, on the shoulder.
On the shoulder. Yeah.
Sit up the recreation ground playing Beastie Boys or something like we used to do.
Yeah, I was quite distraught last year, really, because I bought a new van, put the iPod and the cable in the car to go down and pick it up, just because it was down around Oxford way. So they handed over the van, I got in to drive home, plugged it in the USB socket in the van. No, gone. It's got Apple CarPlay. It will not recognise an iPod. So, and my iPod has my CD collection and probably another third of CDs that I burnt off of friends over the years. And they don't seem to, the ones I've burnt don't seem to be transferring back onto anything. I usually use Apple as a middle thing. So I burn, it goes back into Apple and then it goes. Well, I've got SD cards in the van to play off of, but it's a bit of a loss, really.
How much is this, Rob?
I don't know if they've got a price for
I
this
tell you
yet.
what, the cassette mechanism isn't up to much. I can tell you that now, looking at the button.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's servo assisted or but it comes with user replaceable lithium ion rechargeable batteries, and then stereo playback, Bluetooth. I mean, it just they do this Walkman as well, which is just this lovely clean design, which I thought was quite cool. So, and that's 130, which is not not awful.
Pricey, for what it is.
Yeah, but it's metal, so it's got some quality to it. But 129 quid. Quite like the orange one, do you?
Yeah, orange. Yeah, okay.
Nah.
Okay. Yeah, go full screen again.
So what?
Just go back to all of us on screen a minute. iPod Keith and Watford edition.
An orange one. No, that was before the days.
They were great, actually.
Then I went orange.
I've got 4 of them.
Yeah.
These ones.
Yeah.
No, this is the shuffle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. The shuffle.
Somebody
gave me. I think they got it at like a company do. It was a branded. Do you remember I think it was the Nano that hung around your neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looked like it was just basically a USB stick that had a little neck chain thing on it. Got one of those. I got one of those, a silver one. I always fancied
I've got one
the
of the big
classic
iPods
iPod.
still.
Yeah, I always fancied.
And I forget. I use it
me too.
frequently. And I got whenever I play it, I think, oh God, this is a great album. This I've listened to this for ages. There's a lot of stuff on it that's
Yeah, I've got my entire CD collection on mine. Mine's whatever it was in 2000 when the biggest memory. I think it's 128 gigabytes. It might be 300 and something. I don't know, but it's great. It really is, and it's still not full.
No, isn't either.
That was a classic design, though, wasn't it?
It was great.
Classic.
Yeah.
And do Apple still sell iPods, or is everything now?
No,
they do.
No,
Have they?
I thought they killed them all off.
I thought that it's only maybe it must have been last year or something when I got my van and found that my old iPod didn't work. I can't remember which generation it is, but it's perfectly good working. But last year they still had iPods for sale, and they were.
Not
I
anymore,
think.
they don't.
No.
Okay, so I think.
2022. Discontinued
really?
them all.
Yeah.
Well, there must have been shops that still had them then, but
I mean, you can buy them.
they were still £300-400 for what I've got, which is 128 gig.
Yeah, 300 quid for a refurbished from the back market.
But the thing is, if you've got
Classic
one of
7.
these, you don't need one. I mean, I've got 2
true.
terabytes of storage on here.
Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm going to duck out. I may well be back in later on, but I've got other things, so I will. It's been lovely catching up.
Good to see you.
Yeah, see you, Andrew.
Great. Yeah, let's
Cheerio,
have a-
Booksy.
Bye.
Bye.
Ah,
But I will
Go on then,
say,
fuck off. Jesus.
go on. Yeah, fucking hell. Hanging around like a bad smell. Honestly, Andrew. That's good. Sling your fucking hook. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
but I will say that for the iPod, I mean, the saving grace is, I mean, I bought a docking station at home for it, and out of laziness, when I can't be bothered to put the CD in the CD player, I just flick it on and play.
Do you remember I had a friend who bought one of those who made the Zeppelin? It was like a massive speaker that looked like a Zeppelin air show.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I remember them.
and a little dock in the middle where you could
Yeah.
put your iPhone or your iPod. And he bought one of those. He spent like £300-400 on one, this really nice thing. And then about 2 or 3 months later, they dropped the lightning, not the lightning, the 30-pin connector for the
30
lightning.
pin and went to lightning, yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, "Ah!"
But saying that, my iPod's on Lightning, on 30 pin. But
yeah.
still good, still works.
I think now they've adopted USB-C pretty much across the board now. That sort of thing shouldn't happen anymore. But I got burned when I bought my Alesis IO dock, which for the iPad.
Yeah. I have one of them. Yeah.
For the iPad 1, and it was perfect. They even supplied, I think when I bought it, they supplied it with an adapter, which was a little plastic piece that you could put on the back of an iPad 2.
Yes.
That would then make sure that it fitted snugly in the thing. And then, of course, they dropped 30 pin on the iPad and went to Lightning. And if you want, I seem to think they did do an adapter for it, but it meant that your iPad stuck out about that much from the end of the thing.
Yeah, I remember.
No longer
I remember the adapter.
Yeah, it just wasn't. Yeah,
Wasn't ideal, really.
that sits there gathering dust. I had thoughts of, I've got an old iPad. I think it was one of the last ones with the 30 pin.
So it'll be iPad 4.
Yeah, I think it was one of mother-in-law's old ones. And I thought maybe I'll just strip it back and then just put like an app, a control sort of app, and use it as a touch controller for something.
Yeah.
But I can't be bothered.
I've got about 3 old iPads here that I haven't touched in years. I don't know if they still work. They should do. Just get those out, see how they get on.
Yeah. I got stung with an Akai unprofessional keyboard.
Oh, is that the one with the dock inside?
Yes, it had the flap on it, and you
That's it.
put the flap up. And I bought the adapter because I've got. It must have been when I got the later iPad. So I got the adapter from 30 pin to Lightning, and yeah, great, because you got an app on your phone and everything. I think they discontinued the app. I mean, I still got it. I don't know what to do with it, and I'm sure it would still work. I'm sure there's a limited amount of apps, maybe.
There was a real
work on
buzz
it
at that time, wasn't there? That you companies were coming out with all sorts of, whether it was keyboard controllers or docking stations and speakers. Everything had. I mean, I've got a Roberts clock radio there that I treated myself to. I think with my first bonus payment from when I worked at HID. It was 100 and something. It was stupid money. It sounds amazing, but it had a lightning connector on it, which was fine until it wasn't fine when I had a case. I always had to get a case with a cutaway at the bottom rather than just a little hole. The whole base of the thing had to be, otherwise it wouldn't sit on there and connect. And then, of course, they went to USB-C, so I've just brought it down here and I just use it for listening to the footy on a Saturday afternoon. So
Serenity nicked my iPod Nano, the chewing gum stick one.
yes, yeah.
And she's got the Roberts docking station for that. Loves it.
Yeah.
But she's got several docking stations. She's got one shaped of a pig. They're all 30 pin, and she's collected them over the years. So she just loves it.
Thinking I don't even have a clock radio now. I've just got a little Alexa Echo Dot.
Oh right, yeah.
Which is absolutely fine.
Yeah,
I had thought about getting the one with the clock built into it, but my nightstand, I've got a little. It looks like 2 sort of like leaves, and they're MagSafe. One for the watch, one for the phone.
Yeah.
So, of course, as soon as you put the phone on charge in landscape, it goes to a night clock.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
don't even need that. Oh, technology, eh?
Mm.
You can't live without it. Oh, yeah. Well, you can. Not much to choose not
Mr.
to.
Spong's very quiet tonight.
He's doing something.
Yeah. I'm just having a trip down memory lane here.
As indeed am I.
That's all.
He's on the Big Bristol's website again, isn't he?
Big Bristol. What, the very large cars? That were, those ones, yeah, the big Bristols. Yeah,
The Bristol cities.
Just found a photograph of the anecdotes Steiner Parker filter board that I built.
Don't look at it. Make it. So,
Oh, it is. It's a photograph of it made.
well, then do more. Sell them.
You know, behind you, we can see the reflection of what you're looking at, and it.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
I've never seen those
Tits and-
controls on a. Yeah.
Yeah.
You sort of go like that.
Tits and
I'll
weight.
show you,
What?
show you.
Tits and weight. What? Vickers.
What's
Vickers
this?
and Dild. No. I'm like, no.
Comeonmyshoes.com. Weird. I don't know why I signed up for that one.
And
I'm
the
just
flies will do
updating
the
that,
rest.
Kent. Just wait.
Yeah.
Just wait. I'm just updating it.
Multiple definitions of having a polish. Yeah, go on.
And none of them involve being a plumber.
Where the hell is it? I've bloody gone and lost it now. Armpits.
Whatever turns you on.
I think the phrase is "fuck that."
I did a lot of before and after restoration photos for Richard's website, and still got them. Why?
Yeah, Trident one.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
that's-
that Trident on Ramses
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
I went, oh fucking hell, that thing follows me around.
Well, if it's still not sold,
No. Well, a guy
gonna
was going to buy it and then he pulled out.
I was going to ask you, Kent. Did you remember that guy that does the displays?
Oh shit.
Don't matter if you don't.
No. Let's just have a. Oh no, the email on this isn't signed in properly. Shit. Oh. Hit me up about it again on Messenger.
Will do.
And then I'll go. Yeah. Oh,
Replacement display.
Max's birthday. No.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Roz.
Saw it here a minute ago, and now. Why did I do that? I have no idea why I did that.
I've no idea why you did that.
No, I'll show you. I'm not quite sure what I thought I was doing at this time. What's that one? No. I clearly didn't give it back to the customer like this, but... share screen, isn't it? There we go. That. Why would you do that to a 2600?
Oh, it's not a reflection then.
No, that's sprayed.
It's
Wow.
white paint.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, I know. I remember what it was being repowder coated and silk screened. I think I repaired this massive dent in it. Okay, that's what that's all about. So that's just some general primer over the top of that. When the fucking hell is this filter board gone? Oh, these things. Now, get this up. Fucking bane of my life. These bastards were made quite a few of them as well. Where are they? Let's shove it over here. There's a few of them out there in the world, I'm assuming. Them used to sell like hotcakes.
Oh yeah, they did.
Yeah. As soon as I'd finished one, Richard would phone me up and he goes, "Oh, is the white Juno done? I went, yeah, I just finished it. He goes, oh, good, it's sold.
So how many of those are out there?
I think I must have done, God, something like about 70, 80 of them. Something like
Really?
that. Yeah.
My
And they
goodness.
just kept selling.
But why are they not back on the market, or do people just don't want to sell them?
The arse has fallen out of vintage market, especially in terms of restoration and doing restorations, custom restorations like that. Nobody's interested anymore.
You don't seem into repair though, do you?
No, I still get them.
You do.
Yeah, I get all sorts. But there's also a lot of dross that comes through now that never used to. Stuff that would be considered, throw it in the bin, mate. Is that's the filter board for the anaglyph. Well, the filter, the Steiner filter, anyway.
Looks like something they found hanging from a tree in the Blair Witch Project.
That's what I mean. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, that's 16 individual Steiner Parker filter clones.
So where does the grey cable on the right go to?
That is the CV cable. I wasn't quite sure how far away it was going to be from the controller.
It was workshop to the house by the looks of it.
Yeah. So, it's just safer than having a cable that was too short.
Mm.
And the case was getting very big anyway, so. Yeah.
Manny, I love your purple C15. I love it. I think it's a thing of beauty and wonder.
It would sound better in orange, but there you go.
Do you want one of them in orange, Keith?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a shame because of the nice wood on it, but...
Well, you can have the front panel in orange if you want.
Okay.
We do just change the graphic to black and orange. That works, doesn't it?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that would go with everything else I've got that's orange at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Kent. When you do your modules, you've got to do at least one that's orange faced, and it'd be Keith in Watford.
Hey, who's to say I won't do all of them orange faced? I mean, orange certainly stands out on a panel full of modules, doesn't it?
You could call it the Jaffa glyph.
Oh God!
But see, if it was in orange, even Robbie might be tempted. Just saying.
Yeah.
It could have Yamaha splashed all over it, and he still wouldn't be tempted.
Well, no, I must admit, this is a modular that even Robbie would like to own. There you go. Yeah.
700, got to be.
No. That girl. I bet you wouldn't mind using that one, wouldn't you?
What is that?
That's the anaglyph top panel.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Isn't that in the garage now?
Yeah. It don't look like that anymore.
No.
But then again, it was only the R&D, wasn't it? So.
Yeah, so now's the time to get it back and paint it orange.
Yeah. Madness, I tell you.
I've eaten an awful lot of Chinese food earlier, which was delicious. But it is beginning to...
Wank your chung.
Probably need a couple of pints of rice wine or something to...
Anybody else got one of these?
That Modal Craft. The Craft.
Yeah, the little
almost
craft.
bought one.
Yeah.
I wanted one.
I said to what's his face, who used to be the sales manager there, John Bickle. I said I was going to buy one of those, and I never did. And he said, "Oh, we've got a few lying around in the warehouse. I'll send you one." He never did. Never did.
Have you seen, Kent, that what Jack said in the comments?
No, what's that?
Can make you a VST from that picky. Still think you ought to look at the anaglyph with someone like one of our friends.
Oh, yeah. God, that piece of shit. Oh, God.
What are you up to, Steve?
Not much really. I was gonna have a bit of a mess about in it in the studio tonight, but I saw you were online, so I thought I'd come on instead.
Right, no.
Yeah. I went to a Steam fair today, and I went on one of the fun fair rides, and they were playing like that Ian Van Dahl sort of Castles in the Sky, but a really sort of upbeat sort of drum and bass version of it. I thought I might have a bit of a bash at doing that because I thought it was really good. But I'm not sure where you'd go on about playing stuff, something like that at an EPROM though. Especially if it was streamed. I mean, I'd hate to get like copyright strikes to the person or anything.
Very good.
There should be a copyright strike because other people do covers in the
Yeah, that's what I
sense.
thought. Yeah.
If it's a cover, the problem comes when you start using any of the original material from like stems or whatever. And I tend to do that a lot because I love the juxtaposition of using the original stem with a completely different something in the background.
Yeah.
It just works. It just works. I've got the maddest version of Superstition. Absolutely rocking it out version of Superstition. Yeah. And all of those kinds of things.
Oh,
I've still got that
there
hammer
is
as well. Oh dear. Oh, what we got here?
So I want to see what you service tool you use for the Profit Rev 2s then. Oh, it's got to be a proper sledgehammer.
The club
Yeah.
version of that, yeah.
Club, yeah, full £14 sledgehammer and pickaxe maybe.
Flamethrower.
Yeah, pickaxe and
Actually, thinking about it, due to the sizes of a lot of the boards that I was using to design the anaglyph, half of them would already work out perfectly okay to be Euro modules anyway.
Well, fucking do them then.
You've said
Come
that
on.
all
I
along.
can't get the
Jesus.
time. I've got to sort all this shit down here. Yeah? Which is still being a complete fucking bastard. I got Ty threatening to come down with 2 transits full of bloody stuff for me to look at. Everybody else that's coming down is either bringing something else with them to get repaired or whatever.
I'm not.
I can't get away from it. I can't get away from it. I really can't. Because if I'm going to be designing and stuff, it's either that or it's repairing. It can't be both. I'd end up having a mental breakdown of some description. There you go. Look at that.
yeah, you see Matt's just bringing the bass guitar down.
There were all the
Yeah,
VCO
well,
boards. All the VCO
Yeah, but that's
boards.
just a
look.
pass over to you, Keith, isn't it?
Sorry?
That's just passing it over to you, isn't it?
Yeah, and well, I'll DM you about the money.
I wonder where
Right,
that
lovely,
board is
okay, mate.
now. That's the CV controller board, that big green one there. And you've got all the VCOs, and I think you've got the envelope generators in there as well. I wonder where that tin is now.
Full of Tim Tams.
Yeah, very likely. Actually. And this is why you don't ship anything with Ryanair. Look at that.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Wow. What's that from?
That was an MS-20.
Is that the one that shipped in a bin bag?
Literally, yeah. So, of course, it comes to me because I'm the idiot that's going to have to repair it.
Well, I seem to remember that you did.
I did.
You did, yeah.
There you go.
There.
Ta-da.
which is astonishing.
Not really. Not really.
Well, no, it is.
Well, it just is.
But where's the shader? Because apparently the guy goes, yeah, he said this is what I pulled out of the bag when it arrived. I went, oh, okay. And he handed me this. Stay of that.
Oh dear.
Sorted that all out as well. Got it all beautiful. Looked like it'd never been hit, would you believe? I just pretended it was a Morris Minor.
I got a message this morning saying a package from Australia is due to be delivered on Tuesday, so that's going to be a box of Fairlight bits.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which means I'm going to have to lift one off, and connect it all up.
What was that? Lift one off.
Lift one off, yeah, not curl one off.
I've got to say, when somebody should lift one off,
Although-
it's normally an arse cheek off a chair to drop one, isn't it?
When I lift a Fairlight off, I do. It's kind of like at my age, it does tend to.
It does
lead
do
to
that
me
anyway,
curling one
yeah.
off anyway, yeah. Dear, I do. Yeah. Hopefully, the guy that's buying the one that's paying in random instalments is close to making his final payment.
Do you know when you see something, it just makes you giggle, and you go, "I'm having that. I'm keeping that."
Every time I look in the mirror, yeah.
Yeah, no, I loved this, right? Especially because it's an original drawing from the book. Oh, it didn't half make me laugh when I saw that. Oh, it made me giggle. It really did.
Wow.
There's got to be one here somewhere where.
Right in that bloody pot.
Yeah, I've got one for my inspirations, Rob.
Go on.
Yeah, I like. There'll be a quicker way of presenting, surely. do like that one. Oh man. It's funny, I don't make memes anymore. I don't know why. Yeah. You can see that one.
Major terror attack on space station.
Yeah, 20,000 rebels. Was it? Who's boinked in? Because nothing there. Someone's boinked in, but
It said they didn't have a mic or a webcam attached, so they couldn't come in. Couldn't get them in.
Hopefully it'll be Ty.
Not the name that came up.
No.
I didn't recognise it.
Boy, thought you might have looked for the pub tonight.
Fucking hate the green ones.
boop.
Jesus!
Spiritus Sancti, dum de dum de dum.
Okay, I'm having a problem. Well, more than one.
Viagra.
Yeah, you're Canadian.
That's the biggest one.
Blame your dad.
No,
Wow.
God.
What? Blame your dinner. Yeah, I do, and my mom, and and the milkman.
Are we brothers?
We could be.
Ah,
Okay.
I've got the silver top.
Yeah. Well, I have
see,
I have some
you have to be a
facial gentrification happening.
I call that mouth minge, but there we go. So, what's the problem?
Well, can you hear me? Well,
No.
What?
Yeah, you're right. I think
A lot of background noise.
because that's okay.
it doesn't sound like he's coming off his mic. It sounds like it's coming off probably
The
a
laptop.
webcam mic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because I've tried this and no sound. I mean, I can switch it again to see if. But
Oh, me.
What IO are you using?
yeah. So anyway.
No, we didn't hear it. What IO are you using?
Well, no, the thing
Oh, that's
is,
right. Ask Longhurst, the expert.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Well, there's another one, like, there's another
fucking
one
hell.
like that, right?
Oh, you used to have so much fun.
If you go to bed with an itchy ass, you'll wake up with a smelly finger.
Old Chinese proverb, that, isn't it?
Yeah, Confucius, he said.
Yeah.
No,
Man
yeah,
who
no,
goes to
really.
bed with coat hanger in mouth, wake up with big smile. Yeah.
But
And what IO?
What I-O. It's off to work I go.
Fucking hell, it's like pulling teeth, isn't it?
I know that song in one. I know that song.
Okay, now the thing is, I'm kind of, well, I moved everything around, but
Kent with flu.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah. I was ready
I
to
heard-
die.
I heard a good one yesterday. What do you call a bigendered donkey's? Well, what are a bigendered donkey's pronouns? He, her. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that was shocking, wasn't it? Fuck that. All right, I'll just fuck off and die, shall I?
Yeah.
What a wanker.
Yeah.
Thank you,
do it
Rob.
there if
see,
it's
that would
more
have been
convenient.
better if you did that, right?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a weird one. Fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, that's on the cusp of madness. You know.
Cusp.
You know,
Madness is in the madness is in the mirror, but you're way back there somewhere. You've gone past madness.
Yeah. that's
There's
true.
going to be a little montage of these on the next video. I think I'm going to be clipping a lot of these out tonight.
Oh, okay.
Oh, need to see Kent and Babs in a meme off. Now that would be fucking something.
He's one of my faves. So. The simple ones are the ones I like.
Oh, fucking hell.
Whatever happened to the Bermuda Triangle?
Still there.
Disappeared up his own arse.
I had a spate of ones with road traffic signs. Yeah. Oh, mate. So stupid. So stupid. Oh, mate.
Uncle Chrome, yeah, it's the American triangle now.
The gut, yeah.
The Gulf of Reason.
So anyway, my mic doesn't work. Well, it works. When I tap on it, I can hear me. I can hear myself. It just doesn't go to the StreamYard.
Oh.
That's fucked up.
Mac or PC?
A PC, always.
There
Fuck
Is it a bit
off.
you go. That's an
pissy?
easy answer, isn't it? There you go.
Yeah,
Hello,
Rob.
Jeff.
No,
Rob,
I
one for you, mate.
Go on then.
Not a meme.
No,
It's your mate. But look how brown
brown he
his
is,
face
yeah.
is.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
as opposed to now.
Yeah, it looks like he's been caught in a snowstorm now, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's got to be much older than we think. Bless his little cottons.
Gentlemen, I have serious need for some technical assistance here. Here's a picture of my dog. Here's someone's finger up their arse. You see, you're getting all the support you need here, Jeff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, if you can hear me. Sorry.
Pardon?
Huh? No, I apologize. You can hear me still.
Pardon? It's been a while since I've seen you. It's very good to see you, Jeff.
Yeah. Last time I saw you, you were naked. That was
Every time. Every time. The credit card does go through, which is good. Yeah.
yeah.
Why is that too big? Please set down.
She has mug tattooed on it.
What? I've got Steve the bastard. I'm chatting to him on the side here. He's doing some Bach. It's late for him. And I've said the pub is on. He said, maybe I'll watch it whilst I do Bach. And I said, that's Welsh for sexual assault. Whilst I do Bach. Oh, never mind.
It's Welsh for anal.
It's Justin in the room. What's that? Bit of Africa, wasn't it?
He's moving house, isn't he? Or has
And
moved.
church.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to go and spend some time with my lady wife. Because she deserves it.
She hasn't been that bad at fucking readings. What the fuck? I mean, what?
Oh dear.
If you guys are here later, I will see you later.
Indeed.
Okay.
I promise not to end the stream this time.
Yeah, okay.
See you later.
See you later, Bert.
Cheers, mate.
Oh, I was going to take the oranges down. Oh no. Getting really outnumbered now.
Oh no.
Anyway, does anyone want to sort my problem out with my interface?
Bring it on.
Right. Let me go into StreamYard on the Mackie thing.
Pardon me.
assume I can join twice, can't I?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. Right. So it says my microphone's working, and I've got signal going. The microphone's going through the mixer, and it's coming up on my interface, which is a Focusrite Scarlett 4i4.
Yeah.
And the green lights come on when I speak. Now, when I enter the studio.
So you're having the same issue as I do.
Well, hang on, because I need to. My issue. Hang on.
Oh.
Right, hello.
Hello.
I can't hear you. There's nothing about my headphones.
Oh.
Well, it sounds, yeah, it doesn't sound.
Focusrite and
Yeah, nothing is going through that Focusrite because the moment you picked your earbuds up,
yeah,
it's using the mic off of those. You drop that back down, you take those back out and put them in your lap, you sounds like you're further away. It's using the mic off your earphones, your earbuds.
right. So what you're saying, if I come out of the stream on the phone then?
No, if you go to your audio settings
Yeah.
and select Focusrite, like I did, and then my mic doesn't work.
I've got camera and audio. So audio.
Yeah.
So the microphone's set at the Scarlett.
Right.
The speaker's set as I use a smart TV. I mean, if I set it to Scarlett i4 again,
Can you
About
hear
the-
anything?
Anything?
hold on. Try again.
1, 2, 3.
Move your
No.
earbuds further down. Oh, they can't hear me now, can they? Fucking hell.
I've got nothing through
No,
the
but you can't-
headphones.
You can't even hear. Is that right? From the going through the Scarlett?
No, I've got no headphone output on it.
Oh.
And if I go into Cubase, I get a signal. I get a signal into the Scarlett. It's just not coming out my headphones. That's what I don't know where the setting is.
And the microphone
Silly question. They haven't got
Yeah.
a mix knob on them, have they, to go from direct to playback, so to speak?
It's got a monitor knob, and it's got one which is above the headphone socket, which I would assume is the
Yeah.
headphone.
You should have that, yeah.
Yeah,
But the monitor knob, I would imagine, has got to be cranked all the way to. Oh, Jesus. Well, try them all. Try it both sides. See what happens.
what's that switch there?
You see, I wonder if it's something with the Focusrite, because I have a Scarlett as well.
Bang.
I've got a Scarlett. I got rid of mine. I couldn't cope with it.
Yeah, but I had
You're using
I
a
had-
Scarlett now, Ian?
I'm using Scarlett now, yeah.
And it's
But I had a
working fine.
2i2, and I decided that had gone up the wall because I was getting no input into it at all from the
mine's a
mixer.
2i2.
Yeah. So that was getting no input at all from the mixer. And this, I'm sure this was working a while back. But there's just nothing else on it to adjust, if you like.
Right.
You know, I've tried turning up the audio inputs, but
Keith, in the Focusrite control app that you've got, have you got a headphone mix coming out on that?
as in what on the Mac.
Yeah, so you know that app that they've got, the Focusrite control that everyone finds so difficult to use because it's a pain
No,
in the ass.
probably haven't even looked at it.
Yeah, you probably haven't got a mix set up, headphone mix. It's the most awkward thing I've ever used in my life. I got rid of it. I fed up with it.
Has it got a direct monitor button on the front of your Scarlett, Keith?
No, I don't think this one has. Because when I got the 2i2, I had an issue with it, which was sorted out by just pushing a button on the front.
Yeah.
And everything.
There's the direct monitor button, which you've got. It's a 3-way switch. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we've got that on the 18 iPod.
See, I don't
Silly
think.
question. Is your headphone volume up on the Scarlett?
Yeah. No, it is. I mean, I've cranked it right the way around. I don't think I've even got a Focusrite app.
No, I don't have a Focusrite app.
And I don't think I had one for when I had the 2i2.
I've certainly never used one.
Doesn't mean to say it's not the problem.
No.
I got an issue with that at the moment because I got an RME Digiface and I've got a load of ADAT interfaces, and the Focusrite just won't come up in the total mix. It's hopeless.
Yes. I search the App Store for Focusrite. It comes up with Launchpad. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
It's called Focusrite Controller. It's called. You get it from Focusrite's website.
I'll have to go away and look into it more then, in that case. Not to worry. I'll just continue on until the battery decides to give up.
Can you not plug your headphones into your Mac? The ones you're using now?
If I can find an adapter. So I'll leave you to it. I'll have a think.
Oh, mate.
All right, mate.
Oh, bud.
All right, Keith.
I don't think there's anything for the any settings for the headphones in the Focusrite control panel.
Well, there are. There is actually. Let me. Can I share this with you? Let me have a look. Share screen. Present. Window. There we go. So you should be able to see that.
No.
No? Okay, hang on a minute.
No,
there we go. So there we are, right? Left-hand side, second one down. That's assigned as the headphone amp, but you have or the headphone output. And you can assign that in all the settings. There's all the different settings you've got here. You've got input settings. Let me go to it. So here, output routing, and then devices here. The thing is, though, what I found, let's get rid of that because we don't need to see it up there for much longer. What I have found is, although there's enough inputs and outputs theoretically to do everything I need to do with a 4i4, There's 2 at the front, 2 at the back, inputs and outputs. So I should be able to do everything. It doesn't fucking work properly. It's a real pain. So that's why I've started just doing the move over to the 18i20. Because with the 18i20, I've got inputs and outputs for everything pretty much without limit.
That's what
And
I
it works
have.
perfectly on that. It works perfectly.
Yeah.
Whereas for some reason, these small Focusrite boxes are just a colossal pain in the arse. For anything to do with streaming.
Well, the 18i20, I have that. And you remember I'm still having that issue of if I play keyboards, you can't hear me. And now, for some fucking reason, the mic doesn't go through.
Well, what I'm doing...
Well, that's why I got loop back, because I had exactly the same thing with my i20. You could either hear me talking or the keyboards.
Right.
Or the keyboards. And then I had to install loopback. And the other thing, you couldn't hear anything that I played on Cubase either. Wouldn't come through.
Right.
So I got the loopback software and Bob's your auntie. But the trouble is, it's not free anymore now.
What I'm doing now instead is, which is what I'm kind of doing with the Soundcraft little folio desk, but there's not enough I/O and it's noisy and old, is I'm just simply bringing up outputs 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so that I can actually route those out the back into one of these mixers down here, which I've got, bring it up, and then send that in as part of the overall mix. So everything is coming out of the Focusrite back in through the mixer and then back into the inputs, one of the inputs or a pair of inputs, which as I mute as far as monitoring goes, but they're the 2 inputs that go out to the whole of to the internet. So everything that's happening on screen and exterior is mixed through a physical mixer and then brought back in.
Yeah.
Right.
Which
I mean,
is
I-
it.
Go ahead.
No, it's just colossally. It seems like a really weird thing, but it's how I always used to do it in a proper studio, in my studio. So, and I just suddenly thought, why am I, trying to do it electronically? I have never had anything but a pain in the ass. I can get all of this stuff working for a short while, on whether it's on Mac or PC. I can do that easily, but it doesn't stay working, and you're never quite sure. Is it the drivers? Is it an update? Has Windows or Mac OS done something to it? Has any of the other things taken control of it? And and I can never get the loopback to work satisfactorily. I can hear that, Keith.
Yeah, so can I, but it's only coming out my earbuds, not my... I'm just proving the point a little bit, but...
Well, I can hear it coming through here.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, audio is getting into my Focusrite. It's just not...
Hang on, have you got your Focusrite set up correctly? So you're have you got a patch set up so that you're monitoring it?
I don't know.
Should we do a separate?
I don't know whether I need software, which I haven't looked into, because my I2I just plugged in and worked. This
Let me
one has,
let me share again just quickly. Go away, you little bugger. Present, share screen, window. This, let me share this again quickly. There. Yeah. So here you can see on the left, these are the different outputs essentially. I've got speakers which I'm not using. They're my main monitor outputs. But out of line outputs 3 and 4, I happen to have my headphones. So whatever's going out the monitor outputs and all the headphones, I'm hearing everything that's going on. But on the right here, these are the hardware inputs. You can see as I'm speaking, I've got this level here. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. It tells me, if you look on the left, you'll see that as I pull it down, you're not seeing any real input on the left-hand side there on where the headphones thing is. As soon as I boost that up, it brings it up. But everything else is coming on the fader below, which is the internal system stuff. So if you're speaking, say hello.
Hello.
There you go. You're in the bottom there. So I'm doing a mix for my headphones using these 2 faders. This is my mic, and this is everything else. Right? And if I want to, I can mute this and I can just send it out the main outputs. And out of the main outputs, it goes to my speakers and or to the interwebs. I happen to have my main speakers switched off because I'm using headphones because I don't want to get feedback. But
I've just had a thought.
you do a separate mix for each of the outputs or each of the routings that you want. Does that make sense?
It does. Are you going through a door?
No. No. If I had to go through a door, that's where it got weird. That's why I've also got, if you look on my thing here, software playback on the right-hand side, the bottom two are software playback. 1 and 2 are essentially all the system sounds. 3 and 4 are what I use. So in my doors, I will route Cubase, so the main outputs are actually 3 and 4 rather than 1 or 2. 1 and 2, because that way I can route through to here, and again I can do a mix from the door and integrate it with system sounds and or with whatever's coming out my mic separately. So I can use the door, but I'm not reliant on the door for my mic and everything else. Everything else is still coming through this one set of inputs. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
It's one of the later generations as well, isn't it, with the loopback?
Yeah, do you know what? The loopback just really doesn't do it for me.
No.
It
doesn't
sometimes
work
works. It sometimes works. It sometimes doesn't. I really don't understand. Their explanation of it is baffling. I know my shit with all of this. I really do. I've designed lots of mixes and things, virtual stuff. But it doesn't make any sense to me, so I just freaking ignore it. And that's why I use an external mixer. So this mic is coming into a mixer. So is this. So are all the keyboards. All of them are coming through a mixer, and I've just got a stereo out from that mixer into the main inputs of the Focusrite.
Yeah, I've got an old Gen 2 18i20, and it doesn't even have that loopback. You can't do anything with it as usual.
And you don't actually need it if you route cleverly.
Yeah, it's the clever bit that I can't do.
Well, there is that. Yeah, I don't know how I manage, but somehow. Luck, intuition, and a big Chinese mill seems to help. Right, let's take that off.
All right, I'll have a look at it and have some thoughts. I think let's come out of that one.
Was it that other one that was making all the noise? Because I was getting a lot of hiss.
I don't know.
I think the hiss is from me. It's my.
Oh, that is from you. You're right. Yeah.
Okay, I'll stop it.
No, you don't have to stop it. If you've got gas, you've got gas.
What's that?
And here's a man with even more hiss.
Greetings.
Greetings. You've got a sledge behind you. You going tobogganing?
Won't get far on that.
No, I've just. If you look over there, everything is still a bit covered from building shelving.
Ah.
So I've got some stuff starting to be up, but not everything has arrived yet, bracket-wise. So all the people still outside.
I know that feeling. So go away. Boom.
I just realized I had the background noise compensation disabled. Background noise reduction. Weren't even getting the full deal.
I need a coffee.
So
That's all I need.
you and me both, mate. Those are two 16-channel Samson mixers, rack mixers. And they're really quiet. I've got to do a little bit of switch thing, but that's what I'm going to route everything through. So I've got that, and this, of course, the 20i. And so between them both, let's get back to where I was. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you. Between those, I'll route everything through, and
Now
I'll
you
just
hear
do
me?
all the.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking idiot. That's,
We
No,
know
you're
that.
not.
We know that.
yes,
No,
you
we know
know.
that.
You know it.
We know
Okay.
it. Actually, we all are. We're all effing idiots.
Yeah. effing. Language, Ian, language.
I didn't say it though, did I?
Yeah, he's not that much
You
of a cunt.
meant it. So, okay, I'll tell you what my fix was. The
Turned your mic on.
No, StreamYard recognizes input 1 or output 1 and 2 from my Scarlett. I was in 3. So
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. It
you
happens.
live, you learn, you die.
Well,
Yep.
let's face it. The good thing about meeting like this is we all make those mistakes, and we've all made those mistakes.
Yeah, but I mean, I should know.
Yeah, we all should know, but to be honest, it's
I think that when people of a certain age, we're so used.
for
I was
yourself.
pointing at me.
good.
So used to hardware setups where you turn up, you switch, you press everything on, and everything just works. You know where routings are. You put some buttons in for routing. There's mixers and speakers. Blah, blah. It all works, and so we have the same expectations for our software. But it doesn't always do. One little thing screws everything up. Yesterday's show, 2 minutes before the show, I was still trying to get. I couldn't hear anything on the left-hand side. I go, what the fuck are we? What are we? And I'd accidentally routed just a single mono output rather than a stereo pair. And suddenly I'm like, oh right, now I can hear everything. It's fine. It's really easy to do.
Yeah, I was just going to say the other thing that happens is, it's happened here a few times where literally about to go on Rancy's show, and I've not changed the settings since last time I was on, but the computer decides to change the settings.
Right.
I'm having this problem where the input, the mic volume, the internal system mic volume, which is hidden away, is suddenly at 50%. Rather than the full input value, 100%, and then I control the actual volume here. And it resets it randomly. Every time there's an update for Windows or whatever, it just randomly resets it. I cannot. I've jumped into and edited the registry so that it stays absolutely at 100. Doesn't make any freaking difference at all. Windows takes over and goes, there you go, 50%. People go, well, turn your mic up. And I do it. It's that kind of shit. And it's going, you're supposed to be audio engineers. I am, but what?
Google is absolutely the worst about completely changing your settings and hijacking it and fucking it up. And also, I always have the fun that I need to deselect my default input and reselect it on a Google Hangout or meeting.
Oh, all the time, yeah.
Although now the last time I had on last week, it just crashed every browser on my Windows machine.
Really?
Yeah, it was just like, well, this meeting was supposed to start 2 minutes ago. I'll just get to the laptop and plug in some headphones, and it's going to be a bit terrible. And
I certainly haven't
apologize
got.
profusely, but it was just like, this is crashing every Chromium-based browser. Fine, but open Firefox. Oh, it's also crashing that. Well, those are about your two options of browsers that are in the world. So
Manny, you're right. Manny's saying things like, this is why I use different physical setups for recording and streaming. Kind of much the same, but I mean, I'm looking to have a different physical setup for both of those through one interface. And that has worked. It was working in my studio, and it should work here. But we'll see how well that goes. I have to say, Windows 11 is it's removed an awful lot of the predictability to do with the MME subsystem, the whole multimedia subsystem within Windows. And I think the same thing happened with the latest release of macOS as well. I just wish all these guys would get together and just say, let's just pretend everyone's a pro here, and give them a pro set, an advanced set that just sets it, set it, forget it, because that's what you want.
But can't you in Windows 11 still just disable things with a group policy?
Yeah, I don't want to. I've got a computer. It's my computer. Fuck off with your group. I just want my computer to do this shit. But I'm still having to set administrator because I've got other people.
Well, it is an annoying thing that you need to, whenever you get in, well, for how rarely it is for me nowadays, I guess. So what settings do I need to do in the group policy to disable all the things I don't want it to be doing in Windows?
Yeah.
But actually,
it's impenetrable as well. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, it's impenetrable though. You look at the group policy, you're going, what? Why?
Yeah, and you have your two things which look the same but are quite different because one is
yeah.
You just export the registry hive though, couldn't you, and change it and then put it back whenever there's an update?
Yeah, that is the problem. Whereas the group policy updates don't change, so which is why I'd rather do it in the group policy than do a PowerShell script that updates the registry.
And they keep changing the group policy and the security because of what's been going on in should we say the United States of fashion? No, I didn't say that. No, you fucking did. Because of because of all the different concerns over there with ICE and whatever. Yes, I'm never going over to the States until Trump leaves. But because of that, I think there have also been changes in the way everyone's doing their security policies. It's caused problems all over the place. Yeah. Just give me a really simple. Give me something that allows me to switch this huge beast that I've got on and just use all of it without having to constantly do technical admin. Why do I have to do that anymore? I don't, why? That should be simple and not more complicated.
Agreed. And on that note, I shall go and do an Ian. I've been doing one of them for a while.
Oh, yeah.
So
go and do an Ian.
I shall see you, ladies and gentlemen, later.
You should have a dance move for that. Go and do an Ian. There we go.
That.
I can do that.
Right.
Twice. Yes, I can do that twice. Well done. Have a great one.
See you later, guys.
Speak to you later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
What a tosser. Oh.
So on the subject of routing, that is why I have committed more and more into just do it all on patch base. And
I've got one of those. Yeah.
And have as little as possible, even half normal. Yes, particularly if you're using expensive patch base, then your cables are also going to be expensive.
Mr. Steve, here's my deity of choice.
How are we, kids?
Perpendicular.
Excellent. That's a good way to be.
Yeah.
And I'm upright.
Nothing has fallen on my head yet.
And when you're not upright, you're grand.
Very good.
Keep pitching them, I'll keep playing them. Oh, well, here we are. It's a bit early, really. It's just, here I am in my post-Ramsey slumber. It's about 6:38 a.m. on Sunday morning. And I'm just about to get back into my composition for the day. Yeah. Recording.
In Punaphonic.
Punaphonic, that's right, yes.
Speaking from the
future. Punavision, yep. No, I was really stupid. I stayed up. I said I will watch Ramsey, and I woke up about 15 minutes into Ramsey, which is about 12:15. And I said, I'll just have a coffee so I can watch Ramsey and enjoy it. And, of course, Ramsey stopped the show inside an hour, and I'm sitting there just looking at the ceiling. So, yeah, these things were said to try us. But anyway. Yeah.
They are. So is this what you were telling me about, which I won't say anything about, but is that what you're working on today?
Yeah, well, I'm still recording the bark at an alarming rate, so that's going well. I've just got a few other bits and pieces to do. And basically take some orchestrations and turn them into synthesized renditions that don't sound like pseudo samples, but sound like a proper
real analog synths being played in real. Yeah.
It's all real
you guys
stuff.
know what Steve's doing, yes?
No.
Because I don't know what I'm doing, so how would they?
Well, let me summarise for you, Steve, if I may. Steve is recording the entire well-tempered clavier, which was not done originally. I think there were one or two done by Wendy Carlos, but no one's done the whole thing, and he's doing it with, I can't remember how many Moogs you've got to do it with, playing them in monophonic. So he's had to transcribe the well-tempered clavier into monophonic parts, and then program all of that, do that, play those pieces in one thing at a time, work out the voicings, and face all of the issues that Wendy faced when she was recording this in the first time around, which is fixed filter banks and compression and EQs and everything else. And it's a magnificent feat. It's what's it, 98, 99 different pieces?
96 pieces, yeah.
96 pieces. It's magnificent. I think it's just a wonderful thing to do what Wendy Carlos did all that time back with her one or two bits. She only did two of these, I think, one or two of them. Steve's doing the whole 96. I think it's fucking magnificent. And I bow before him for doing it.
It's crazy choice taking a 10-finger pieces rather than normal Bach pieces tend to be 4 to 8 voices, if you think about it. So taking
so basically you've got 225 pages of 10-finger scores, which turn into about 1,500 pages of single-finger scores. And then, but the idea was more just to retrace Carlos's steps. I had no idea how she did it. I had no idea of the problems she encountered or what the technological steps were. What she was up against. For example, I found that the Moogs were too congested. So to fix that problem, I started building filters, and then I realised that the reason there's a 900 series Moog filter on that modular is because Carlos had requested it in order to make the formants of the synth sounds match the formants of the orchestral instruments. But there's a different. My problem's slightly different because if you look at the Bach scores that Carlos did and the other classical scores, they're all for prescribed instrument lineup. So you can take a synth sound that sounds like a flute and play the flute line on the orchestration, and then you play the clarinet line, then you play the brass lines and the string lines, and you'll get something approximating what the orchestral piece sounds like. It's colour by numbers, whereas the well-tempered clavier is just a series of exercises. It has no instrumentation. So suddenly when you split it apart polyphonically and have multiple lines, you've then got to engineer or do the sound design. And I thought, well, I'm not very good at this because I'm not a big Moog user and I'm not really a good electrician. So hats off to Kent there. But I went down that path of doing it to sort of understand what Wendy had gone through. And now I understand it, and I look about 25 years older.
Yeah, he's only 22. Steve's only 22, and he's using multiple mini Moogs or Moog, whatever's to do this. And when he was talking about congestion, it's that thing of you have 2 or 3 or 4 Moogs playing at the same time. They occupy the same sonic territory, so it starts getting very congested, sonically. Yeah. So finding a way to separate those out is not just about some filter and some resonance and waveforms. It's about a whole bunch of other things to do with also the dynamic, the using a filter bank. So Steve's got really good vintage analog or pseudo vintage analog gear that he's using for EQs, for compression, for all of this stuff. So he's replicating absolutely the way it was done originally. And the easy thing to do, of course, would be just to record one line at a time into a DAW. That was too simple for Steve. So he's actually running these things live.
Wow.
Look, I've got another. I probably shouldn't tell a story, but I think I'm pretty safe here. That I reached out to Adrian Scott for some sound design. Now Adrian's a master of that, and obviously did the D50 patches with Eric Persing, and he's a local, and I knew him quite well. So I contacted him, and he's had some vascular problems and can no longer hear without hearing aids, and isn't really the guy to ask anymore for sound design. So he quickly handballed that back to me. So I've just had to struggle along. I've had some other help from some other good sets of ears too. So I haven't been totally on my own for this, but it was more a case of understanding the process, because growing up, you'd listen to, the Bach, switched on Bach, and you'd think, oh, how did Carlos do it? And there's not a lot of educational information about it. There's no didactic path, or you'll come across this problem, then you should do this, or we came across that problem, then we did that, or we went back to Bob and asked for a fixed filter bank because we couldn't get the sound separate enough in the mix, and it would make it easier to replicate the traditional orchestral instruments. So I've gone down the same path and encountered exactly the same problems with the same composer, and by doing that, I've understood a lot more about the instruments and about the way to get them to work, and about how to thin them out a little, and how to structure the sounds to make them sound a little bit more harmonious and a little less unpleasant. But Bach's a hard listen. Bach's a really hard listen. If you sit down and listen to 2 hours of well-tempered clavier, your brain is mush at the end of it anyway. So trying to find a middle ground that wasn't too unpleasant and still learn something in the process has been what I've done. So we've just gone down that path. And now I'm recording because I've finally worked out the workflow after about 18 months of thinking about it. It's just taken a long time.
And the thing is, this is the reason. I know you think I'm being a twonk here, young Steve, and you think you're just leave it out. But I think this is a magnificent thing that you're doing, because we're at a point now where you can do pretty much anything you want on one of these devices that we're all looking at. You can go virtual, you can get virtual mini Moogs, virtual modular Moogs, virtual anything, and you can do it with a DAW, and you can do it with any keyboard, and away you go. This could easily have been done all just virtually, but the fact that you're going back to the original way this is done, that's actually the birth of everything we all now do. The way Wendy did it, and the way she was going back and forth with Bob saying, I need to get some separation, can you give me this filter bank instead, can you give me that, can you do this kind of thing? This is going right the way back. So that is, for me, it's a fantastic learning resource, and it adds that thread all the way back to the beginning of everything we do now. By going back to that, it's a bit like entering one of those vintage car races where you're driving the oldest car that's ever been built, a 1911 something or a 1897 something. It's not built for speed. The fact that it's running at all is brilliant, and seeing how they got around the engineering solutions to get the thing to run at all is instructive and a wonderful thing, and it fills me with joy, as a petrol head and all that kind of stuff, and as does this.
You also get a few timing problems. So, for example, a lot of the valves come out of Ukraine, the transistor valve type things. So replacing all the valves and the preamps was very, very expensive. And then you also get the residual hiss of Class A sort of circuit. So the whole studio, it runs on balanced line. So the first thing that all of the instruments does is go through a DI, and then everything is balanced thereafter. So you're going to balance preamps, out of balanced preamps into balanced EQ, out of balanced EQ into a balanced summing mixer, out of a balanced summing mixer into the mastering suite, and then eventually out to be recorded on a balanced recorder. So that means that you can't just patch a 1/4-inch guitar pedal in the way or use a standard line mixer to do stuff because it gets too hissy. This way, I get rid of all the buzzes and hums. And there are other quirks too. For example, if you start getting digital clipping in your recording on the little Zoom F3, it doesn't actually show you the clipping range. It's supposed to handle that, but it doesn't really handle it very neatly because you get pops and crackles and sort of discharges through your recording process. So then you've got to back off all your levels, but you're still trying to keep the luff count high at the tail end so that you can. And I've got it going through compressors every step of the way, but it is a really finely balanced thing. So when Carlos did her work, she was obviously contending with the same sort of issues of his. And I mean, Jean-Michel Jarre did it too.
Sorry, Ken, can you let Keith in? He's backstage, apparently.
Okay. See.
Yes, sorry, Steve, carry on.
Anyway, yeah, so they're all the sort of things, the problems you have. But you do, look, I'm a kinesthetic learner. I am the crash test dummy of most studio musicians. So I'm used to going in there and just warts and all, but you do learn a lot about the process. And even just stupid stuff like, you need a luff meter. Okay, but I'm not using a door. So how do you get a luff meter happening without a door? So, and then you buy yourself a TC Electronics Stereo M Clarity little display. I think that's going to be great. It's only digital on the way in. So I've then got to convert analog signal that I'm recording out of the headphone jack of the recorder and into a small Avant-garde converter to get it to digital, just so I can go into the luff meter so I can see the spectrum analysis and also the luffs, which is the like the old dB on a voltmeter is that level of signal. And you wind up with all these little crazy quirks just giving you your rig, whatever you use at home. We know, we've seen it here in the pub where people are trying to shake stuff down. And I do the same thing. I'm just sitting there just beating my head against a device for 12 hours until I finally work out what the source of the problem is.
And the thing is, Steve, this is a bit like listening in to the conversations that were going on between Wendy and Bob. Seriously.
Yeah, well, the reason I took it on was...
Because you're recreating it.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a bit educational or didactic or whatever you want to call it. But it's supposed to be...
Madness.
No. I mean, I can understand what Rick Wakeman did. Because I can see what he's been through. He's been interviewed a dozen times and you hear all the stories. I can understand... you see what Keith Emerson went through and you kind of get the idea that he's adapted those pieces. But you don't know, because it was such a multi-track exercise, you don't know quite what... Carlos was very mysterious about it all. I know she's still alive, and I know she's litigious. So after my lawsuit and I get out of the slammer, I'll take it forward again. But yeah.
But I mean, she has documented some things on her website with like little hints of like, oh, this was a problem, so I did this, or I knew about this technology, so we imported it into that. So she does on her website, which I would recommend anybody to like read anything on there, even if it's think that there's nothing on a certain page in there that you might want. Like there's always tidbits of like just random things thrown in.
I've scoured a lot of, and I've purchased over from America a lot of books that gave some indication. There was one track by track book that goes through all her catalogue and it doesn't describe the technical problems. It describes, we did this or we did that, or we're dealing with a new record company, or we tried to get distribution, or we had to release this twice, or whatever it might be, or this was. But they use adjectives that the average man on the street would use. They don't turn around and say, well, I had a shitload of distortion in this mix, and then I traced it back to a bad plug, but it turned out there was an impetus mismatch, and then I had to go through a one-to-one transformer to get it to solve. You don't hear all of that diagnostic. You don't hear the whole process, and that's why I've retraced those steps. So I've got Bill Putnam style preamps, which are the same as used on the Beach Boys albums and Mamas and Papas, and the real old Bakelite knob, run it through the valves, see the compressor work, all that sort of stuff.
And the thing is, Steve, all of this at the time he was doing this was at the time, this was all cutting edge. In fact, it wasn't even cutting edge because there wasn't an edge. It was completely new. It was inventing it as they went. So
it was bleeding edge, as we call it. Absolutely.
Yeah, bleeding edge is absolutely it. It was contriving, creating, adapting, bastardizing, and finding where everything went wrong. How do I make this bit better? And it was a constant series of little steps. But that is the base of everything we've got now. What do you think, Ken?
Ken will say something.
Yeah, pretty much.
I just wish I could tune a Mini Moog to sound as good as Mr. Spong tunes them. The one we heard you do for the raffle, but it was just...
Oh, man. That was the best sounding Mini Moog I have ever played.
I've never heard anything better than that. And I said that to you at the time. But certain black art in doing that. It has to do with dogs at midnight doing little dances around the device. I think it goes
with husky hair
and jizz
and do the chant.
Jizz for all the knobs, so it just moves smooth. It had that smooth.
I'm sure the husky hair helps with the trimmers at the back.
Yeah, it certainly does. It just gets better and better.
Anyway, so but I did buy all of Carlos's catalogue, and I've been through it with a fine tooth comb and read all the liner notes. And the liner notes are different on the albums to the CD. So of course I procured the album and the CD, and then international pressings just in case there's extra text there. So it's become a bit of a study, a bit of a musicology study as well.
Is it the Brandenburg double album? That's the big black one that has a lot of handful stuff on the gatefold. So.
Yeah, no, it has good stuff, but the problem is the Brandenburgs are colour by numbers because
yes.
Whereas
and also she didn't do them. She did one or two originally, and then that was a few years later. She then filled in all the missing gaps, but otherwise, I
think the thing was too that they're the two, the Prelude and Fugue. I think she did one in C and one in E flat, and one of them was recorded at half speed, and then recorded at 7.5 and played back at 15. So she was able to articulate all the notes, but it gives everything the chipmunk effect, as we know when you double the speed or something. So that was an interesting. That was on one of them, and the other one sounds completely comical. She's used a popcorn sound and a saw wave and a square wave, and then she's run them together, and they don't sound it doesn't sound pleasing. It doesn't blend. It's sort of three disparate parts, and it's very, very hard to latch onto anything. So, the same problems she had, and I can see that she's had it now in hindsight, but hindsight's always 20/20. We had to go down the path to find out what the problems were. And the reason was basically, I think if I've got it here, there's this little beastie here, which was the well-tempered synthesizer, which didn't have any well-tempered clavier pieces on it. And that was the first moment I realised, there's a story behind this. There's something going on that we don't know, because there's virtually no bark on that album, yet the title's been taken. So waiting for a title for mine, I had to go and register the domain ill-tempered synthesizer. So that will be the staging ground for the eventual tracks once I've got them all out. But anyway, but that's part of this week. I've suddenly had a request to maybe do some Mahler, which is a bit easier because they're orchestrated. So it won't be too hard to find.
Are you actually? How are you getting a Mini Moog well-tempered rather than equal-tempered?
They're ill-tempered. Yeah, no, they're all right. They're the whole idea was that there are multiple tuning systems and there are multiple intonation things. The only synth I know from that period that you can tune whichever way you like is the Korg PE1000, which has a tiny little
3100,
screwdriver slot.
And 3300.
Oh, 3300. Yeah, that was a bit later. This was about 76.
But actually, Moog did, for some composers, make a little box where rather than your 100k resistors between every key J wire,
You could change it.
It has a knob instead of all of those, so that you could do whatever custom temperament. But I also can't imagine how terrible that must have been to set up and it being wrong half the time.
The problem you've got is that with the well-tempered clavier, some of the parts are a semitone or a tone apart at various points in the because it's all written contrapuntally, so they write lines and ideas as flowing series of notes, like individual sequences. It's not like here's a chord, now we'll just get a C chord and put C and E and G in it and make it work. It's all done, and so some of those passing notes become cross-modulating with the synthesizer.
Well, I think it also makes a lot more sense that, or well-tempered clavier makes a lot more sense as pieces when you know what it was written on. It was written on a clavichord, and when you know the limitations of a clavichord, whether it's double-fretted or triple-fretted, so okay, you can't play adjacent semitones or adjacent whole tones even, depending on how the fretting is.
But Bach did it because he was running it at 500 miles an hour. Most of the things it's all semiquavers. So
that is why it's all the fast strings, because you can't sustain any nose education.
I think Sir Thomas Beecham described the clavichord as the sound of two skeletons copulating on a tin roof, and I certainly shared that sentiment when you're running fast. That's it. Well, you've just encapsulated it, that the clavichord or the harpsichord is a very delicate instrument, and some of these works were also written for organ, which is a thicker instrument.
But I mean, a harpsichord is like, compared to a clavichord, it's a luxury, like a string per note. What you can sustain notes next to each other? What a crazy idea!
Anyway, it's all very sort of scholastic and boring, but I've just gone down that rabbit hole and found my way through it, and now I'm recording it, and hopefully I can get a reprieve and a hall pass after that.
Listen, just send cake. Fuck's sakes, it's not a lot to ask, is it? You know, we're being nice to you here, Steve. And where's my cake? My fucking cake.
Well, it's Sunday morning here. Nothing's open yet. I could go out and try and find a bakery. It's 7 o'clock. There we go. I can go and go to a bakery and get cake.
I'll get Tim Tams from Kent. He's still got half. Oh, actually, have you eaten them all?
He's probably eaten them all.
No.
You can actually get them in the UK now. My daughter knows where you can get them in the UK, so I shall find out from her and send it along, because the Tim Tams cost $3 Australian a box here, and then to send it over is about 180 Australian dollars. So there's a 60-fold increase in price per box. Anyway.
Yeah, apparently Rance was saying that he said the Tim Tams that are available here are cheaper than the ones you buy back home.
I think that's rebranded Penguins.
No, Tim Tam's special.
Pick up a penguin.
No, pick up a Tim Tam.
Anyway,
well, that's what I mean. Are UK Tim Tams just going to be the penguin in a different wrapper? Is it actually going to be a proper Tim Tam?
Well, only Kent can answer that because he's the one who's seen the authentic ones. So,
Jeff, I've only just read your moniker. The wanker.
The wanker.
The wanker.
Je ne sais quoi.
Why does it do that?
So, do I have a working microphone?
I can hear you.
You do, Keith.
Yeah.
Oh, good. So, ears.
You seem rather quiet, though.
But
yeah, because we're listening.
You're listening?
No, but also your microphone level seems very low.
Sorry, what, Bobber?
Your microphone level seems very low.
Yeah.
Do you want to tap it? Yes, there, just about.
Is that better?
Just pull it in towards your mouth a bit more.
No, I'll turn it
Poke
up.
There you go.
There we go now. That's that. We've got to be better.
What's that keyboard on?
Much better. Much better.
Okay. It's just a lot higher level on the interface than it used to be. With the old one. There we go. Anyway,
Steve,
Yep.
Ashley wants to know why you're doing it. Is it a personal project or commissioned? Is it just you wanting to do it?
It was my own personal project. Yeah, I've gone to about 200,000 Australian dollars of expense to try and work this thing out. Wow. Because nobody's really put.
But sorry,
all the steps.
just to interrupt, that's about €13. It's about
€13,
13.
yeah.
200,000 Australian dollars is €13. Yeah.
and,
Yeah,
and
about that.
42 Canadian.
Yeah.
That's it,
42 million Canadian.
Yeah, 42 million Canadian dollars. Yeah.
No, there's a parity almost between Canadian dollars and Australian dollars, I guess you'd say. So
Yeah.
One Trump Bitcoin.
but it does make procuring these instruments hard, because if you ship a second-hand mini Moog across from Europe, that costs you about $4,000 to get it across in one piece. But most of the machines here are sold, the new ones, the reissues, the 2022, go for around about 9,000 Australian dollars. So, line up 6 of those and see how your bank balance feels. And then the recording chain is $4,000 per preamp compressor pair, and it's $4,000 for a line mixer, and you got the reverb's $1,000, and then it's expensive. Yeah.
As a creative choice, I would strongly suggest, Steve, to help you. We often talk about limiting. Having limited systems makes us work harder creatively. So, cut it down to 5 of the reissues. Send one to me, and then you'll find yourself much more creative. Just send one to me. I'll happily look after it for you forever. And it will help. It will help.
Your address.
Just send one. If you send 2, I can have a stereo mini Moog. There you go. Cut yourself down to 4. Send me 2, and I can pretend to be Rick Wakeman or Jeremy Beadle.
If you just cut it down to 1 and just record 1 line at a time, but then get an MPEG 8-track tape machine, then you
I can have all the pain that Wendy had and wear through the tape so it's transparent.
Yeah.
And all the noise problems, and so you basically have to record everything at full level and then do the articulation on your mix down, or the volume articulation on your mix down rather than on the parts.
I started working, my first multi-track tape machine that I had access to was an Ampex MM1100 24-track, and it was just fucking awful. It really was.
Well, I remember
it sometimes worked,
Jean-Michel Jarre put pink noise between all his tracks so that he could mask the signal to noise ratio being so lousy.
I mean, when you listen to any reissues of that, well, some of them are denoised quite harshly, but ones that aren't, it's just like album starts and noise fades up, and then now it's the actual Equinox is worse because obviously it doesn't start with white noise. Equinox starts with the string sound, whereas on Oxygen it's obviously nicely hidden with all the noise sweeping.
I have to say, just talking about tape, I still love the sound of a Studer A800 with Dolby SR running at 15 IPS. It is an astonishing sound. It's a lovely, lovely, lovely thing. I love that sound. And I love the workflow that you don't get a chance to go back and patch and do. If you just, again, it's that thing of having a limiting thing, having a limit to what you can do, not being able to copy and paste, actually putting it onto tape and doing takes. That's a brilliant way to work.
Well, I'm running
it's
one
different.
Pass.
Yeah, I know.
Because it goes to stereo. It goes through the mastering boxes, so it effectively is ready for publishing immediately upon finishing the tape.
You should be recording it straight onto disc. It should be going straight onto a cutting lathe, straight onto.
Possibly, but I just think that the number of parts would predicate it. They have to kill a lot of plastic trees. You know?
I think
Also
Steve.
doing live to disk has the other issues that if you don't want a delay involved, you need a very good cutting engineer who manages to cheat the computer and sit with a score and decide, I think this groove needs to be tiny, this groove needs this is a loud part, so I need to increase the groove width. So a cutting engineer would have to do that live with the score.
What's even funnier is that if you send MIDI up the line to generate the or voltage up the line to generate the articulation, the two mini Moogs that I've got that I do the lead voices on are close, but they're not calibrated the same, so that there is stepping in terms of its understanding of what the dynamic potential is. So it like you put in 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, whatever it is, steps on your MIDI input. If you do that, then you get different luffs out the tail end of each device. So you really are dealing with all the foibles of an analog system where you've got multiple oscillators, multiple filters, multiple envelopes, and multiple calibrations on these machines. So it's an interesting problem to have. But you do get a taste for what Carlos went through. It's no wonder she became a recluse. I can understand that. You just never want to see another freaking studio ever again. I know she did Tron and she did other projects, but she used digital gear on some of the later stuff and she avoided all of the issues. But shaking down a Moog and getting a series of Moogs to do what you want is like trying to catch a handful of eels in a string bag. You're just constantly juggling all of the components to get them to sit straight. And my early sound design wasn't good and my early tuning wasn't good. I've got a rack of 6 Korg tuners where I can actually see them all lining up when they're in tune. Now Carlos didn't have access to that. She had to go back to even my 2 mini Moogs that I use on the lead voices, you press the A440 and they beat against one another. So you've got just the natural inclination of analog gear to be fickle and difficult, problematic, and a lot of the time you use these, to try.
Talking of fickle and unpredictable, I've got to go for a while. I'll probably be back in a bit. I've just got a couple of things I need to deal with. So
all right. Anyway.
I will see you all in a while.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Steve. Steve up above. You were my favourite so far. You were. You have the best facial topiary. Yeah. Jeff, you're really my favourite. Or Keith. Or Robert, I don't know. Only one of you. Bye.
Ciao. That's enough boredom from me. I've told the story several times now at different intervals, but it's...
Actually, just on the last point, a Moog Modular doesn't even have an A440 reference, so you either have to get out your tuning fork or...
a frequency counter.
Or a frequency counter, but did you have the money for a frequency counter?
No, she had test tones at the start of the piece, so she'd record and it's actually on the World Champ Clavier. They've actually got the test tone she used, so she's used that as part of the composition because she probably heard it 40 billion times along the way when she's recording.
Well, it's obviously also still the traditional tape studio or electronic music studio system where you just had however many meters of what standard tones just always tape on it. So like a standard 1 kilohertz on a 1/4 inch monotape you just had in some electronic music studios, like just full reverb.
Radio used to use that here in the early days too, because I spent a lot of time around radio stations, commercial AM stations.
I think in
mid-70s.
Europe it's 1.6K is the ident. Was it 1.3? I can never remember.
Yeah, and then all the arguments about whether A should be 440 or 432 or something else. Apparently, well,
that's what most orchestras tune. Or most percussion is tuned to 442 nowadays.
But they tune to the oboe player, and of course, the oboe player is going to have a different intonation every time. So you can't tune the piano to the oboe. That's the other question. So if you hear what goes on, it's interesting. There's a whole mechanism to tuning an orchestra, but.
Yeah, but wait until there's proper church bells tuned in a piece, and you're like, well, they're never going to be in tune, are they?
Well, in Vienna, at St. Stephen's, they're remarkably close, and
I mean,
that's
some carry-ons are good, but what was the something last year, proms, where they just hang these overly massive bells, but then also because it is so wide, when you're on the other side of the hall, suddenly a bell is really quiet. Or like try to alternate them, it's just, and if you're sitting like only 15 meters away from one, it's surprisingly loud. So don't go and watch something in the cheap seats when there's a church bell directly in front of your face.
Yeah, they're so loud though. I mean, they're also so high usually. So it's a bit of an art to get your campanologist to do his campanology at the right time. I just like that they're called campanologists. I think that's great. Bell ringers. Anyway, so Kent, what have you got on the workbench this week?
Oh, the same old crap. Same old. The Jupiter 6 that refuses to work. The OB8 that refuses to work. There's still the CS80 that's refusing to have a working glide strip.
It's hard when they're electromechanical parts because you've got physics against you. You can...
Well, yeah. But funnily enough, the actual electromechanical part of it is the only thing that is working correctly, but the circuit isn't. And every component in the circuit has now been replaced and it still doesn't work properly. So I even put a different ribbon controller in it and it still don't work properly. And yet I can't find anything wrong.
Yeah, we chase gremlins, don't we? We sort of, or you chase them for a living. I just chase them because I'm inept. But it's just chasing those gremlins and trying to find a solution to certain things. And then where do you start? I mean, I'd never soldered much at all, let alone an RC filter, which is 2 components. But I managed to get that working the way I wanted to. And you only learn by doing. I don't learn by reading books. I have a problem and then I've got to try and engineer my way out of it. Yeah. And so it's just because I'm not formally trained in any way, shape or form. I'm just, as I said, a crash test dummy.
Yeah. Well, I was pretty much the same. Just all right. Oh, got lucky with a couple. I thought, we might as well do this for a living.
You're lucky over there and in the USA and Canada. You're lucky because you've got good music schools and good universities that really have a tradition of doing things like orchestration. Your orchestration is a 3rd year Bachelor of Music option at Melbourne University. It's not something you're trained to do as part of your pedigree or part of your practical. So I had to learn it by sitting down next to a guy every day for 10 years and going through the chart process and just having it corrected along the way.
Yeah.
And doing it pen and ink style. So that it was like an apprenticeship. It's like a bookbinding apprenticeship or a boilermaker apprenticeship. It's a cabinet maker apprenticeship. You actually do by emulation. You don't actually sit down with a bunch of papers and go, okay, now I'm a rocket scientist. I can go and build rockets, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I was just sort of constantly thinking about the problem. And if you think about I did my first orchestrations in 1977. So it's been a long time. And I got my first synthesizer in 1977. So it's been a long time thinking about the problem of synthesizers and orchestrations. It still doesn't make you any better at it, though. You still got to come up against the problem before you start to worm your way out of the molasses and find your way into a solution space, and then I'm learning everything. So I'm learning the recording process and all the nuances of that as I go. I've had good advice from people and I know what gear to look for, but it doesn't make you any better at dialing in a sweet spot on a compressor or a limiter. It doesn't make your sense of the patches that you're using and their blend quality any better. It doesn't make your ability to discern a problem at 1.8 kilohertz 1.8 kilohertz or 1800 hertz any better, because that's the pain spot in any mix, and you've got to work out how you're going to handle that. And a lot of the Bach stuff lands in those sensitive frequency areas, and therefore, and if you duck them on an EQ, that's okay. That's one solution. But the point is, then your line goes dabba 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 sort of thing. So you wind up destroying the melodic flow because you've just paired out the frequencies that sound harsh. So then you go back to the device and you work out a way that the oscillators can sound so they're not quite as harsh, or the harmonics aren't intersecting as much.
Yeah.
So it's all just a slow, stepwise refinement that I'm not very good at. So it's just, you get a bit better as you go along, to the point where you eventually find something that's workable. But I don't think anyone would be truly happy, and you're really pushing that repertoire onto an instrument where it doesn't belong.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm an idiot, basically. I think if Longhurst was here, that's what he'd say.
You're not an idiot. You're just crazy.
Oh well, that's a given.
Yeah, but it's an ambitious craziness which has to be admired.
Oh, possibly, but it's more. I think I don't learn until I go into a space that's uncomfortable. So I couldn't sight read until I joined a big band where the whole gig was sight reading, and there were 1,100 charts, and I became better at sight reading very, very quickly, because you'd have literally 5 seconds between the time the music hit the stand and the time you had to start playing. So, and in that orchestration, you may be a fourth saxophone, or you might be with the vibes, or you might be an independent keyboard part, or you might be a feature, or it might be a synthesizer. So you don't know what you're going to be until you get there. And so that for me was terribly uncomfortable, and I'm still in a state of neurotic shock 35 years later. And the same skill set the session musos have, where they walk in there and they just put a chart in front of them and they nut out what they're going to do and they do it.
Yeah.
That it's point blank musicianship, and you eventually become reasonable at it, but I don't think you can exceed your natural ability or lack thereof. So it keeps you honest, And I was with a big band where if you got too comfortable with your parts, the guy who wrote the arrangements, the band leader, would write you something different. So you'd pull out a piece you thought you were familiar with and look at it and realize it's totally new, and then have to sight read it again, because he would keep all the players honest by doing that.
Yeah.
But he said, he's an interesting guy. He said, I really want to see the players who know they've got a problem. So one of the interview questions for the band, he didn't want to hear you play. He said, what's your current problem? What are you working on in terms of your own ability, where you've got a big problem, where you think you can improve, where and it might be, I can't play like Oscar Peterson, or it might be, I can't play like Herbie Hancock, or I can't improvise as well as Art Tatum, or it might be, I can't get this pentatonic lick to work properly, or I just simply don't understand diatonic theory, or I don't understand 5-part harmony. You need to have a problem, and once you've got a problem, you work at it, and then slowly you crawl out of that mess and find another problem to address.
Yeah.
So, I think that's the way a lot of people work. It keeps you pretty grounded and pretty humble, because you never have a chance to gloat, because there's too much to know and too little time to execute it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, that's true enough. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever improve, or if I want to. I don't know. It's really trying not to think about it very much.
But you occasionally do a live stream where you play, or you go to record something on your PC rather than simply just playing it through the monitors. And at that point, you go through a different cycle of steps, and then you realize you're going to learn something from it, or you realize something. It's just a lot of it's realization that most of our errors are errors of perception. They're not errors of logic, but once you've got the error and you realise you've got a problem, you've got to see it another way. Seeing something another way is the hardest skill to acquire in the world, you know.
Yeah.
Changing all your perceptions, looking from the other side, changing your context, changing what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
They're all the hard bits, you know. But anyway, enough of my malaise. It's just it's kept me busy through a difficult time, so that's the main thing.
Well, that's good. No, always good, mate.
It's kept me out of the pub more often than not, which is also a good thing, I think.
Yeah, well.
On the subject of out of a pub, I think I'm gonna go.
Oh,
I might come back if I actually manage to turn on the main setup and it works. Who knows what happens after 2 days of fucking about and messing
fire
about
extinguisher handy.
with metalwork? Nah. I mean, I might have been cutting some of the Unistrut in the kitchen, but what's the worst of using a chop saw in the kitchen?
Yeah, well, there you go.
It can only go horribly wrong is my motto.
Yep.
No, it's a very nice model with a tungsten carbide blade, which, like, when it's fresh next to no sparks, by the end of today, it's like, oh, there are more sparks than usual. I think it might need a new blade.
Good luck. Yeah. Stay safe. Wear protective gear.
Yeah, safety squints. Anyway,
all right,
might see you later. Might not. Have fun.
All right, see you later, bud.
Bye.
I don't know if your mic is working too well there, Keith.
Nearer.
Very crackly.
Is it?
Yeah.
Turn off the auto level in StreamYard. In your settings, if you've got auto level on, turn it off.
Let's see what it says. Settings, audio. Right, it's got reduced background noise. It's stereo audio. Automatically adjust mic volume.
Adjust the mic volume.
The background noise one. Turn that off if it's on.
Off. That one.
Yeah.
Is that done it?
How's that now?
How's that now? I don't know.
Better.
It's actually okay when you speak right up to the mic.
Right. I mean, where am I?
Nope.
It seems to
dip in and out.
Is your mic backwards?
Not that I'm aware of. No, it should be down
that's
down that
fine.
side.
You see, it sounds all right now.
What about now?
Much better.
Much better.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. It might be echo cancellation then rather than stereo audio.
Huh.
All right. We'll see how it goes. If that's the answer. But
there's always audio issues going on in one form or another. You know.
When Andrew comes back,
my
whole issue was whereas on the I2i, it was just really a plug and play box. The 4i4, I've had to do what Andrew did and go and find the Focusrite control center.
Yeah.
And then just click on and off the boxes until, you got audio and I got headphone audio and now it works. So.
Yeah, I must admit when I got my 18i20, I was getting all sorts of problems, and then Robbie says, "Oh, have you downloaded the control software for it?" And I went, "Oh no, I didn't know that. Oh, I better go and get that." So I downloaded it, and there was things I needed to turn on and things I needed to turn off before it worked in a sort of like what's the word? Predicted way. Yeah. So they seem to come out of the box configured to do something incredibly weird, but I don't know what. But the things you were expecting it to do, it didn't do, sort of things, you know?
Yeah. You can save presets as well, can't you, once you've got it going?
Yeah.
So you can save a snapshot and load it back if you screw something up.
Yeah. With my memory, I have to do that with everything.
Oh, same here.
Yeah, I can't remember what I did yesterday, or this morning for that matter.
Yeah.
But it's a very good sounding interface. the 18 i20. It's, I mean, wow.
Yeah. It sometimes gets a little upset with the CS80, but
Oh yeah.
yeah, so it's like we'll pull this back a bit. Not a happy bunny. But then the dynamic range on the 80s, you know, pretty wide, so it's just a matter of just getting finding the sweet spot on the volume, and then it's fine. But I have to run the 80 into its own separate channels on the back of the Focusrite, because if it's coming in on 1 and 2 with everything else, no matter what it's set, if I have the volume set so everything else sounds sort of like at a reasonable level, this thing is, you know, shattering the mortar out between the bricks.
Right.
So it has to go into its separate one and come down quite a bit.
You need to put it through a DI box, I reckon. That would be my next step.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, how much boost are you getting through your reverb and things, or do you think, or?
Probably not a great deal, actually. It's just it's a naturally really loud keyboard, you know.
Yeah, I'd punch it through a DI. I think that would be that would solve more problems than it causes.
Yeah.
You see, like it's like the D50. The output is so fucking loud. I mean, it's amazing. It's kind of like the 80, right? It's just like higher than anything else.
But you get.
But don't get the same with the Mini.
Well, the Mini you do. I've got the expensive part of the exercise. The radial DI boxes. I get stereo ones. Are normally about $350, $400 each. So they're not cheap. You know, they're as expensive as a cheap preamp, but they a passive device, and they solve more problems than they cause. And that when I've worked in studios, it's always, okay, Steve, give us your keyboards straight into a DI. There's no question when you're running into an SSL desk or anything about what you're going to use. You're always going to go through a DI in a studio, and that's the way it's done. So when you've got a home studio, you probably should do the same thing, even though
do you ever do the filter loop trick on a Mini? Because it seems to be a forgotten art, from what I've seen.
You can. Well, I've seen the one where you take the headphone jack out through a effects pedal and back in through the external input, and you get a bit of feedback happening that way. That can make the sound a little bit smoother or wilder, depending on what sort of pedal you use.
Yeah.
But I'm not really looking for any more depth or density on the sound. I'm trying to thin it out, if anything. So you use the EQ and you back off the EQ. You use a lot of subtractive EQ to get it to
Because one of the techniques was to run the Mini on the low output, because there's still plenty of gain on her to drive it nuts, and then the high output into the audio output back into the filter, and then you just bring it up until the light just flickers now and again, and just dial it back a millimeter, and it can produce some really interesting sounds.
I'll try that when I've got a spare moment and I'm thinking clearly, and the ears aren't too boggled by all what's going on.
Yeah,
it's just getting into a workflow, and I've got it now where I can dial up a piece and get a recorded, probably inside 7 or 8 takes by the time I get the gain structure optimal. But I will try that. I'll give it a bit of a
because I had I can't remember who it was now, but somebody asked me if I would put individual waveform outputs on the top, so you could actually pick a waveform to feed back into the filter again. So I was like, okay, it's easy enough.
It's if you've got an extra gang on those rotary knobs for the waveform, you could do it from there.
Yeah.
But they're interesting devices, and look, I must confess, my exposure to the Mini Moogs has been limited because they were just too expensive to acquire and too rare in Australia ahead of the remakes.
Yeah.
So I played one at the ABC studios, but it was in a parlour state. It hadn't been well looked after.
Yeah.
And then had very little other exposure to it. However, I had exposure all the way through to the Odyssey. So I understood the principles. I just was used to a different interface.
Yeah.
And I still have the Odyssey that I bought in the late 70s.
Was she Mark 1, 2 or 3?
It's a 2.5, so it's got it's
black and gold.
It's the brown face, yeah.
Yeah, the black and gold, yeah.
But with the PPG
yeah
added to it, so it had that interface, and that still works okay too. Mind you, the bushings are gone, and it's seen better days. It needs a good looking after.
We'll send Fiona over; she sorts them out.
Steve Jones to do it at some point. Steve's a wonderful tech locally and always very constructive. His answers in the forums are always great, but he's available, and he's the first keyboard tech I've actually had available to me over all these years. I've always done it myself. So look, it's you need a good tech to do this sort of work, and you don't realise how many. When you've got older gear, you don't realise how many times you're going to need a tech to actually tweak it up. You know, Kent, but
oh yes,
as someone in the Antipodes who didn't have exposure to much of it, it was sort of like, well, my solution was always to buy two, so when one broke, the other one at least I had parts or whatever. But so I have two Tritons, I have two PE 1000s. I'm going to do a Synthspirations on Jarre, Jean-Michel Jarre, because I have all his, or just about all his original keyboards. So I have the PE 1000, I've got the PE 2000, I've got a Selena, but not the. But I've got the Eminent Selena, so it's close to the Eminent 310 string section. And I've got the original pedals and so on. So I can get close to it. I haven't got a real Mellotron. I've got a digital one, but that'll have to do sort of thing.
It's close enough for jazz.
I've got a real Mark I Rhodes 74, so
nice.
An 88, which does actually sound nice. I mean, even though it's clapped out, you still play it and think, It just drops you right into that spot, and you don't get it on the later roads necessarily. But I think the very, very, very latest incarnations are good, but I wanted something that Ray Charles had sort of played. I wanted that vibe.
Yeah.
So I'll put together and I haven't got a 2600, I've got a TTSH, which is close to a 2600.
Yeah.
A clone, but I could do a passable jam on Jean-Michel Jarre without actually doing any of his material, but just simply pulling those sounds. Because you don't see a lot of PE 2000s out there now. There are very few of them that you see kicking around, even on. I don't think there's one on Reverb at the moment at all. But it's just interesting to have those authentic sounds. I've got the little Korg drum machine, so that I'll probably do a bit of a jam at the end of for 30 seconds at the end of the Synthspirations, and I'll hold up the requisite albums and
I'm the same, you know. I got the VP 330, so I can have the Blade Runner strings. Got the 80, but you know, I use a Fender on. Well, I've got a choice of different things that can do the Fender.
Yep.
I just find the one that's got the nice, the warm sound. So, it would cost too much to get all of the original gear, to do any of these things,
I nearly bought a VCS3 and I decided against it because at that stage I didn't have a working knowledge of what I was buying. I still find them mysterious. I did get a Centrix, which was kind of a poor man's substitute, but it does the bleep and bloop thing quite fine. And then there's the Apple application that does the VCS3, which is Synthy, which is a good little, a lot of presets on it, which is helpful.
Yeah, I mean, you've even got a pin for the CV lock for each VCO, so they're all free running, and until you put that pin into that little centre square, and then you go, oh, there it is, yeah. Because I remember the first one I ever worked on, I'd never seen one before, and one had come in to be restored, and go, this is going to be interesting. And it got to the point where I just had to learn how they operated, because otherwise I couldn't test it. If you can't put the right pin in to whatever to make the envelope generator work, for instance, on the filter, you go, yeah, but is it working? How do I know?
Well, you've got the
could be
colour
one of
pins.
these holes.
They're half pins or full pins too. That's the other thing.
Well, yeah, they had the different resistor values, didn't they? Yeah, so that were colour coded.
So you can still get a pin in the right hole and have the wrong pin. So that
Yeah,
there's a degree.
you not get enough response, or you get too much response. You go, is it supposed to do that? Yeah.
And it's a very fluid machine in the way it's constructed. So
Yeah.
you basically create your own synth and patch it together via the little pins. But for me, it was just, I still don't understand it. It's sitting there as a holiday project to understand a VCS3 properly. I can dial up presets on the little iPad app and get some squiggles and noises and UFO sounds out of it that way. But it's by no means a finessed performance. But anyway, the Korgs are easy to use, and the Selena strings are straightforward enough, and you can sort of see what he was doing. He had a bass line and a chord part and a lead sound, and a rhythm machine, and off he went. It was basically a 4-piece group. And Jarre was just sort of doing that sort of stuff. And a lot of it was just fill in between numbers. So he might have 90 seconds a good idea, but he'll match it up with 90 seconds of free form at the end of it, just to sort of space it out until the next track began.
Yeah.
So, the number of cohesive ideas was very, very low for the amount of time that you were. But that's the nature of those jams too. We listen to those sort of things all the time now on live streams, and it's one chord, and 45 minutes later you sort of step away from it and go, oh, okay, right, I've done that.
Because I mean, Daniel Miller was saying to me about. He said a lot of on Oxygen and Equinox. It was a lot of these other two guys that were working with him made those albums really what they were.
Well, the guy I deal with, who's also a PE 1000 guy, is Francis Rimbert.
Yeah.
He is an 80-year-old hippie who lives in a commune on the west coast of France, and he put a note in French in one of the forums saying, where can I get some keys for my P1000? So I managed to get him the keys he wanted, and they were shipped over there.
Yeah.
And then he asked, and where do I get the springs?
Oh.
So 2 sets of freight later, we got him the springs.
God.
But I got some from Centaur, but because it was a springed keyboard mechanism. And then we sort of caught up through that, but he is a fine player, and he can sit down and play anything. There was the recent French trade show where he went out on stage and played.
Yeah.
But the guy is built. He's still at 80. He's still working out every day. He looks really solid. And if you see the live from the living room studio thing that Jean-Michel Jarre does, Rimbert's the guy up the back on the Jupiter 8 and other stuff. He's a clever player. But these guys, and I think he was one of his other guys was also present during the Olympic thing. But these guys just sort of lock in. They know his repertoire. They know the structures he uses. They know the keys the thing's in. They know how to pull the sounds. And it's totally fluid. The French have this interesting way of doing synthesis that they've done since the musique concrète days back in the 60s. And the Stockhausen and all that sort of stuff. They were, in some senses, pioneering at the same time that Carlos was working out things with Bob Moog in America. They were doing a lot of stuff in France that just never get, with industrial oscillators.
To make a point about the his collaborators were doing a lot of what Oxygen and Equinox turned out to be. There was an interview with Banter who is said, yeah, so we're in the studio, and Jean-Michel walks in and goes, yeah, I have an image of a boat in the fog. I'll be back at the end of the day. And they come back, and it's the jonque. Well, I don't know the title in English, but so basically, he just had an idea that he would tell them,
Yeah.
and they would write the song. And he goes, yeah, okay, yeah, that's it. And then he adds a little bit of himself, and that's it. And that's how
Yeah.
he works. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, when you have people like that working for you, so he was a brand, or he is a brand. Like Jean-Michel Jarre is a brand. I saw him live, and I mean, he plays about 4 notes in the whole fucking show. He puts on a guitar, and he goes in front, and then you can see he's playing, and he's got a hard time playing because he's not a good keyboard player, and he doesn't claim to be a good one either. But I mean, you look at him, and I have it on video, and it's like, holy shit, really? I mean, he's having a hard time playing a simple melody. Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of it. I mean, although I enjoy the music greatly, although me and him parted company with that Jacques Cousteau one.
Yeah. Anatanda Cousteau, yeah, that's, yeah.
Up until then, fine, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, apparently he'd asked Vangelis if they would, if he was interested in doing an album with him, and Vangelis was absolutely adamant. No.
Yeah.
You know, kind of thing.
Well, the other thing is that he was the son of Maurice Jarre, who was already an established composer and film score writer.
Yeah.
And if you think about Oxygen, it's a bebop tune for sax. It's sort of bop ba-doo-da bop.
Yeah.
Bop ba-doo-da bop, and then ba-ba-doo-doo ba-ba-doo bop. It's that sort of stuff. So I'd say that there was a bit of help or guidance coming from other directions.
Very,
as
very
well.
possible. The other thing I found out was about the when he did that concert in Paris back in the day. That wasn't a working laser harp.
No, right.
It was Matey Boy who was behind him playing the synths.
Yep.
Because if you watch, it's actually if you watch the concert, because when I was told this, and I watched the concert again, and there is a bit where he goes doing the note, and he puts his hand, the gloved hand into the laser, misses the laser, and then puts his hand to it, but the sound's already sounded, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And the camera sort of like goes through, and it's looking at all the other people, and there he is, Mike Bloke's playing the synths, going like this. And the beautiful thing was at that point, I go, I know every single preset that's on the
Synths.
on the synths, and I'm going, yeah, that's B7. He's playing B7. Yeah, bank B, preset 7. Yep, okay. And it's sort of, look, you just make out some LEDs, but it's really hard to tell if it's actually B7 lit up. But I knew the sound, so.
I don't have a Synthex, but I do have a Xerces, which is the nearest approximation you can get nowadays. And you know something, and this is just my limited repertoire, but it sounds to me like you can produce a lot of the sounds on the Synthex that you can produce on a Poly 61.
Yeah.
And I don't want to, or maybe the Xerces is such a bad copy that it sounds like a Poly 61, but that was just my impression having played it for the first time. See, there were no Synthexes in Australia that I knew of or had ever played in a shop or anything. Yeah. So this was always a mystical beast.
In the real world, Poly 61 up against the Synthex, there are similarities, I grant you. There are similarities. But the cross mod that the Synthex does, which I don't think the Poly 61 does
No. You
at
can
all,
sort of do it.
and if it does, not well.
No, it doesn't. Look, the Poly 61's a crippled beast, and it was also a beast of its time, of 1983, 1984.
Yeah, but it was supposed to be the better synth over the Poly 6. And when the Poly 61 came out, and I went, oh, I'm keeping my Poly 6.
No, they're different beasts, but the digital tuning appealed to me because I was playing with a 12-piece band. I didn't want to be the guy who drifted out of tune. But also...
Yeah, but Poly 60s didn't do that.
Oh,
They didn't drift. Good Lord. Stable little girls they were. I'll have no bad words against the Poly 6.
No, I wouldn't malign it either, because you hear what I think on Dream of the Blue Turtles, the keys on that were a lot of Poly 6, and they sounded great. I think, but also the anyway. But it's my limited comparison knowledge. But I've got both synths here. I should do a side by side, shouldn't I? I should put the Xerxes up against the Poly 61 and trash both brands at once. Just down the toilet with the demos. I've never done demo videos because I always figured that it's going to be limited what you do, and other people will have better taste than you and better engineering skills and better camera work, and they'll look better on camera and they'll sound better on camera. So why do them? But I think, you know, if you ever want a comparison video, I could probably knock one up for most things.
Yeah.
But
yeah, but it's like unboxing videos. I've only done one, and I'll just remain at doing one, I think.
I remember.
Yeah.
Is that a System 55, Ken?
Yeah.
No, it was the cables. The System 55 was nothing. It was the cables.
Yeah.
The cables cost me about $250 on that live stream. But I was rolling laughing.
I couldn't believe it. I thought it was per cable. It was bags of 10. I went, oh, for fuck's sake. I go, well, I better buy enough. But I'll get more than I need. But, you know. And then they arrive and I go, this is a rather heavy box. I went, what's going on here?
They sent me 255s.
But you see, if you only ever do one unboxing video, that was the one you'd really want to do. You know.
Yeah, but you know what pissed me off about it? When we got it all working and fired up and everything like that, and I'm going, oh no, it's massively out of tune. Every single VCO was like miles out. You go up the keyboard and it went like this. It went up the keyboard and went up. Oh no!
Yeah, my Voyager used to do that. Not anymore, but it used to do that. It was stretch tuned, so the bass was flat and the treble was sharp. And
well, I must admit that Banter 55 is a good clone, because when I took the VCOs out, I go, right, let's now calibrate them. Yep, okay, and then back in and went, yep, cool, exactly like working on a 55. Brilliant.
So it's almost component for component adjustable, which is good.
Pretty much, yeah. It hasn't got the raw power of the 55.
No, it won't.
But that's understandable.
Because it's only voltage, it's not.
Yeah, because it's working on the Eurorack principle, which is what, 12? Is it 12 plus minus 12, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or 15 and 5 or something. Yeah.
I think it's plus minus 12 or something like that. Yeah. Whereas the 55, even the 7980 55 is plus minus 15. Right. But the real beast, of course, is the early 3C. That thing will take double glazing out, like the old RA Minis. Yeah. The old RA Minis compared with the 75s and the 79s, because they seem to get thinner as they got older. You know,
I agree with that.
Newer.
I agree with that.
But you get an RA, holy fucking hell.
The old op amps were all 15 volts, weren't they, Kent? The old op amps were all 15, man.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you know, so Behringer would technically work into a constraint anyway, but they did a pretty good job. But the thing is, the experience of using the 960 is exactly the same as having an original Moog 960. But when you consider the price of a 960 compared to the price of the Behringer one, but it's still the same experience.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So that's what's pretty important.
Have you still got it, Kent?
No, I've let that go. Oh. That's moved on to pastures green.
Yeah, I had a System 100 for a while. And
oh, that's beautiful.
Nah, it was just too. It's now with I think Logan Erickson in the USA, but I had 13 modules, including the mixer and a few other nice modules.
Oh, the module. Oh, right, okay. That's the 100M. Yeah.
Sorry, the 100M. Sorry,
Yeah.
no, not the little baby. No, the.
Oh, the
I mean,
100.
I do agree. The 100 is beautiful. Yeah, no.
Oh, it sounds gorgeous. Beautiful machine.
Anyway, the modular, it was showing its age. It had problems with the sockets, and I got Steve Jones to work it over, and it still wasn't giving me any joy. Some days it just wouldn't connect, or you'd have issues, and I didn't know what I was doing wrong. And I think that's the other thing too. If you're talking and living it and breathing it, and you've got other Eurorack modules to compare it against, and you've got some muscle memory for the process, but as someone who's always dealt with presets or dialing in a control panel live, just wiring it up is just just made my head explode. So always realise what you're not good at.
It's, I mean, it was the same with the 700. If you had a dodgy jack socket on the 700, you had a real problem because of they were custom jack sockets with the little chrome insert on the fronts. And of course, it doesn't screw on and bolt on or anything like that. It's just mounted on the board and pops through the hole. So if you have a problem with the jack socket, you have to repair the jack socket. There's just no two ways about it. Otherwise, you're going to have this weird-looking bloody thing sticking out on the module, which really does stand out. So I've taken them apart and then taking the components from other jack sockets and finding them and trying to get them to fit, and changing them and altering them and get them to fit into the plastic body in such a way that when it's all back together, cool, it works now.
Yeah, I had this is going to sound trivial, but I had a Novation A station with a headphone jack in it, and the headphone jack was surface mount, and I had a stereo, sort of a little stereo adapter to go from 8-inch quarters. It was sitting in the front, and the thing's toppled, or something's toppled, and it's hit, and it's punched the
thing straight
surface
through.
mount straight through.
Yeah.
And it now doesn't have a headphone jack, so I've decided to live without that. I wasn't going to repair that. But
this is the problem. I mean, this is the discussion that came up before about it's like the Behringer stuff. It's because it's so cheap. When it comes to repairs, they're financially write-offs, really.
Yeah.
Because they're so
too
cheap.
Expensive. Yeah,
They're too expensive to repair. Instead of going in the bin. And that's the only problem with really, really, really cheap gear.
Although I suppose the other way of viewing it is that if you've got a limited one-off project and you expect its lifespan to be greater than the length of the project. I'd ordered the Selena for, like the eminent Selena, to do a project in the style of Jarre. And I had that, and then I had it about 3 minutes, and one of the VCAs blew out on it. There was some problem with it, and it wasn't producing any sound. A tiny fate note and occasional clicks on fast attack. So it went back to Steve Jones to fix, but I still had the deadline. So I bought him bought from two men. I needed it so urgently, I bought two of them from different suppliers, knowing one would get here in time.
Yeah.
And I used the Behringer Selena for a project, and then sold the second one off cheap after it arrived.
Yeah.
But they were good for the short-term project. I don't expect to get 20 years out of it, but for the 15 minutes I needed it, it was the right tool for the job. But it certainly was a fairly faithful remake of the Jarre.
You should have said sound. You could have had that Strifest.
I've got a Strikefest.
Oh, you got a Strifest?
I've got a Strikefest. I've got the SE1 rack mount rolling unit. I've got Extreme Lead that's got Selena sounds in it, and the classic keys, and all the EMU ROM. I've got lots of. I just wanted that one sound, but I thought, okay, I'll get the Selena in and do it, and that way I can say I've used a Selena on it.
Yeah.
But but speaking of Behringer, I mean, I have a DeepMind 12, and I got it the first year it came out.
Yeah.
Never had an issue with it. Still works.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
You're not gigging it 8 days a week, 8 gigs a week, are you?
No, I mean it stays indoors, but I play with it all the time, and
Okay.
no issues.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's once you start, I think there's a difference between the roadworthiness of these devices and the more expensive ones.
I wouldn't
too,
take it on the road. No.
No. See, I think
Plus,
that's-
you know, you've got to take into consideration sometimes you're going to buy the Friday build.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but
Yeah.
that's true for anything.
Yeah, but that goes right back, you know, to the early days as well. You can get the Friday build one, and it's like, dear.
Well, buying vintage gear too, and you get it taken by Australia Post. I had a postie here, a postman who managed to bend the rack ears of every unit, no matter how well it was packed. He even managed to bend them inside road cases. He could bend the rack ears inside. Yeah, the road case comes completely caved in. So, yeah, there's a special.
Would he use the
talent
power
with
of his mind?
I used to actually get my gear sent to a different address just to avoid him, and I would then go and pick it up from that address.
Bloody hell.
So that was all a bit fun. I've got a TR rack, a Trinity rack with a Banter. I've got all manner of stuff. So yeah, Australia Post, just managed to crucify everything. So they'll bounce anything
I think
short
I've got
of
a picture of that eBay buy. Where is it? See if I can find it. And the bloke brought it into me and goes, he said, can you just check this over for me? He says, I bought it on eBay. It's making a funny noise. I went, oh, okay. We'll have a little look at it then. And where is it?
I think I know what's coming. Yeah, it's going to
Yeah,
be good.
where is it? I love this thing. Because when I saw it, I go, I've got to take a photograph of this. Got to. This is one for the record books. Oh, where the hell is it?
It's not the one with the shoe in it, is it?
No, that was that Monopoly. I still don't know. How? Why? Why is there it was a brown lace-up shoe just sitting on the board? Anyway. Why?
That is the funniest story.
Oh, mate, it was just sort of like, really?
It was for soul music.
Oh, are you standing in for Andrew?
Yeah. I'm still awake as well, look.
Yeah, good man.
Yeah.
I don't think I can. I don't know.
I once had a clavinet and an RSO 9 string unit sitting downstairs just to muck around on, and my parents' bathroom upstairs overflowed and filled both of those with water. So I basically had them outside, led up against the clothesline, just drying out in the sun. And they came good, but one of those moments where you don't want to revisit it.
Was that a train going by?
I believe that was a Lashan.
Yes, it's. I have a model railway at the end of the garden.
Yeah, that's the 22. Was it 22, 23 to?
No, that was. I think that was going out. So that
Was that going out? Oh.
That'd be the 2300s, or it'd be a bit earlier, wouldn't it? It'll be maybe 22 something, 50 something. Watford Junction to Euston.
Oh.
Yep.
So you should have one coming back in now, but they normally go in a lot quiet, a lot slower, a lot quieter. Should join me in the daytime pubs when I'm in the garden. I mean,
yeah,
definitely hear the trains.
Yeah.
You probably hear the planes as well when they go over.
It's
Yeah.
winter here, so it's
Automobiles.
still dark outside here at the moment. It's probably 8 a.m. But anyway, I should let you good folk get some sleep. I've bored you long enough with my soporific ramblings. But
yeah. Here's a competition for you then. Can you spot what's wrong with this synthesizer? I showed that to Richard at RL Music. I said, yeah. I said, does that look weird to you? And he went, no, it's a memory mode. I said, look closer. He went, yeah. I said, well, do you think there's something missing? He goes, what? I go, the grey buttons, you know, the numerical keypad on it. He went, oh, God, yes. Yes, you're right, yeah. Hey, why is there no holes? I said, because they decided, you go, oh, yes, you can have a new panel, but we're not putting the holes in it. You got to do that.
Oh.
God. And the potholes as well.
And the potholes as well.
Yeah.
And goes, well, that's going to be hard. How are you going to cut a square hole? I said, no, it's quite easy. What you do is you put it on the synth, and then just with a knife, go to the corners. You'll find it on, you know, because it's a metal panel, and then just go down the sides. And yeah, it took a couple of minutes in the end. But I thought, yeah, but you could have done that. Come on, could have just. You've gone to all that trouble. Couldn't you have punched it out for us? I mean, got to go and get my craft knife now.
I ended up selling years ago to RL Music my Odyssey sequencer, the ARP sequencer. Which which I sent across there years ago. Though it was purchased, I don't know why, but and then there was a picture of it. Someone said, "This is a picture. What's the site that has all of the synthesizers described?" Anyway, they had the Odyssey sequencer, and they said, "This is from eBay listing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7." And I looked at it and I said, "That's my old sequencer. It's on Synth Museum or whatever it is site."
Oh,
now it was purchased by RL Music, but they pulled the picture of my thing from my listing from years ago.
Oh, then it would have come here.
Possibly you would have worked on that.
Oh yeah, no, he brings me stuff, whether it's perfectly okay or not. He just brings it to me. He goes, "Can you just go over it?" And I'm like, "Okay."
I think with that, the buttons tended to be a bit sticky on the start and stop button, but no, it worked fine. It didn't have a lot of use. So the point was, I was doing all my work in theatre work at that stage, and you don't have use in theatre work for a 16-step sequencer. And as much as it looks great with the Odyssey, it was always a bit of a dream thing for me as a kid. I thought I'd rather pay this kid's school fees this month, so I think I got $2,000 Australian for it, which was a lot considering I paid $500 for it originally.
Yeah,
but
I think when you were selling that was the absolute pinnacle time to sell it. They were very, very highly sought after.
Yeah, I think because of the randomised function on them and things, they were seen as being...
Well, the 2600s were going like hotcakes then as well. You know, everyone and his wife wanted one.
Yeah, it's interesting how things go through phases like that. I don't know what popularises them. And, of course, being in the antipodes, we're sort of out of the conversation even further. So it was just more a desperation step to pay the kids' school fees when they were young. I mean...
Yeah.
It's all worked out well now, so I'm glad I did it. But
that it? No,
anyway.
It's not it. I thought I'd found it then.
The shoe?
No. It's this photo. What the hell is it? Come to the conclusion there's far too many photos in this on this computer.
7 or something. It was a very early 240 volt sequencer. If I had it now, I'd give it to the museum. I think I'm going to give my my Odyssey to the museum and let Dina just put it there for someone to get some use out of. But I think a lot of my stuff is about to be sold off, so getting to that stage where I'm just running out of steam.
No.
We all get there, but yeah, I just don't have the joy and the energy for it anymore. I find it's hard to get up some days. You know, it's getting slower and slower and slower. But anyway.
Oh, so, here it is. Yeah, this is... Oh, come on. Here we go. Yeah, this was I think it was a VP330 the guy had bought. Oh. No, it was a Jupiter 4. Sorry, beg your pardon. It was a Jupiter 4. And
that's the eBay one?
Yeah, this was an eBay one. So I opened it up, give it a quick check, and found that.
Oh my God. Wow.
Looks a bit different.
I think we can zoom in on it, actually. Bit lucky.
I'll increase the dimension.
Does that work?
Holy
Yeah. But at least they went to the trouble of soldering it.
You said it was
That's not good.
No. And apparently what the noise was the negative wire was touching on the inside of the case. And there was this little burn mark in the metal. And the fuse didn't go because it was massively overrated.
I did that once. We were doing a school production and they had some lighting dimmers and they all run on 3-phase. We had them to the side of stage and I could smell this fishy smell. And I couldn't work out why, but that's ozone if you ever smell it.
Yeah.
And there was inside the case, we hadn't touched it, but there was one of the 3-phases was actually arcing onto the case itself. So that was a bad one. And then years later, I was working in the hospital, and I've walked past the heart monitors when a patient goes from the A&E into imaging, and they're monitored. We take a portable monitor set, and they're left on charge most of the day. I walked in past the monitors, and I said to Chris, one of the nurses, one of the male nurses, senior nurse, said, "Can you smell that?" He said, "What?" I've gone. I was sort of sniffing like a demented Dalmatian.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh, I can't smell it." I said, "I smell fish. That's something is arcing." And eventually I identified which unit it was coming off. So we had a problem with one of the monitors was actually internally. And it was stored only feet from where the oxygen cylinders are. So you can imagine if there was an oxygen leak out of one of the cylinders and the arc from the faulty electrics caught that, you'd light up pretty quickly. Because once those cylinders started popping, they just, there's metal everywhere, it's like shrapnel.
Yeah.
So we're lucky we sort of fixed that one up. But yeah, so I'm used to the ozone smell. But yeah, the other good thing I once saw, went to a union night for the students at Melbourne University. So a lot of 18-year-olds in the room all getting drunk and a band up the front. And this one group was called Attila the Hun and the Panel Beaters. And you imagine the quality of I think that could be on YouTube even. And the sound guy was new, and he had nailed the 3-phase cable all the way along the wall at a height of 8 feet from the back of the room where the desk was to the stage up the front. And when you nail 415 volts to the wall, it's not going to be long before it goes pop. So we politely pointed out to him that maybe it wasn't a good idea and evacuated very, very quickly. You see a lot of stuff in the name of rock and roll.
Yeah, I must have said to this Jupiter 4 guy though. I said, "Have you got a cat?" He went, "Yeah." How'd you know? I said, "No, I was just wondering because if this cat had been sitting on this Jupiter 4 when you turned it on."
Happiness is a warm pussy.
Yeah, apparently so. So,
all right, guys, I'm going to leave you. I'll let you get some rest. Good to see you and good to chat.
All right, mate. Look after yourself.
See you, Steve. Nice to see you.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, mate. Let's see what this mate.
Hello, Simon.
Yeah, I'm rather proud of this one. Look. Right, this came in, and it's I think it was a 3200, and bloke had bought it from eBay again. They said, "Oh, may need some work." It's got all the veneer stripped off it and everything like that, right? And I went, "I've never veneered anything before. This should be interesting." So I go, okay, and I got bought some veneer, and so I glue it on, So this is it now veneered. See that one? Is it? No, that one. Right, that's where I got the veneer on. Looks all right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I was quite pleased with that. I had to spray this little bit black and everything like that because it's visible when the keyboard's in. And then, where is it? And then when it was all back together, we go, all done, ready to go home.
Nice.
I was really, really pleased with that, the way that come out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks brand new.
Yeah. So once it was, stained and waxed and everything like that, and God, I think I polished it for about 6 hours.
Is that Korg machine? Is it PS32?
It's a 3300, yeah.
3300.
3300, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I think they had a mock-up of one of them at the Synth Fest last time. They're doing a reissue of it, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Massive price difference. Because up until then, a 33 would fetch 110,000 at a push. I think it never went above that. It was one 3300 went for 110,000. And, the old adage, if something goes for a price, then that's the price for all the others, apparently.
Yeah. Jimmy XL had one, didn't he?
Yeah. So that's what that ended up. But you can get that from Korg for 10k.
Wow.
Now. And from what I've seen from the photos, there's absolutely no difference at all between the two units.
It's got memories on it, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's got memories and MIDI.
Yeah, well, I think on their one it has, but the original 33 didn't have the memories yet. There's the 3200, which was weird, considering it's a lesser facilitated synth. Well, no, that's not true.
It's probably space, surely. You got three. You got three modules there.
Yeah, well,
identical.
You had the 3100. The 3200 had 2 synths, and the 33 has the 3. Hence the numbering. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you've obviously got the interface at the end, and then you've got that huge keyboard connector plug. Great big cable that's about an inch thick. But once you got to that stage, because that's a very heavy keyboard anyway, they could have just made it a bit longer and put the presets in as well. And then just about mount them vertically on the side there. So it only had to be another 4, maybe 5 inches longer, and I could have put them in. So I think they, back then I think they missed a trick on it.
Why was that keyboard cable so fat? I mean, did they not multiplex it like they do today, or?
It was quite chunky wires, and I think it's a 48-way connector.
Right.
But the connector was like huge, big plastic thing, that big, and it went in and it locked in place for stage use. I think they just wanted it to be incredibly robust. I mean, even Lily couldn't have eaten through that cable. You could have left her with it for hours, and she goes, "No, I give up. No, I'm going to go and chew that stone. It's easier." So, but I was really pleased with the way that came out, because I'd never done veneering before.
It looks ace, does.
But there's always this worrying thing, because you're working on a synth and you're going to do something to it that you've never done before, and it's worth 40,000 pounds. You're going, this better work out.
Yeah.
So there's been a couple of jobs where gone, shit, now what? And I've got to come up with an interesting way of getting out of the shit and still making it look immaculate.
Yeah.
So, and then you get used to it after a while. You just go, yeah, it'll be all right. We'll sort this out.
Yeah.
Mad git. So. But if I had £1 for every time I've had a power supply or a capacitor or a synth catch fire, I could retire. There's always something, because you're working on something that's got faults.
Yeah.
And once you start going in there and sort of like, right, let's try this, right, try that. Oh, this component isn't working. And then by replacing that component, you've now actually increased the chances of fire to the next component along in the line because that one is also extremely faulty, but it hasn't blown up because that one isn't working.
Yeah.
And now it is getting the current, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's only a small fire.
So when I connected my studio up for the first time in ages, I switched to like K2 SVX, that Kurzweil thing.
Yeah.
And it works fine. It's just that after a bit, you could smell it off gassing. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
I've got to turn that off.
Yeah.
Because, I mean,
It's time for those main caps to come out, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've had it since '96.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the SCSI drive stopped working in it, and it was probably because there wasn't enough power there to drive it. Because there is a massive bulge on the power cap. They've got to come out.
Yeah. And don't do what that guy did on YouTube. Where he had this cap, and it almost looked like a light bulb when he took it out. And he thought he'd go try and burst it with a probe, and he punched it like that, and he fucking exploded. Sparks and shit everywhere. And he was like, and the camera goes fucking flying. No. You don't do that to a 6,800 UF cap, you idiot.
No, absolutely not. No. I'll have to look out for that video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite funny. But no, it's the switch mode power supplies that do my head in.
Yeah, they're a bit of a pain in the arse.
Mate, the amount of times that I've taken a switch mode out, and put it to one side like that, and do whatever I've got to do, and then get the switch mode back and just pick it up to, because I'm going to just turn it over and check a few things, and the caps have kept the charge.
Yeah.
It's like, look, like that.
Yeah.
Where's the power supply gone? Where did I throw it? You're just waiting for something to go crash behind you. Go, oh, there it is.
Yeah. You know
get
where
400 volts up the arm. You don't know about it.
Oh, no. You know where you are with the linear ones, though, don't you? It's just straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah.
The linear
Lovely,
regulator.
straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the switch mode's a pain in the arse.
But there's this common practice of, if you're replacing caps on a board or in a power supply, it doesn't really matter. And say it's 220 microfarads, right? And it's 16 volt, and you go looking, and all you've got is 220 microfarads at 35 volt. You go, it's fine. Yeah. That will work. Fine. It's not a problem. Yeah. As long as the voltage, as long as the UF is the same, the voltage rating, as long as it's not less, fine. Right up until you get to switch mode power supplies, where they put them next to each other in a tight bundle, and they go, that's 150 at 63. I got nowhere to go with that. I go, but 150 UF. I've never had to fit 150 UF in fucking anything. Why has this got 150 UF in it? So, and then the one that was next to it was just a straightforward, whatchamacallit, 1,000 at 25 volt. Yeah. And all I had was 1,000 at 63. And you go, that'd be fine. No, it's no good because you can't get it in between the other caps. Yeah. Because the 63 is slightly bigger. It's like, oh, fuck these switch modes. They can go fuck themselves. Pain in the arse.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah, give me a linear power supply any day.
Yeah, Jack is asking, who am I? Who am I? And then, as your head goes, it's Jeebus.
Yeah. That is stuck, hasn't it? It really has stuck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I came in once. I said, I wrote Fat Jesus. And it's stuck.
And it's stuck.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, why not?
Look at me and okay.
Spiritual Sandy. Yeah, but I mean, it's like Bicky.
Bicky?
Yeah. half god, half beast. And it was Nick Bat, I think.
No, it's
accidentally
Dom.
called him a
No,
half
it's
biscuit.
Dom.
Was
It was
Dom?
Dom. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
was it Dom?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Oh, it was
right
Dom.
right from the out, he read
Yeah.
his name as half god, half biscuit. He never
Yeah.
even like, yeah.
And then everybody now sort of, hi, Becky. Like that. Just from this one instance, these things stick.
Yeah. Well, but when it's funny, you know.
Yeah, but it's like the old joke, isn't it? You know, I built that bridge, but do they call me a bridge builder? Yeah. I built that church. Do they call me a church builder? No, I fuck one sheep. Oh dear. It's like on SOR where they called me Hog Rider. It's because I was waiting.
Womanizer.
Oh no, that's something else altogether going on.
I know.
But the Hog Rider come about because I was waiting for one of their shows to start, and Marilyn messaged me and said, "No, the show's going to take a little while yet because we've got some issue or whatever it was." And I said, "Oh, that's okay because I noticed there was this pig in the backfield, and I fancy seeing if I can ride it around for a little bit. You know, that'll keep me busy." So the whole Hog Rider thing come about, right? And I go, I walked into that, didn't I?
Well, gentlemen, it's going to be it for me for now because dinner time.
Oh,
Yeah, it's 6:25.
speaking from the past.
Is it loaves and fishes and a glass of red wine?
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be wine. I don't know what else, but at least wine.
Mm.
Yeah. Anyway.
Jesus, the people are hungry. What, you didn't bring packed lunches?
Yeah.
Idiots.
Yeah, so it was nice talking to you. Live
As
long and
always.
prosper. And the shocker. And see you next time.
Yep.
All
See
right.
you, Jeff.
Take care,
See ya.
Don. See ya. I still can't fix this problem on this Rolly.
What's that problem?
It will not glide correctly on this computer.
Mm.
On the Mac, it won't glide properly. Plug it into the PC, C to C, yeah, no problem. Do it on this computer, you go C to C, and what you get is C to somewhere between G and F, which is probably F sharp. And that's all you get. And I've tried to change everything in the Rolly dashboard, and it doesn't change. It just won't glide scale correctly. Don't know why. I Bluetooth it to the iPad and use the little Rolly app. Yep, C to C. Yep, no problem. But when it's on this computer, it won't. And I can't find anything that would suggest that I changed to cure it. It's been going on for a year and a half, something like that. Not longer.
How does it interface with the computer? Is it via
Just USB-C.
USB-C? Is there any way you can sort of like put a MIDI monitor in between and have a look to see what's coming where?
Yeah, but this is the thing. When you monitor it, it shows it as going from C to C when you do the glide.
Yeah.
But Equator 2 in Cubase, it doesn't. If I run up the dashboard on the computer, on the Mac, and go from C to C, it shows it going to C to C. But that's not what you get when it's running within Cubase. However, Rolly Grand does work, playing the same bit of software. Right.
That's odd, isn't it?
It is. And there was firmware come out for the Rise. Was it today? Yesterday? Well, probably yesterday. It's hard to I don't know. I think this week anyway. So I updated the firmware on it, and I go, oh, perhaps they fixed this bug, and nope, still there.
Have you got another door on your Mac that you could try it on and see if you've got the same symptoms in the
No, do you know what? I haven't tried that.
I mean, they all come with the bog standard. What is it? They come with Logic.
Do they really? I didn't.
I think it's in the app box.
It's sort of like a Logic Lite, is it, or something?
Yeah, I think so, something like that. Or GarageBand, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, Garage. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I might try and go down that route then.
But this is on Keybase, is it?
Yeah.
I don't know if that is what Jack's on about in the chat, or whether that's another. What that applies to.
Yes, it is, and that's why the rise and the block will glide correctly on Equator 2 in Cubase 14. But the rise won't, and it won't do it in 13 either. But all the other rollies do it. So unless there's something wrong with this rise 2, and I really hope it isn't. No, there isn't anything wrong with this rise 2. I'll tell you for why. Because I put my rise 1 on it, and it does the same thing. And I cannot work out why. Very strange. But it must be something software-y somewhere. Because I can get it to go from C to C properly if I fire everything... Well, if I fire everything up fresh and do it, it will do it. It'll go from C to C. But if I change the preset, it will never do it again. So, like, for instance, that's supposed to be an octave. It's barely, what? A note. Barely. So, and that's with all the scaling and everything in the dashboard set to what the Riley requires. No, I know it. So, you know, I mean, a sensible person will turn around to me and say, well, just use the C-board then if the C-board works. The thing is, the C-board is intrinsically harder to play than the Rise. Because the C-board, its resolution is off the scale. If you don't hit that key dead on centre, it'll be out of tune. And I'm out of practice with the C-board, to be honest with you. So, plus the thing's fucking enormous. Because ideally I want the keyboard up here, so I can play it with the Deluxe. And, it's just the state of affairs at the moment. Bit of a pain in the bum. Mind you, I think I've left things long enough now to email iLock again and say I've lost my iLock. Not it's broken, but lost it. Because apparently the worst thing you do is say to them that it's broken.
But you're not sorted that yet.
No, I'm leaving it long enough so that they forget that I emailed them.
Right.
And say I've lost it. Because somebody told me, I don't know who it was, but somebody said, oh, no, these things stay on record for about 3 months. I go, well, it's more than 3 months now. Because apparently if you say it's lost, they send you immediate temporary licenses for all the stuff that's listed on the broken iLock. So I can get my Slate Raven going. It's been sitting here staring at me. At the moment, it's just a very attractive monitor instead of being a 27-inch iPad. I tell you what, using Cubase with a slate is fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, just get all those sliders and go like that. You want this, that, and the other. Go plip, 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 done. Yeah, right, just warm that up a little bit. Cool, and off you go. This trackpad, it drives me fucking nuts. The length, I don't know what it is, but I know I've got a long monitor, but sometimes I have to go
you can
like 3 times.
You can adjust that.
Yeah, but then when you start doing the smaller detail stuff, it's like, oh, fuck it. No. You can't fucking win. But I am incredibly impressed with how long a single charge on that pad lasts.
What, on the trackpad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting on for like 6 months. It hasn't needed charging again yet.
6 months?
Yeah. Straight up.
What, an Apple?
I think it's an Apple one. Yeah, it's an Apple one. Yeah.
I don't get 6 months out of mine.
What I don't get 6 months out of is the keyboard.
That's not an Apple one, is it?
It's not an Apple one. But that trackpad, I hardly ever have to. And I know it's got to be at least 6 months because I have no idea where the fuck the lightning cable for it is. So that's going to be interesting when it does go flat.
So yeah. So I charged mine up when I got back from Berlin.
Yeah.
Which was, what, 2 weeks ago?
Now, yeah.
Yeah. I'm at 57%.
Right.
So that'll last another couple of weeks. So I get about a month.
Mind you, you work at your computer all day long as well, don't you?
This is true.
Whereas I do not.
Yeah. Could be that.
Yeah, I think it could be that.
Excuse me.
But even at those times, I'm still going, wow, the charge really lasts a long time in this. Yeah.
And that's the wedgie one. It's not the. It's that one, yeah.
Yes, but in white, I think my one is. Yeah, so you got the black one.
I got the black one, yeah, which I kind of instantly regretted because I don't know if you can pick it up on the camera, but you can kind of see where your fingers go.
Yeah,
it's all. I mean, I'm sure if you just got a nice bit of polish or something on there, it just wipe off.
Yeah, foam spray. Yeah, the foam spray will do it. Well,
so and it was the same with this as well, because again, you look, you can see on the keys.
Yeah. No, well, funny enough, I've got that keyboard as well.
Is that the Magic keyboard?
Yeah.
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 I want to get that. I can't remember where I bought them from. I got this USB cable, and on the end is just a magnet, and then you have all the different types like Lightning, USB 2, whatever, and you just put them on. I'd love to get one of them again. It's really handy.
I just got one of these mini keys for my Mac.
Oh yeah.
And it says.
Yeah.
The only problem is when I turn it on for the first time, it takes a bit to connect to it.
All right.
Yeah, that white one doesn't all.
Is it?
Yeah. It's like you fire up the computer and it goes through all the process and it's there, wind up. And then it finally fires up and goes, please enter your, Apple thingy. And you go, like that, and look up, and it's done nothing. Okay. Look up. It's done 3 of the numbers. All right, just wait a minute. Okay, and now... it's gone through, yeah.
What I like about this one, it's got the fingerprint scanner on, so I can just do Touch ID for everything.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice.
So that makes it very easy to buy shit.
Does it connect straight away?
Yeah.
Yeah, and pass keys, you just go like that and boom, done. So quite a handy little thing.
I think one of the things that I had to really learn jump into Mac was that what is it? The command key, I think it is.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the command key. That was because on the PC keyboard you get Alt and something,
Control.
don't you?
Control.
Yeah, Alt and Control. That was it. Whereas you got this has got this command as well. Oh, huh?
Yeah.
I think that's the key. If you move to a Mac, spend a bit of time learning those shortcuts, because those shortcuts, all your command shortcuts and your alts and stuff, they've been a part of the Mac way of doing things
forever.
Since, and so there's so many good ones.
Yeah.
That as you learn them and pick them up, or somebody says, "Oh, why do you do like that when you can just do that?" And you go, "I don't know. I didn't know I could do that. Now I know," and it's great. The little shortcuts. It's very clever. The reason I have the big keypad though is because it's got the number pad on the right, and I do a lot of like number work. So it's just for me. It's just like I've so used to doing that. And also with my editors, some of my pieces of software I use at work, it's handy to have that thing there. But
but it's the same with, on the Cubase, where it used to be, Shift V, Shift C sort of thing, and all that sort of. Now it's Command C, Command V, and stuff like that. But the biggest thing I had to learn, and it took a while, and it was such a pain in the ass. When you close a window, the closing is on that side of the window, not that side of the window. Because I kept going over there and going, "There's nothing there."
where is it?
Hang on, oh, well, fuck, it's over here. Again.
When I moved over from Windows to Mac, I just thought it was such a breath of fresh air. Honestly, I thought all these little Mackie quirks. Fine.
Yeah.
All those
You
little
see
things
now,
that
in the
pain
workshop, I've got
arse.
the Lappy, right? So when I'm setting up the pub workshop, and I call up various things, and the process is you fire up StreamYard, you set up the stream, then go in, click invite, get the link, put it in the chat, and then fire up another window to go to Cubase, to go to YouTube, go to my channel, go to the live, select the now newly created stream, go into that, and then click on the thingy so it goes pinned to chat, so it goes at the top rather than just writing it in, because it'll eventually it disappears, and then somebody comes in after an hour will not be able to go back far enough in the chat to find the link. So rather than just putting it in every time somebody asks for the link, and then I have to close that, because if I don't close it, if I start the stream, you get the echo and things like that. And every single fucking time now, I go to the left to close the window, and it's fucking not there, is it? It's up there. Fucking thing.
Thing is, I still work with a Windows computer every day.
Yeah.
But I remote into it from here. So the computer's in the corner over there. But rather than have two monitors, I just remote into it from here, and that's why I've got the widescreen monitor, so I can just put stuff over where I want it. So I'm working in Windows, and I go to PC. It still happens very, very rarely. Like a lot of the stuff I use, because I use the Microsoft remote thing, it translates Mac versions of commands. So like instead of Control C, Control V on the Windows, you do Command C, Command V.
Yeah. So
if I do Command C or Command V in the remote app on Windows, it says, "Oh, that's because you're using a Mac, so I'm going to do Control." So it automatically kind of does stuff. But there are little things that will still catch me out. Like some applications, I've got an application that I use on both my Mac and my PC, and it's a video editing thing. And Control S, or is it? I don't think I even need to use the control button. It's just S for slice. So I put the cursor where the playhead wherever I want it, and I just press S, and it slices that into two separate parts.
Yeah.
But on the Mac version, they've adopted the Mac kind of the accepted Mac method of doing stuff. So when you want to do that in Logic, for example, it's Command T. So this application does Command T as well.
Right.
So same application, but it's a different keystroke to do this one job. And sometimes, because I'm working on the same screen, I forget whether I'm working on the Mac or the PC. I go, "Why the fuck aren't you?" Oh shit, yes.
Yeah.
Every now and again, it still catches me out. But
Yeah. But it's my other muscle memory is when I do, command BC or CV, isn't it? I'm having to think now. Yeah, C, command C, command
cut and
V.
paste is C and V. Yeah.
Cut and paste, yeah.
And X is...
Because you don't have this command key on a Windows keyboard, my muscle memory still makes me go to the key that's at the position. So I hit Control X, Control C, and I go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Where's everything that I just worked on gone? Oh, undo, delete.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank God for that feature.
That's it.
Yeah. So, and yeah, all right. It took a couple of weeks or so, but then the muscle memory set in. But it's because I'm going back to a Windows machine down in the workshop. It's
yeah. One of the things that and I don't know if you, Steve, found this when you converted over. It was one of the first things that I thought, oh God, they've really got this nailed down in the Mac. So you've got a whole bunch of files on your desktop and you want to put them into a folder.
Yeah.
So you just select those files and you just right click or right tap or whatever it is and just new folder, and it creates a new folder and it puts all those files in that folder and then prepares the folder name to be typed into.
Yeah.
So you then just type in the name. Whereas on Windows, you have to create the folder, name it, it's two tasks, and then grab the files,
drag them over. Yeah.
It's just little things like that. It's so simple.
Yeah, I know. Because it caught me out because I had to do very much the same thing, and I went, oh, all right, create folder, and I created folder, not knowing that it all goes in the folder and goes over to there, and blah 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 blah, which of course on a PC would have been over here, and I didn't know this, and I was going, oh no, I've lost the files. Oh no.
Yeah.
And because it's such a wide monitor, it was out of my peripheral vision basically over here, and it was behind the camera app thing that's permanently there, fucking running around. It was days before I found it. I went, oh, what's this? Oh, it's bloody files. I thought they were gone.
Everything just seems so polished in it, doesn't it? It's like the attention to detail. When you know, I mean, I just well, you call it an upgrade. Changed to Windows 11 at work. So, you know, and you can see that they've nicked a load of stuff from the Mac OS.
They've done it from day one with Windows. It was all nicked.
But I wish they'd borrowed the other things as well, like having close window on the same size. And when you want to shut down your Mac, put it at the bottom and not at the top. Or vice versa, rather.
I quite like the fact that everything is at the top, and then it's the only thing I've got on the bottom is my dock.
Yeah. I do sometimes get this thing where I bring the mouse down to the dock and it doesn't come up.
Okay.
I go, and then so I go down again and come up, and it doesn't come up. And I go, so I go down and you have to click sometimes to try and make it come up. But of course, everything that's on the screen shoots off, and you go click, and everything comes back again, and then the dock pops up. It's like,
what I found strange was when you've got like the window, like for StreamYard open at the moment, if I sort of drag it across the two monitors, so it's in the middle essentially.
Yeah.
Half of it disappears. It's not like it does it in Windows where you can have. And I know you've got the gap in the middle, but I just find half of it disappearing a bit daft.
Yeah.
I know one.
Do you know what's worse? If you have two monitors at different sizes.
Yeah.
Because when I drag the mouse across here to come out onto the Slate Raven, if I do it near the bottom of the screen, nothing will happen. I have to come up and move in a bit because the fucking Mac monitor's smaller.
You have to go into the monitor section.
It's pathway,
you can line them up to where you want them.
Yeah. Got used to it, but I'm perfectly used to it now.
So that was one thing I accidentally discovered. I think was it when we went to Sequoia, or was it the one before? I got my MacBook running down here. I was doing something on the MacBook and got that there. And I moved the cursor all the way over to the left of the screen and it disappeared. I was like, where the fuck's it gone? And then I noticed it was now on the MacBook.
Yeah.
And I could control my MacBook from the keyboard and trackpad on my main Mac. And then vice versa, I could do the same. I thought, that's cool, because now I can have both computers running, and I don't have to worry about going over to the MacBook. I can just sit here and go, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Little things.
It's like this thing with if I make notes on my iPad down in the workshop, and make various notes and things, and then I'll get a couple of messages come in on Messenger, and talk blah 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 blah, and all the rest of it. And when I come in later in the evening, say like on a Friday, we're going to do the show, and I turn on the Mac, and it hasn't been on all day, and it fires up, go in, and everything like that, and Messenger window pops up, and the notepad pops up with everything that I wrote in the workshop. It's all updated, and it's like,
for me, that's one of the nicest things is this whole iCloud synchronization.
Yeah.
Where I can do stuff on my phone, on my Mac, on my MacBook, and I don't have to worry about saving it into a specific location. It just does it.
It just does it. It's the same with the Discord stuff. It's all updated. It's there, so you don't have this. Oh, which notepad did I write that down in?
Yeah.
Did I do it upstairs on the Big Mac, or did I do it on the iPad down in the workshop, kind of thing? Whereas with Windows, you've got to send everything, and you've got to know to do it. But
and that's
Mac
one of the
just does
benefits. People talk about Apple and the whole Apple ecosystem, and with Windows, you don't have an ecosystem like you do with Apple. So you don't have. I mean, yes, you've got the Surfaces and stuff, but you don't have this whole thing. I've got my Apple TVs, and if I watch something on Apple TV and I pause it, or I stop it because I'm too tired, the next day I can come to my thing and fire up my Apple TV, and it knows exactly where I was. And this is on my Mac, and so it's that whole ecosystem that literally just works. I know that was a kind of a catchphrase of Jobs, but it does. It just fucking works, and it doesn't ask you any questions. You don't have to jump through hoops, and it's just so convenient. It really is.
I've just gone down the route of that RTP MIDI because I bought some iConnectivity Mio XLs and the XM, so I can connect all these different satellites up of stuff, and I've just got it all connected with Ethernet, and I mean it all just works straight away out of on the Apple stuff. I mean, you have to set up the RTP stuff in the MIDI control, but with Windows you have to download a separate app for that and everything. It's just all integrated.
Up there somewhere I've got a thing. It's called it's made by a company called Event, who I don't think exist anymore, or if they do, they're not doing what they used to.
Change their name or something.
Yeah. And they brought out this thing in the early 2000s called the Easy Bus, and it was this desktop hardware mixer, but it was a 3-in-1 device. So it was an audio mixer with loads of inputs on it. It had loads of analog inputs. It had ADAT inputs. It had SPDIF inputs and outputs. All the digital clocking. It had a couple of MIDI ports on there as well. And so you could actually use it as a proper hardware mixer. And it was made of metal. It weighed a ton. Really, really nice. But it had two extra options. One was there was also an audio interface, a USB audio interface, albeit because it was early 2000s, it was USB 1. So you could only do like 2 channels at a time, unless you bought the PCI ADAT card. So you could put the PCI ADAT card in your computer and connect it via ADAT to the mixer and do 8 channels at once. That was the only way you could do it at that time. And it was also control surface. So it had transport controls. So you could just call up say for example, a Cubase template, and it would then be able to control Cubase, and your mixer faders would, work the faders in Cubase, and your transport would work the transport, and your mutes and your solos, and your panning, it all went up. And you could also use it for software instruments as well. I think one of the presets on there was, what was it? I don't think it was Arturia, but it was one of the early. It was the Native Instruments. They did a B3 plugin very early on. They had this Hammond B3 plugin, and your faders, if you put it into that mode, your faders became the drawbars.
God, I remember that plugin.
Yeah, and it was a really, and it cost, I don't know how much it cost, about 500 quid, I think. And I bought it on finance. By the time I finished paying the finance off, about 6 months later, they'd basically abandoned it because it was USB 1. It was just struggling to handle audio at decent quality. And they updated the drivers a couple of times, and it didn't really fix it. Eventually, about a year or two later, there's a company called is it Ploytech? They're still going, but I think they're a German company, and they wrote a brand new driver for it, and you had to pay, I don't know, I can't remember how much it was, about 40 or 50 quid for this driver, but it made it quite usable again. And then eventually, Windows updated and Ploytech stopped doing it, and eventually it just became useless as an audio interface, and then pretty useless as a control surface. So in the end, I only ever used it as a hardware mixer, and it was very, very good at being a hardware mixer until one or two of the channels have started to make really nasty noises. So it's just gone on the shelf there, and maybe one day I'll get somebody to look at it, But I remember when I got my first Mac, I wonder if this will work on the Mac, and do I have to jump through hoops? Could I maybe, give it a second life? And I swear, I plugged it in, and it just popped straight up in the Mac. Core audio, 2 channels of stereo, 44.1 16-bit, and it worked flawlessly as an audio interface. I thought that just tells you everything you really need to know. That.
Well, that's just one of my regrets, is that, remember Widdy?
Yes.
Yeah, I had all those Widdy.
That's another thing that Windows doesn't like.
Yeah, those Widdy buds, and I tried to get these machines to communicate, and I just couldn't get them to communicate. So I gave them to Ian.
Yes.
Oh, fucking handful. There's about 12 of them, buds and whatnots. And they go, there you go, I can't get this to work. Then I got this and just went, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But even with, all the WIDI stuff will work natively with the Mac's built-in Bluetooth, and it will work very, very well.
Yeah.
But even saying that, I still use a WIDI bud on my Mac, because WIDI to WIDI is just that little bit better than WIDI to Mac, and a shit ton better than WIDI to Windows.
Yeah.
It's just awful.
Yeah. I mean, for a while I thought it was me.
Yeah.
And so it just didn't want to know.
No.
I don't think I ever successfully managed to transfer a single note to the computer from any of the keyboards that were in it. Because I mean, I had 12 of them.
Yeah, something like that.
And none of them.
Bonkers.
I mean, oh, no, do you know
I
what?
carry them even in my little rucksack. I always carry one.
Yeah.
A pair. I'll carry a WIDI master to go into a regular MIDI socket, and I'll carry a WIDI bud to go into the Mac in USB. So that wherever I might be, if I have the need to do a wireless MIDI connection, just pop them out of the bag and pop them in, and away you go. Job's a good one. I even started to set this shit up. So I got those, the RX5 and the RX11 and the RM1X there.
Can't believe I just did that.
Along with a couple of the DX1 and the DX5. I think I set all of that. They've all got WIDI in them, and I set them all up as a group, so that I can just, from my Mac, I can address every single one of those just through that one connection on the Mac and the connections on the back of the instruments. I can just pull them up, and no cables, no latency, or negligible.
Did you see what I did?
No, what did you do?
You pointed like, I'm even doing these up here, and I dipped my head down to look up. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Dear, oh dear. But most of the stuff nowadays, everything's got USB. It's like, I've got this poly brute, I've got the Matrix brute, I've got the Polybrute 6 over there, the Mini Brute 2S, the Astrolab. All of that's connected via. I've got a USB hub at the back there.
Yeah.
That's connected on an extension cable to the back of the Mac here.
Yeah.
So I don't even need WIDI for a lot of that stuff because it's all just USB and it all works absolutely fine. It synchronizes and
Yeah.
there you go. I need to play around with that Mini Brute 2S again. Played with that for a while. It's an interesting machine.
Did they do different coloured covers for these headphones?
What? Pads?
Yeah.
Well, I've got my ones are black, but these are like third-party replacements with a cooling gel in them.
Yeah.
But Bayer only do grey. I think on some models they do a black one, but I don't know if they do a black one for that one.
It's just that every time I see myself on camera, I look like a farmer from Yorkshire, with the big sideburns.
Or you look like a very old Princess Leia.
Yeah, because it's all it matches my hair too well. I have to change the colour of my hair, that's what I have to do.
I'll send you a link. I got these off of Amazon because I got fed up with the Bayer ones are super comfortable when they're brand new.
Yeah.
And then eventually over time they'll get a little flat. And so you can take them off and you can stick them in a bowl of warm water with a little bit of fairy liquid in.
Yeah.
Soak them, squeeze them, let them sit there for a little while and then take them out, squeeze them out, dry them out, put them in the airing cupboard for a day.
Oh, God.
And jobs are good. But the thing is, especially because I wear these a lot,
yeah,
and obviously you get a bit hot and sweaty, after a while the grey starts to turn a shade of green, and
nice.
it's just stained from the sweat.
Yeah.
So you can't get rid of it. Well, you can get rid of a lot of it, but a lot of it's still, there's still a hint of green. So I just thought, oh, fuck this. So I thought I wonder if Bayer do a different set. Maybe they do a set, black ones, because that will, you won't see the color, the discoloration. I went on Amazon.
Do it in black and red squares. Yeah.
I went on Amazon and just searched Bayer Dynamic ear pads or whatever, and this was a third party company, and it's like a cooling gel.
Yeah.
And the actual material is kind of like a silky material. So the the gel molds to your form, to the side of your head.
Yeah.
But it's a really nice kind of silky contact, so it doesn't get sort of hot and too hot and sticky.
Yeah.
But you can also, and I haven't tried this yet, but it says in the instructions you can peel back the cover and drop water into the gel, and it cools it even more. So you just put these little droplets of water and it just makes the gel even cooler, so when you put them on. But it is noticeable when I put them on, they feel cold and then they don't get that warm. And I think it's only like one of these Chinese brands with weird names.
Oh, okay.
And they weren't that expensive.
What headphones are those you got, Robbie?
These ones, Bayer Dynamic 770 Pro XLEs.
Right.
Yeah, bit of a mouthful, but I used yours are the 770 Pros, aren't they?
Yeah, mine's the 770 Pro X. Yeah.
Yeah, so the 770. Well, because you got Bayers, haven't you?
Yeah. What are they? 990s.
So they're the open back ones.
Yeah. DC
Yeah.
990s.
I had 770 Pros for years, and then I thought, I'm going to treat myself to a new pair, and they just brought this 770 Pro XLE, and it's like the centenary edition because it was 100 years of Bayer. So I bought them, and they're slightly different to the regular 770s. They've got a slightly different driver in them with a better frequency response. But nothing majorly noticeable. And they're still, they're just lovely. They're comfortable. I like the closed backs because what I do a lot of microphone work, so it just stops all of that bleed through. But I won't bore you with the top. The slider caps that sit at the bottom of each end of the headband. So after a few years, they will eventually start to maybe split or crack. And you buy a slider repair kit, it's about 20 quid, and you can just swap them over. These ones, they're a year old next week, and they've cracked twice. The first time I complained, and they said you need to send it to the UK distributor because you can't deal direct with Bayer anymore because they don't deal with anything outside the EU. So I had to go. I went to Polar Audio in the UK. I said, I've got this cracked thing. It's under warranty. Here's my invoice. And they said, you're going to have to send it back to us to repair. I said, it's a slider cap. It's like 2 screws. Boom, it's done. Just send me the slider cap things. Don't worry about it. Oh, no. You have to send it back to us because it's, then it's covered by the warranty. So I had to send the headphones back to them at my expense. And then they took about 3 to 4 weeks to fix them because they had to order the part in from Germany. So Bayer had eventually sent this pack to the UK, to their distributor, for them to fit and then send back to me. So I was without my headphones for about a month. And then a few weeks ago, I noticed the other side had cracked. So I wasn't prepared to be without my headphones. So I went and bought slider repair kit, which they charge you £20 and then £12 shipping.
Bloody hell.
From the UK. I mean, it's not like it's coming from Europe.
No.
So I wrote a strongly worded email to Bayer in Germany and said, look, this isn't good enough. It's an expensive set of headphones. They've cracked twice. Bayer, to their credit, were very polite, and they said, we're really, really sorry, and that shouldn't happen, but maybe it's happened because you've overextended the headphones. I said, well, look, I don't think I've got a particularly fat head, and when I take them on and off, they don't go any wider than they need to slide onto my ears. So they then said, okay, well, look, we'll send you a replacement kit for nothing. I said, brilliant. Then I've got a spare. Thank you very much. They said, but we don't post it to the UK. Do you know anybody in the EU that we can send it to who could then forward it on? I'm like, really? Are you? So this happened just before Super Booth. So I said, look, I'm going to be in Germany from the 7th to the 11th of May. Can you get it to my hotel? Oh, yes, that'll be absolutely fine. Yeah, we'll do that. Brilliant. So I'm waiting for this package to turn up at the hotel. I check out on the Sunday and I said, have there been a package? No, there's no package. The hotel then said, we can't forward it to you because if you're no longer a resident at the hotel, we're not allowed to accept it. No. So when it arrives, we'll have to reject it. So, of course, I get back to the UK on the Sunday. I think it was on the Tuesday. I get an email from Bayer Dynamics saying, oh, they've rejected the delivery of the package. It's coming back to us. What do you want us to do? I said, I just want you to send it to my house. How difficult can it be? And they said, well, we can't do that. So I said, well, you already send these to your distributor in the UK. Why not get them to send it to me free of charge? Oh, we didn't think of that. So they contacted Polar. Polar then contacted me and said, how can we help? And I said, please send me this free of charge repair kit. Oh, yes, we'll do that for you. But we've got to order it in. We're out of stock. It'll take 2 to 3 weeks. Oh. It's just a joke. Oh, my God. Absolute joke. Yeah. And it's just made me think, you know what? The next set of headphones I buy probably won't be Bayer Dynamic. Even though I really love the way they sound, the way they feel. I'm just done with them, I think, as a company.
I'll just try a few out at Gear Fest this year.
Yeah.
See what's on offer.
That's it. I just need something that is comfortable for long periods of time. Yeah. That's the thing. It's not. I don't do lots of on and off. I'll record a voiceover for a module at work, and it might take a couple of hours. I'll do a show. It might take a couple of hours. I just put the headphones on and that's it, and I'm there. And these are really, really nice, and they're easy to get through, and they don't. As far as your hearing is concerned, you don't tire of the sound. It's quite nice. Never mind. Live and learn. Oh.
Pitter patter of tiny feet.
Oh, yes.
Somebody's gone down the stairs at 1,000 miles an hour.
Is it raining over there, Kent?
It doesn't appear to be, no.
Never due rain tonight for a couple of hours or so.
Yeah. I think we're due because I was going to.
I think we had some last night.
I was going to put all the cardboard boxes out on out the backyard that I've unpacked today, but it said it was going to rain for a few hours. I thought, no, I don't want to deal with that mushy shit then.
It's been raining here this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be cold and lucky for a few days, isn't it now?
Yeah. It's
Well,
bank holiday, isn't it?
I went out today and it was like really grey and dull, but it was really warm.
Yeah, I found that.
Well, right now, at the moment, it's 15 degrees and it's gone midnight outside.
Well, I've had to shut the loft window because of the rain, and it's 29 in here.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
I know.
It's supposed to get a bit windy as well tomorrow.
That's the beans.
Yeah. Or the chili. Yeah, I had chili for dinner today. That'll make an appearance overnight, I'm sure.
Lovely.
Yes, we're supposed to get rain for a few days. Next Saturday's supposed to be quite nice.
Oh, okay.
Still, it's bank holiday weekend, and it's
supposed to be awful.
It's
isn't it?
destined to be shite, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just I put 3 IKEA bookcases up today.
That must have hurt.
Does a bit because I'm so out of shape.
Only when you walk, though.
Yeah, they're bigger than Volkers.
It's funny because our nearest IKEA is Thurrock on the M25.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good hour and a half, maybe, drive. But you can order online and have it delivered to your local Tesco. Takes 2 or 3 days from the order for it to then be delivered, but you have it done there for free. So otherwise, if you have it sent to your home, it's 30 or 40 quid. But you have it delivered to Tesco, which is literally 2 minutes down the road from me. Pick it up for free. The bloke, I get a text message from IKEA saying your order will be available for collection at 20 to 3 this afternoon. Please turn up on time, etc., etc. Look out for a white van, registration number, blah blah blah. And we get there, and I'm there at 20 to 3, and there's no white van. There are 2 signs in the Tesco car park saying IKEA pickup point, and they're both pointing in the opposite directions. So we're like, oh, do we triangulate and stand in the middle of them or something? Whatever. And then this crowd of people starts appearing, and I never realised how popular ordering IKEA was around there, because slowly this little crowd of people's gathering in the middle of Tesco's car park. We're all going, IKEA? Yeah, IKEA. Yeah. And then the guy turns up, bless him, he looks a bit stressed, and he's got a van full of stuff. I mean, loads of stuff. But yeah, there you go. That's how we get our IKEA in Middle Earth. But yeah, I bought some shelves last year, and they've not worked. They're not very good, actually. They're the IKEA ones. They're floating shelves, but they've got a bit of a tilt on them, and I don't know whether it's the shelf, because the bracket that goes on the wall is solid. It's literally right up. It's flush with the wall, and you can't move it. As soon as you put the shelf on, the shelf goes like that. As soon as you put anything on it. So I've got 24 holes in my wall, because there was 8 holes per shelf that are now gaping and need filling. So I have to go and get some polyfiller today. I'll do that tomorrow. But then the bookshelves came, it's much better. Just stand them up, put all my DVDs and Blu-rays and other bits and bobs in there, and have Jackie moan at me. Oh, where am I going to put my ornaments? Up your ass. I don't know. Yes.
Now the doorbell rang off the bloody door this morning, and it was. And I come down, And I go, God, bloody hell, Amazon early. I go to the door and there's loads. The bloke's gone. He says, he's got this big pile of stuff. He goes, here you go, babe. Oh, cheers, mate. And he goes, no, hang on. He says, he goes back to the van. And he comes out with some more boxes and pieces like this. He goes, here you go. And I go, no, I haven't ordered this stuff, have I? And I'm looking, and it's all Fiona. And so I go, yeah, thanks for mate. And off he went. There's about 8-9 boxes. And then, the envelope ones as well, a few of them knocking around. So, and I go in, prod Fiona. I said, your deliveries have arrived. And she goes, oh, good, right, okay, right. And she goes, oh, I'm getting up then. And I go, so what is it then? And she goes, oh, it's just some bits and pieces. And I went, yeah, what is it then? And she goes, well, I got this bloody blah blah from there. She goes, this will do the vinyl on door trims. She goes, I got the stuff where they got the carpet at the bottom. She goes, I'm going to restain the carpet to match the motif within the car. And you're really getting into this, aren't you? Yeah, and I got this big industrial stapler as well for the hardboard stuff that goes under the dashboard and was okay, all right.
So you benefit after all.
Yeah. So, and she's got this scheme. It's like interior design masters or something. So it's going to be all this up here and I go, okay. So I imagine that when the interior's finished, you open the door, get in the car, and there'll be vases of tulips and stuff like that on the dashboard, and a nice glass coffee table on the back seat. And she's ordered all these bits of hardboard as well. She goes, well, this is going to be the real parcel shelf, and I got this material. This is going on the seat at the back and here, and it's doing this, that, and the other. I go, okay. This is your project.
I keep getting stuff every day turn up from Amazon. And I'm like, what the fuck's that? It's Jackie.
Yeah.
He gets home from work. Oh, what's that? She goes, oh, it's just more art material. It's just like another set of paint or is it chalk? Whatever the stuff.
Yeah.
I opened the bloody fridge the other day. There's a box of her arts materials in the fridge because apparently they get all soft and then they're useless. So she keeps her art materials in the bloody fridge in the box we use, keep for all the bits that go in sandwiches. And like, just imagine making a sandwich when you're a little bit, dopey and it tasting a bit chalky.
Yeah. Mm.
And then you've got the black stuff,
Yeah.
Oh,
mate.
My fucking daughter, she's like the queen of Vinted. She buys stuff on Vinted. You get these little packages, like this network of women around the country selling clothes to each other for £2 or £3 a pop, and they just pack them up in like a Tesco's carry bag and put a bit of sellotape around it, and then the post sort of tries to shove them through the letterbox, and then Sophia actually went out and bought these proper postage bags. They're made out of some type of plastic. They're grey, but they're quite tough. But they're thin, but they're still quite nothing gets damaged. And she prints out all the labels on the printer. She uses the printer more than I bloody do. And then she'll have a pile of stuff over there ready to go in the morning, or in a couple of carrier bags, and then she'll do a special trip to the post office, post all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's all, it's all good name stuff, like Brandy Melville, or that's the one that she's really into. I walked past a Brandy Melville shop in Covent Garden the other day, and it's all for girls who are probably about the same size as Chris Lowe here. They're tiny things. It's just like there's nothing to this stuff, and it's all white and cream. Yeah, but she loves it. So
well,
you do.
Yeah, well, I still like having fun with the Amazon drivers when they do the like when those Stanley knife blades came. There you go. Yeah, he says I've got you've got every date of birth. I'm going. Seriously?
Yeah.
That's nuts, isn't it?
I go, yeah, 10, 12, 62. And he goes, 19? I mean, yeah, not 18. I go, I'm not that bad, am I?
Yeah.
Always love having a giggle with them about it. Because they have that expression of, I need your date of birth.
I'm sorry, but you've got to have
I'm sorry, this is the rules. Yeah. I go, yeah, mate, I get it.
Well,
Stupid rule,
I
but
mean,
yeah, I get it.
It only takes one to not check, and it gets in the hands of someone who isn't using it for the appropriate purpose.
I think I don't know if the Stanley knife is the weapon of choice. Even.
Well, what was it? The 9/11 guys used box cutters. So I mean, you're going to get
I suppose
probably one of the safest of industrial blades. It's a box cutter, isn't it?
Yeah.
I used to have one shaped like a fish. I worked at Argos.
Box cutter.
Yeah. Yes.
So Fiona said to me, she goes, "So what are the Stanley blades with the curved blades?" And I went, "Oh, that's for cutting round things." And she went, "Oh." And then she went, "Oh, wait a minute."
Oh, I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow.
Little as possible.
Yeah, well, I've got to finish moving things because we've moved all this stuff into these bookcases. Well, I say there's no books in these new bookcases. It's all discs stuff.
Right.
But I had a bunch of music stuff in a bookcase upstairs. So I brought all those down. So I've made space in the bookcase upstairs, and I've got another bookcase down here, like me books. So I've got to transfer as many of those, if not all of them. But unfortunately, the bottom shelf is like a lot of big books, like mostly synthesizer books and manuals, and they're that tall. So that's a pain in the arse to get into a sort of like a regular bookshelf. So I'm gonna have to do a bit of jigging around because I want to get rid of that bookcase because it's a bit too big, and then just put this little telephone thing, but there's no telephone to put on there anymore. But
I'm going to the Black Country Museum tomorrow.
oh, very nice.
Yeah, in Dudley.
Is that the working one?
Yeah.
So you
Yeah, so I'm going there for fish and chips cooked in lard.
Nice. Best way.
Proper food.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of our local chippies only does it in lard.
Yeah,
And you
so-
should see. I mean, it's busy as hell.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Nan used to do chips and beef stripping.
Yeah, it's a world of difference in it.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely. And then reuse it. Just
Yeah.
keep reusing it.
Aye. Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah, good.
I think my missus keeps going on. She went. It was either that one, or there's another one. I can't remember where it is now. But it's just, it's one of these like working, living museums that you walk in, and everything. The shops are actual shops, and the factories are actual whatever. And that stuff fascinates me. I love going to those.
Yeah.
But we went to one at a school. So it's not far from here. It's called what the bloody hell is it called? It's just gone out of my head. It was in my head. It's an old stately home, like Tudor stately home, and they used to do school events. So all the school kids would have to dress up in period or as close to period clothing as the parents could muster.
Yeah.
And then it was just full of these people who were I'm sure they were doing a great job, but I don't know how old I was. I wasn't, I was probably 13 or something. Dressed up in this like frilly shirt and trousers that finished around 6 feet or 6 inches from my ankles, and long socks and shit. I just really didn't like it. And they're all sort of like showing you how to make candles or do all this traditional Tudor stuff that they used to do at this house. It was all a bit cringy, but the Industrial Revolution stuff that actually fascinating. I'd really like to get into that.
There's quite a few of them places around.
Yeah, which is
you've
good.
got like the Black Country Museum, and then you got, which is like in Dudley, and then you've got Blist Hill in Ironbridge, and Beamish up in
Ironbridge might be the one that my wife went to.
Yeah, that's
that
Blist
sounds
Hill.
about
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good there.
This is going to sound really sad. So, when I have my lunch, I generally stick the TV on, and it's usually Bargain Hunt. So I watch Bargain Hunt and a bit of the news, and I go back to work. But there's always a bit in the middle of Bargain Hunt where they've finished doing their shopping, so the presenter goes off to something local, and they tend to go to these sorts of places, and you sit there, go, I'd love to go there, because they're talking about all the old stuff. It's really cool. Yeah. What's the Kentwell Hall? That's it, Kentwell Hall. That's a pretty cool place. Yeah. Do like a bit of history.
Today we're at the only sheep scrotum museum in Lancashire.
Yeah. They do have some weird ones.
Sheep scrotum museum.
The largest collection of sheep scrotums. This
They went to
side of
one
Scotland.
bloke's place. He's got the world's largest collection of Monopoly board games. Because there's Monopoly in different countries.
Oh God, yeah.
So he's got like all of the different language versions. Then he's got all the special edition. I mean, it's wall to wall. I mean, you look at this thing and you think, geez, it's wall to wall, floor to ceiling of all the Monopoly board games. Because they do special edition ones. Like, I was in the Norwich City Club shop a while back. They've got Norwich City Football Club Monopoly. Because why not? So
yeah, why not?
And then there was.
What they should do is a modern day version. So, like, if you buy a house for Old Kent Road, it costs you about 750,000.
Yeah.
And not 30 quid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it needs an update, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Jackie just found her mum's old Monopoly board game. It is properly old.
Yeah.
In a square box, like a this sort of size square box, and then the board is a separate
Opens
thing.
out, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I used to love Subbuteo when I was a kid.
Never had one.
Never had Subbuteo.
No, I wanted Subbuteo, and I ended up I was given a Bagatelle.
See, I wanted a train set and ended up with Subbuteo.
I did later get a Hornby train set.
Oh, I so want. I still do.
Love
To
this
day,
lovely GWR train, but I wanted the big red one with the sloping front on it.
The Pacifics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got this little one, but it did this thing where you put this special oil or something.
Oh,
in it,
yeah.
And it would puff smoke. Well, smoke would come out of it anyway.
Yeah.
After a fashion.
Yeah.
And,
oh no, I hassled my mum and dad. I said, all I want for Christmas is a Hornby train set. And then I went down one year, and there was a box under the tree that was about the same size as a Hornby train set box.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's so good. And I ripped it open, and there's this big flash of green. And I thought, that doesn't look like a Hornby. Oh, it's Subbuteo. Well, I like Subbuteo, but I really wanted a train set. But I always remember I got upset because we were living in there was a 4-bedroom house. So mum and dad had one room, I had another room. We kept a room for my nonna whenever she came over to visit.
Yeah.
So that was always her room. And then there was the spare room next to mine. And mum said, oh, you can set your Subbuteo up in there so you don't sort of get in the way of the front room. So I got this old wooden board. It was a bed board. You remember that you used to put a wooden board under your mattress if you had a bad back?
Yeah.
It was one of those. And it was just big enough so you could put a Subbuteo pitch on and still have a little bit around the edges so you could put your stadium bits and stuff on. So I had all that set up in there, and I was getting quite into it. And I was buying little. I'd go into Norwich and spend my pocket money and get another team, or I'd get a little trophy, or a little corner stand, or a floodlight, or something. And I started building up. Then my mum got bloody pregnant, and we needed the spare room for me sister, so I had to take it all down and put it back into its boxes. I was like, So, well, and that's where it stayed. I think I don't think I ever got it out again after that.
I was reliably informed that my my second Christmas, so I'm 2 years old. Father Christmas brought me a scale electric set. Right. And I go, I had a scale electric set when I was 2. She goes, officially, yeah. I don't remember. She goes, no, you wouldn't.
No,
your dad had
played
that
it a lot.
upstairs all day. It's like,
yeah, I got a was it mini rally car scale electric? So it wasn't a massive
the Escort and the Mini.
No, it was just 2 minis, a red and a yellow Mini Cooper with some decals on. But yeah, that was, I think I had that in 70 something or other, and then so the Subutio came along around 79, I think it was. Then my sister came along in 1980, and then that all just went to
because over the years, I like yourself, I'd go down to the model shop down the bottom of on the bypass here, and buy half an inner curve or 2 inner curves if I was really lucky and stuff like that. Yeah. And eventually, and 2 chicanes and stuff. And eventually, I had a 4-lane layout up in the attic.
Cool.
And so we'd all, all the kids would all go out there together and buy scale electrics.
Nice.
And but we'd come away from Formula One, so I had a Datsun 280Z, the Mini Cooper, a white Ford Escort, and what was the 4th one? I can't remember what the 4th one was. Oh no, it might have been the blue Escort. There was a white and a blue Escort, then the Datsun 280Z, and the Mini Cooper.
Yeah.
Clubman, sorry.
Yes.
Mini Clubman. Yeah, be racing until I had crossovers as well as the chicanes and stuff like that. Yeah, great fun.
I used to love going in. There used to be a toy shop here in Stowmarket, and it was a proper old-fashioned traditional. So it was like really sort of narrow, but everything was stacked floor to ceiling. All the different board games and stuff. And you'd go round to the other side, and they'd got this massive glass cabinet on the wall with these kind of stepped levels, and on each level was a piece of Hornby track. Yeah. And then on each track were all the carriages and the rolling stock and the engines.
Stocks, yeah.
And you had them all that, and you just like, oh, no. I want that.
I tell you what that train was. It was the King George V locomotive.
Right.
A4.
Yeah, it was probably an A4 Pacific, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's got the slopey front. Yeah.
It's got a lovely slopey front on it. I desperately wanted that.
Yeah.
I was never a steam train person, mate. It was always diesels.
Steam for me.
Loved diesels. I sat. Here's how sad, because I used to be a train spotter as well. Somebody posted a video the other day of a Class 50 diesel locomotive, which has not been run for like 25 years. Was bought when it was sold by whichever rail company owned it. It was bought by a trust, and then they're all volunteers, and a lot of them are ex engineers on this thing, so they just spent all this time fixing it, doing it up. And this video is about 20 minutes long of its first firing up after the repair. And so it starts off, it's like really, it's massive. I forget how big the engine is. It's like 14-cylinder diesel unit, and it's just like tons of fucking black smoke, and you can smell it. And I'm just sat there, I'm like,
picking shit.
It's not even moving. It's just the sound of this big diesel, and all this stuff coming off of it. It was just brilliant.
Oh, that reminds me. I've got to phone Ben tomorrow and find out if he's getting that car or not.
Who? Sorry?
Ben Rossborough.
Oh, right, yeah.
With the jet-powered Rover.
Nice.
It'd be interesting to see, because if he has, I'd say to him, you've got to bring that down. You've got to bring it down. That'd be such a giggle.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he gets it anyway.
Yeah, I said to Jackie I said, if we have a boy, I'm buying him a Hornby train set.
Yeah.
He never did.
Yeah, it's funny how things work out, isn't it?
Yeah. Probably had too many synthesizers to buy.
I started building one.
Oh, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, it's the only video on my YouTube channel. Yeah.
When my mum
About
remarried.
12 views or something like that.
When my mum, well, it was before she remarried, we went to live with my nan. And when you move, when you start at a new school, and you didn't come from one of their schools, so you moved into the area, which I did a few times, you generally get assigned to a couple of people in your class who will look after you. And when I moved to Attleborough, I got assigned to these two guys, and one of them was massively into trains, and that's kind of, I was like, oh, I found somebody who I can really relate to here. And he and his dad would go on these trips to York, to Doncaster, to Crewe, where you get a big concentration of stock. And they'd be there with their motive power books, just crossing off the numbers as they come past. And I went over his for tea once after school, and he'd never told me about this, but his dad, who was a vicar, so some man of the cloth, had a massive train set, but he lived in the old vicarage, and it had a couple of outbuildings that were quite close to each other. And so you walked into one, and the trains would be going round, then all of a sudden you'd see them disappear out of the building. And I'm like, where are they going? And so he took me outside, and there was this construction between the two buildings that was probably about maybe 1.5 meters, 2 meters max. And you couldn't see the track. It was like a tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the track was obviously in there. And then he said, come in, and I went into the second building, and there's even more of this stuff. And then it would zip out and come back through the tunnel again. It was brilliant.
See, what would be brilliant now is to have one of those miniature cameras.
Yes.
On the front of the train.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I like to
record it and
some
watch it back
videos.
later.
You see some videos of people who've done that, and the train's going around, and then all of a sudden this big cat appears.
Oh, the illusion is lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait a minute! It's the giant cat from the Goodies.
Yeah. No, I'd still love to have a proper big train set. Sad, but
Well, there's still time.
yeah, one day. I'd
Tell
have
you,
to give
Polly
up
Boot
this
12, you
idea.
get a huge one.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Is Hornby still going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet trying isn't.
No.
Don't know.
Mind you, I had a phase with Meccano.
Oh yeah, me too.
Oh,
Didn't really
boy.
get last.
Yeah.
I wanted Meccano 10
Yeah.
because you could build the huge crane
Yeah.
and all these sorts of tongue hanging out.
Rides.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it for Christmas one year, and I think I lasted a few months, and then just got it just wasn't me. I preferred Lego. If I wanted to build stuff, I'd build anything out of Lego. But Meccano, nah.
Yeah.
Did you get these little booklets that would show you how to build a piece of like a Meccano car, and it didn't look like a car. It had those. Do you remember those Meccano panels that were actually sort of plastic?
Yeah.
So you could bend them and make curves and stuff, but they had the holes around the edge so you could bolt them into place.
Yeah.
You make all this stuff, and he says, "Well, it's got 4 wheels and a steering wheel, but it doesn't look like a car." I wasn't into. For me, it needs to look a bit more authentic.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure if I was an engineering type, I'd have been.
Yeah, well, this is it. I was
happy
into
as a
the
pig in shit.
cogs, the pulleys, the
that's
drive belts, and that stuff.
Yeah.
I was like just into that stuff. It's just like, yeah. I think you could build a pendulum clock with Meccano 10.
Yeah.
And then when they started introducing the motors and the light sensors and stuff into the kits,
right.
and it started to get very, very interesting. But by then I was like too hairy to.
I had a little steam engine that drove it all.
What were they?
Nice.
Who were they made by?
Mamod.
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 That's it.
I had the.
You had the long pole with a wooden thing on the top to steer it.
To
Do you
steer
remember
it,
that?
yeah. Yeah, the
Little
proper
paraffin
traction
burner.
engine. Yeah.
I had a couple of friends who had those.
And
They
he
were
also
quite
had a
cool.
fixed one as well
Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah.
for powering. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved Mamod. Mess, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I tried to get into remote controlled cars as well. Is it Tamiya?
Yeah.
Everyone had a Tamiya remote controlled car, and I really, really wanted one, but couldn't afford to buy one myself. And
Same boat.
yeah,
Same
Done-
boat.
I've
Do you
done
remember?
planes
Do
and
you remember the
helicopters.
CompuCar?
CompuCar.
No.
Yeah.
You put cards in it, and by cutting out certain things,
Oh,
determined
yes.
when it would turn left, turn right, or
yeah, I
whatever.
remember that.
And then you put the card in, it would follow this
Yeah.
path as this card ran through. I always wanted one of them.
Yeah.
Didn't get one.
No.
I remember I got my first a stereo radio cassette recorder. It was a Ferguson.
Yeah.
And it was silver. And I snuck downstairs at some point between Christmas Eve and Christmas Day when everyone was asleep, and I thought, well, this feels heavy and it's got my name on it, so I snuck it back up to my room and unpeeled the wrapping paper. I was like, oh, it's a stereo radio cassette recorder. It's brilliant. I can record the top 10. It's got microphones built in, so I can record myself. Oh, brilliant. And it came with a demo tape, like a C15 blank cassette in there. Yeah. And I was recording a few bits and bobs like under my bed covers, and then realized that I should put this all back. So I put it all back in the box, put all the paper back, put it back under the tree, snuck back upstairs, go down the next morning, feigned surprise. Oh, this is brilliant, fantastic. And then my mum was like, oh yes, sir, it's you can record it off the radio, and it even comes with a blank tape. And she pressed play, and there's my bloody voice still on the tape. She just looked at me, and I was like, no. Nothing was said.
That's not me, Mum. That's not me.
She didn't want to spoil the day, so she didn't say anything. But yeah, I knew not to do that again. That was funny. But I used that tape to record me singing, and I can't remember. I was singing something to something else. It wasn't just me on my own. I was singing to a song. And I sent that tape to a record label called Do It Records. And the only reason I sent it to them was because Adam and the Ants were first signed to Do It Records. I was a huge fan. Many years later, I discovered that the man behind Do It Records was Robin Scott of M fame and other stuff. And so when I actually got to meet Robin Scott for the first time, I said, by the way, I sent you a demo tape in 1970 something. Never heard back. And he said, did you really? I said, yeah, I was about this old and it was crap, but it's probably got it in a box somewhere. I said, I'd love to hear that again, but yeah.
And you go, I can see why you turned it down.
It's probably in the bin a long while ago. But
I got my rejection letter from Fergal Sharkey.
Wow.
Who said, basically, no, it's not what we're looking for, which apparently is record company speak for it's shit, go away.
It's not what we're looking for.
At all.
He's doing good things these days, isn't he? He's campaigning for clean water and all that kind of stuff. He's a bit of an environmental
Get rid of the privatised companies. Easy.
Indeed. Yeah. He is. I mean, when Thames was literally going through all that shit, he was on telly and radio most days, saying, we told you about this. We told you this was going to happen. And now we're paying for it and that's not right.
It's so fucking obvious. I mean, if you have a public service owned by a company, it means it has to make a profit. Then your public service doesn't work anymore. Yep. And then you find you've got more shit in your drinking water than I've got in my back garden. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And on that note, I'm going to disappear.
Yeah, he's knocking on, isn't it?
What? Just
Yeah.
like he's going.
In a puff of demonic smoke.
And I'll probably go silent.
He can predict the
Love you,
future.
Keith, man. Love you. There he goes.
Because I woke up this morning, made my coffee, looked down at the
did.
workshop and went, "Nah, fuck it, I'm not working today. Bollocks to them." And I came in here and literally just barely started to scratch the surface of this girl.
Which
the,
we can't say.
M8X.
Oh, yeah.
And was pushing buttons that I've never pushed since I bought it and stuff like that. And just going around it and sort of like, right, let's have a little look around. And so I just barely scratch it and finding this plethora of fucking shit I didn't know it did and did. So I go, yeah, what happened to the days when I used to buy a synthesizer and then used to know everything there was to know about it?
You'd spend time with just that one thing.
Yeah. And I'd sit there with it and I'd play it and play it and play it and try out, can it do this, can it do that, until like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning kind of thing. I go, what happened to those days? But no, I don't have enough fucking time to breathe half the time.
That's it.
So I made this conscious decision this morning. No, do you know what? I'm not going to stick my head into that, Jupiter 6 again. Bollocks to them. Yeah, and it was most enjoyable.
What's the thing with the Jupiter 6, Ken? What's the problem with it?
Oh, it's like I said. I mean, all the machines that are left down there at the moment are the ones that got these various nightmare problems where I've got this spurious voltage appears from nowhere, doesn't seem to go anywhere, doesn't seem to come from anywhere, and yet there it is, sitting on one of the pins of the filter, and so the filter, well, the whole voice doesn't work because of it, and can't find the source. I've looked for, like bad solder joints. I've looked for, replace caps. Even these tiny little 330 PF caps. Yeah. So now all the components are now new. The voltage is still there. But when you start tracing the track from that pin to where it's supposed to go, this spurious voltage is not present, but can't find on the board where it starts.
Right.
It just seems to be there at the pin, going up on the track, and then disappears. It's driving me absolutely mental.
It's not a bridge solder joint anyway.
No, I checked. I've gone over, traced it, and I can't find anything. I can't find any breaks. And it's driving me absolutely potty. And I'm going, it can't be more than 2-layer board, can it? Because I know get 3 and 4 layer boards, and then you've got tracks that fail inside the fiberglass, and there's but I don't think. What's Jupiter 6? 82.
It was after the 8, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
82, 83.
Yeah.
There's no reason for it to be more than double layer.
It's not some stupid logic chip that's gone tits up, is it?
Well, this is it. I mean, I started to think, is it somehow been affected by, perhaps software even?
What voltage is it? What?
Well, what I'm getting, it's supposed to be minus 2 volt. Well, minus 2.4, and I'm getting 14.8.
Oh, well, yeah, that's not a small amount, is it?
No. It doesn't damage the chip.
No.
But it does stop the chip from working the way it should. And the filters in a Jupiter 6 are an absolute fucking nightmare. They've got tracks going up to one side of the board and then returning and coming back to that chip, and then another one go over here and then one go over there. Yeah. I'm going, and it's got these preset resistor arrays as well. Going, So I got a board from an old MKS80. Different configuration, but
Yeah.
all the same parts.
Right.
And I knew the board was good. It was a working board, and so I was just getting the parts out of that, checking them before putting them in, and soldering them in.
Mm.
It's made absolutely no difference whatsoever.
That's bizarre. That.
Yeah, and they've got this OB8 where the LEDs won't work on the front panel. All the chips, the LED driver, the decoders, all of them, everything works. Everything is checked out, but the lights don't come on. And so it's got to be a problem on the main CPU board. Can't find anything wrong. DAC's working, the buffers are working. It's like, what? So, the one grey area I've got with it, the 4 EPROMs, can't find out what the version numbers of them are, or even if they've been put into the synths in the right order, because some bright spark tore the labels off the EPROMs. So I've got 4 identical EPROMs.
No idea which one's which.
No.
Can you not read them and see and look for clues on?
Well, it'll tell me what type of EPROM it is, but not whether it's number 1, number 2, A2, A3,
yeah.
A4, or A5, whatever.
Yeah.
And because it's had the factory MIDI upgrade, one of the EPROMs has to go up onto this board, this MIDI controller board, and also the processor. And then there's a ribbon cable that goes and plugs into the processor where it would have been on the original board underneath. And from what I can gather, I went over it with the scope. I'm checking, data lines. I think it's about 8 data lines that run around it, and in some places it goes down to 4 and then back up to 8 again, or depending on what function it has to do. And they're all showing, correct kind of switching and everything. Yeah. And when you push the buttons on the front panel, you see the data buffers going, beep, 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 and you go, right, so it's working. And so, for instance, if I hit a key, immediately when I first got this, it did absolutely nothing at all.
Right.
And I got it now that you hit the key and you see it cycling through the 8 voices.
Right.
It's got the little LED for each voice, and it goes beep, 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 beep on the other board. If I press unison, hit the key, all 8 lights light up. Turn it off again, ding, 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 cycles. Now, because it's cycling, and because it recognises going from poly to unison mode, the DAC is definitely working.
Yeah.
The buffers are definitely working. The demux chips are definitely working. Everything's working. Will these fucking LEDs light up? No, they will not. And there's no sound at all. And I go, okay. So if you've got 2 identical boards, with you've got two VCAs and volume controllers at the end of each board, and then go down to a plug and out. They go, but both boards aren't working. So you check from the socket to the amplifiers to the outputs, and waveforms are present, but still no sound. And I think the reason is that whatever's wrong with that CPU board is also suggesting that the volume pot is turned down, regardless of what you do with the volume pot.
Huh. Yeah.
So it's not reading the volume, or it's not reading the waveform selector on the front panel.
Can you not inject a signal to trick it?
Or to turn on the filter, because you can turn the filter on and off on the OV8 for some bizarre reason. I don't know what. But and then you've got half and full to go from 2-pole to 4-pole.
Yeah.
And we're going, but because the waveforms are present right up to the end of the voices, you go, whatever's controlling the actual volume out is not working correctly. And it's just mental, mate. Let's bring it back. There he is.
Hello,
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Hello.
So, yeah. And honestly, the thought of going down there and spending another 8 hours on my knees in a dog's bed staring at this bloody thing all day just
thought about
didn't appeal.
I
What?
came back on because you were talking about the number of these different EPROMs, and you can't tell one from the other, right?
Yeah.
How many EPROMs are there?
5.
Okay, going across how many? So there's one goes to the MIDI board thingy, and
No,
then
one
there's
is on
two
the
up,
MIDI board.
right? But you don't know which one.
No. You don't know which one's which because they've taken the labels off.
Okay. If they are EPROMs, then they're kicking out data. Are you going to do any damage if you randomly swap them around until you find the right combination?
That's quite a few combinations. And I'd say
Well-
probably yes.
Hmm.
But you see, because the last thing in the world I want to do is fuck that DAC. Because you can't get those DACs anymore. Anywhere.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And if the
yeah,
DAC,
yeah.
if the DAC goes, that's the end of the synth.
Well, could you not essentially disconnect the DAC and just do? It won't take that many combinations. 2 boards, 5 chips. It's not going to take that many chips, that many goes to find out which is the right lot. And then just once you've got the right thing and the buttons and the lights are lighting up, then you can plug the DAC back in. Would that not work?
There's a lot of combinations, isn't it?
It's not that many, really. It's not. It's 5. It's 5 different sockets, 5 different ROMs. You'll be able to do all the combinations. It's 20. It's not even 25, is it? It's.
5
I just need to.
5 times 5 times 5.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, it's 5 times 4. So times 3 times 2 times 1. $60.
No, wait a minute. There would be
120.
5 different combinations.
121. There's 121 combinations.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of. The legs would start snapping off by then.
Mm. So I'm a colossal twat wobble then.
What is annoying me though is I have an EPROM reader, but the thing is, without knowing what the code is supposed to be on each EPROM.
But you know how you get, when you read the code on it, and you tend to get all the hexadecimal, and then on the right you get the ASCII bits.
Yeah.
There might be sufficient information in the ASCII bits to ascertain which.
Yeah, well, this is why I spoke to Ben about this, because I know he's messed with these an awful lot, and he goes, "Oh no, there's no indication of which one you if you've got like a record, of say the header of each EPROM, you can identify them." I said, "Have you got copies of the headers?" And he went, "No." He says, "I've never had copies of the headers."
Yeah.
Because what I tend to do is get new EPROMs, get the bin files and reburn them.
Do you know somebody that's got one you could use as like a test read or something like that? Or
I know somebody who's got one, but they would be reluctant to risk their EPROMs on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Even you could get one just to do like burning a new set of EPROMs, for example.
Yeah.
And a copy your EPROMs, and then you can label them up.
Yeah. Which is, of course, raises the question: one day there's not going to be any more EPROMs left.
How about you pour lighter fluid all over it and set it on fire?
Well, then I can claim on the insurance and just give it back to the guy. So,
Exactly.
no.
That'd certainly fix it.
Be
Well,
done
see,
with it, yeah.
the thing is, nearly everybody I speak to about it, and even people like Ben, will have said to me, so look, just put it all back together and give it back to the bloke. Say you can't fix it. really can't do that. He goes, well, there's going to come a point we're going to have to. He says, how much is it costing you to bang your head against it? Because he says, how long have you been trying to get it going now? I said, well, on and off. Well, before Christmas.
The thing is, though, Ken, I know that you fucking hate to let something beat you.
Yeah.
And that's part of the thing here is you just want to, you don't really want it. You want it out the door, but you want to know, you want to fix it, which is a cunt. It's an absolute cunt.
And I still got that Prophet 5 to deal with. And that is just that's a box of neuroses, that is. It's I know that one's going to be a fucker. I know it is. Because somebody's been in there before and had a... Mind you, I think somebody's been in this OB8 before, hence the stickers missing off the fucking EPROMs. You go, I can't fix this, and it's a real pain in the arse. Make it difficult for fucking the next bloke, kind of thing.
Have you reached out to Oberheim, to Tom or anyone, and said, look, what can I do about this?
Oh, I have done this in the past, and I met with... Huh? Basically.
Surely they must have...
No, they washed their hands of those parts and those machines a long time ago.
Oh, yeah. It's
Forward only, please. Times. Forwards only.
Oh, yeah.
You also run the risk of, potentially erasing them EPROMs as well if you've not got labels on them.
Yeah. But I'm, because I'm running out of stones to throw at this, even Fiona said, she goes, look, just give them back. She goes, I'm getting fed up watching you come in from the workshop every day, and you got this sort of defeated fucking look on your face. Goes, do I? She goes, yeah. I went, oh. And she goes, you're a miserable fucker all afternoon. I went, oh, okay.
You need a couple of wins, Ken.
Yeah. Certainly could do with that. But that's the problem. We see when you get all the troublesome ones and they just sort of just begin to pile in the corner.
Yeah.
And you try to ignore them. You get on with everything else. And then they're still there. And then, when you come to the end of the rush, you're left with this row of absolute fuckers.
Yeah.
And it's just one fucker after the other. But because you know they're fuckers before you've even brought them over, you just... As soon as you just go, oh, God, here we go again.
I had that with that JD800 behind me there. That was a bastard to fix. Because it had that red glue issue.
Yeah.
Just dripped everywhere. And that stupid split joint thing they have with the keyboard flexible.
Oh, the flexi thing, yeah.
Yeah, nightmare.
Yeah.
So, with the EPROM...
I got new ones of those if you ever end up...
Really?
Yeah, I got brand new ones.
Are they available on your website, Ken? Because I'll order one from you if you got one.
No, just give me your address. I'll send you one.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I think I bought 10. Just in case, because they're flimsy little fuckers, aren't they?
Oh, that's awesome, that. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, no problem.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was who was making them. More to the point, I go, that's very niche. That's a very niche thing to go for, but thank you. I'll have 10. So,
So, just so I'm clear, because I'm asking stupid questions now, but just so I'm clear, with the EPROMs, you've got an EPROM reader. Do you have an emulator for the EPROMs, or at least for the control logic that triggers on different pins that then gives you a readout of what's coming out? Do you have any way of triggering so you can hit it with an input, get an output, and understand what's going on?
No.
So they're just running code, and there's no way of deciphering that code.
Well, I had, ASO said about re-blowing them. You see, because I can't identify which EPROM is which, I can't put different code onto the EPROM. It'd have to be the right code for the right EPROM.
Now, what I'm asking is, when the EPROMs that you have, is there no way of meaningfully instructing them on whatever pin or pins to output something and see what comes out, and that gives you some idea of what their function is?
No, the machine I got doesn't do that.
Is there a machine that does that?
Probably, but I ain't got one. And a lot of these machines, I mean, the more modern machines don't even support these type of EPROMs anymore.
Yeah. And are these rewritable EPROMs?
I don't think they are. That's the problem.
Okay.
So if I put different code onto one, it's just, and then that's it. It's like,
yeah, it's one burn and that's it.
yeah, and then the throwaway.
Yeah.
Now I could try and get a set of new EPROMs for it.
I'm just having a look now. There's OIMOBA EPROM firmware B3.zip and B5.zip.
Yeah. But these EPROMs are getting thin on the ground.
Yeah.
Desperately thin on the ground.
So, I thought they might have been the electrically erasable ones, but if they're not, then...
No, I don't think they are. If I remember rightly, I don't think they are that type. So...
And the other...
I think same with the Melodog.
Sorry, the four... You've got one that sits on the MIDI board, and then you've got four, which is 2 per voice board. Is that right?
No, well, basically they all just sit on the CPU board, and then the data split between them.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Yeah.
And then there's 3 6116 RAM chips. They're brand new. Then there's an empty socket, and then there's another 6116 which runs the cassette interface. It's for the cassette interface. And all that jazz.
And all that jazz.
But even then, there's still spuriousness going on. Now, the thing is, there's a possibility that it's not the software because so much of the keyboard appears to be working. It's just it can't find anything that's stopping the bits that aren't working from working.
So even if you replace the EPROMs, it may still be fucked.
Yeah.
You know, it does sound like it's time to give it back.
But what's annoying me about the Jupiter 6 is that when it was brought to me, the problem it had was when you put it into split mode, from the split down, they would go out of tune badly. And the other half of the keyboard would remain the same. It'd be fine, yeah? Then when you go back to whole mode, the whole keyboard played properly. That's what it came in for. I fixed that. And as I completed fixing it, voice 6 started to get quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter, and then disappeared altogether and has not ever come back since. It's not the fault that it came here for.
Hang on.
Which clouds judgments.
So it didn't just stop, it got quieter and quieter.
Yeah.
Did you do any measurements on it as it was getting quieter?
No, it did it over a period of maybe 20 seconds.
Oh.
You could hear it. I was holding the key and he was, and I hit the key, gone. And he go, down, 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 down. Nothing. And it's never come back since. But it's now a new filter. New set of resistors for it. New set of resistor packs for it. New VCA controller. Switching IC. The whole circuit has been now replaced. It still doesn't sound. And I got this 14.4 volt sitting there, and it doesn't appear to come from anywhere.
So you replace the VCA chip.
Yeah.
Do you think you could have got a Duff VCA chip that you've replaced it? Have you replaced it with a Duff VCA chip?
That's always a concern. So when I replaced it again with another one, and it's still done it, it kind of, yeah. And do you know how long it takes to get a fucking chip out of a Jupiter 6 board? Fucking. And if you do it too many times, you damage the tracks.
So it's either upstream or down. No, it's upstream of that, isn't it? It's got to be upstream of that. I mean, it almost sounds like a cap. Sounds like a cap discharging down.
Every cap in the vicinity has been replaced with brand spanking new ones. It's just mental. I've spoken with other techs about it, and they're going, "So where's this 40 volt coming from?" I go, "Yeah, that is exactly what I'm asking."
See, I still reckon if it's a 15 volt board, it should be reading -2. Then the 14 volts would be explained by the reverse, as it were.
Yeah, but there would be some sort of resistance between the power line and that pin. There is none. So when you measure it, there's no.
Do you know why?
There's nothing.
Do you know why there's none? Because resistance is futile.
Sorry. No, checking for resistance is futile on a Jupiter 6.
I am Spartacus.
Ken downloaded those zip files for the OB8, B3 and B5, and there's a text README file in there which contains some labels, some checksums, and some binary bin numbers, and the IC location, and so it might be helpful to you.
It might be. I think I remember looking at them actually.
I put one of them in the chat for the
Yeah.
B3. I don't know if you can see that or see all of it. It wouldn't let me share my screen with you because I don't know why, but
It's like I've put new proms into this Jupiter 6 just in case it's some sort of very, very weird software issue that's causing it.
yeah.
No.
There's the B3 and B5 operating systems and the hex codes.
Okay.
And associated chip locations and checksum numbers. So even if you can read the EPROM, you'll be able to see which one's which.
Mike, yeah, that'll give me an idea. Make sure that they're all in the right. Because, Sod's law dictates that I'll do all that and find that each EPROM was in the right location and it's not the EPROMs that are causing the problem.
Right.
But at least then it's off the list.
I'll send you.
It's leaving me with very, very little left to look at.
The unfortunate part of this is it says at the very last part of it says in order to run this you must have the Oberheim MIDI kit installed, but the MIDI kit is also one of the EPROMs that you can't,
and the CPU from the board as well.
Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4 EPROMs, 0, 1, 2, 3. And then the fourth one is the MIDI one in U7.
Yeah.
But I sent you the link anyway, Ken.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Useful stuff on there.
Yeah. It's like, but I mean, then there's that CS80 where the ribbon controller won't work. And the whole ribbon controller circuit has been replaced with brand new, and it still doesn't work.
That's because it's a cunt.
Yeah.
That's what that'll be.
So there's no 0 point on a no particular 0 point on a CS80 ribbon controller. Wherever you touch the finger, whatever note you're pushing, that's the pitch, and you can go from there to there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes up, and you can adjust that so it does an octave from the bottom to the top. but going from the top to the bottom, it should go right down to literally you can hear the waveform clicking.
Wow.
Like that. And what it does is you touch it and it goes, so you hold a key down, it goes, and it'd be like a, and you touch it and it goes. Just a bit. Let go and it goes back to that.
Yeah.
That's not what it's supposed to do. And it's a CS80 for Christ's sake.
Has someone been in there and modded it?
Well, the inside's been painted white with household paint.
Fucking
The
hell.
keyboard's been painted blue on the inside.
Oh, why would
Oh,
you do that?
shit.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And because it's a commission sale for Richard, I can't really give it back either. So my hands are tied with that one.
So can you see that someone's been inside and made any, has it been through other tech hands before?
Oh yes, it's definitely been through other tech hands. Because I've noticed on some, because I have to replace all the CMOS logic in them. It's because it's the best thing to do, and of course it had all the original CMOS logic in it still. On certain boards, you could see where there was different soldering techniques on some of the ICs and things like that, And it's good. Yeah, it's had people going through it trying to fix the various problems, and it did. It had maybe 50 odd issues. I've fixed all of them. The thing works perfectly now. It plays in tune and every function functions, except the ribbon controller.
And has someone been in the ribbon controller circuitry?
From what I could see, no. And it's only a few components on the bottom of the BA board. I've replaced everything. And it still don't work. I've even replaced the ribbon strip, just in case, because it is electromechanical. And it's not the ribbon strip either. In fact, that reminds me, I must take it out because it belongs to this one. There's a big hole here now. I've got to bring her back in, put it back in this. Now that I know that it isn't the actual ribbon strip herself that's causing the problem.
So how does the ribbon strip work on that? So when you, I know how it works because I've used one, but electromechanically, when you press down,
there's a carbon track, right?
Yeah.
And you have this. They say it's a gold spring. It's not. It's like a brass spring, supported either end, right, with a little gap. So when you press down, it presses onto the carbon strip. And then you've got...
and does that give positional data rather than resistance data?
It will give a voltage. And what will happen is the circuit takes that voltage and will use it as a 0 point. So you can move up and down from wherever you touch it.
Yeah. So how does it set the 0
pitch.
point? How does it set the 0 point?
There's an op amp and 2 FETs that run that.
And is that on the BA board?
Yeah. So you've got the 3 wires. You've got the feed and the return of the spring, and then there's one that reads the carbon strip. And it's supposed to be exactly 4 volt on the pin, on the 0 pin on the BA board, and there is 4 volt there. So, okay, so the 4 volts there. You trace it back. So, where you got the first op amp, which is a can type, 8-leg can type. I think it's trying to remember what is it, 747 or something like that. But replace that, and the other one's an LM301, but can type, not a little chip.
And does the voltage, as you run your finger down or up the strip, does that voltage then change?
Yeah.
And you've been measuring that as well?
Yeah.
What should it go down to as a de minimis?
Well, it'll go down to absolute zero.
Okay. And does it?
No. And refuses to. So I can't find what's doing it. I really can't. The only thing I can think of is that this, and I really don't want this to be the case, but I think there might be somewhere in the loom a trapped wire.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Or a broken wire. Or worse still, 2 or 3 broken wires and they're all touching each other within the loom.
Within the loom from just a general overall loom, or
the main big fucking...
Oh, fuck.
Big loom.
Yeah.
Which... So... You'd think, all right, well, continuity will be, from point to point, would suggest that if you don't get any continuity, then you know that the wire's broken. And you go from the various arrival points and destination points for each wire on the board, and there's continuity, suggesting that they are connected.
Sounds like a short.
But that would happen even if they're shorting out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but if they were shorting out, I wouldn't be getting the correct fucking reading on the output of the BA board.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, is the op amp, for instance, on the BA board, is that something that might have been replaced with a later version, and the later version isn't compatible? Maybe it was because when they were first built.
Yeah, but the LM301 replacement is the 8-leg dual in-line op-amp chip, which you can't put on the board because it's dual in-line. These are circular.
Yeah.
They can type.
And you can't.
Are
they not available then, Kent?
Oh no, I've got brand new ones. So I got off a lovely lady. Her husband died. He collected electronic components. She gave me loads of little trays of. She goes, "Are these any good to you?" And I went, "Yeah, too much." How much do you want for them? She goes, "No, you can have them."
Oh wow.
So I got brand new can type LM 301s and the can type of the what are they?
And you've replaced.
I can't remember the number.
Have you replaced?
Yeah.
So you've replaced
the entire circuit has been replaced with brand new components.
Have you replaced the replacement just to see if that's failed?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. But the thing is, I can put these into their respective checkers. So I check an LM301, for instance, in my linear checker.
Yeah.
I type in 301, press test, and it comes back pass.
Yeah.
And they are finicky. If there's something wrong, anything wrong with that chip, it goes fail.
So that's the circular. Okay, that's the. What other components are on there?
Oh, there's a couple of FETs, a couple of transistors, the odd cap, and a sprinkling of various resistors.
And all of those have been replaced.
Yeah, just in case, because sometimes you can have a resistor on a board, and you can check it, and there's a resistance, but the resistance is a little off. But you go, yeah, but it's probably a 10% resistance on it or something like that, rather than say 5 or 1. And it was only until you unsolder it that you find out that the resistor is actually cracked and is in 2 bits. But they were touching and shit like that, right? So these fuckers have come out and new ones have gone in. And then, so every component is involved in this particular circuit, because it's isolated on the board. It doesn't run to anything else. The only thing that goes to it is the power lines, right? Everything's been replaced, and it still doesn't work. And you start going,
Is this all through hole stuff?
Yeah.
And are you sure there isn't like a crack in the through hole or a bad joint somewhere?
Well, it's only a single-sided boards anyway. But yeah, you do your continuity on your on your tracks, and everything checks out. You see, because you have this formula, shall we say, this list you go through of everything that you need to check to isolate all the possibilities, and then when you get to the bottom and there's nothing else left to check, the fucker should be working by now. And when it still isn't, you've got to start going, oh, perhaps maybe I'm supposed to put a candle behind a mirror and read the Bible backwards.
Yeah.
On a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday, yeah. With a funny hat on. Anything to get some inspiration as to what the fuck is going on in the machine.
Could it be that the boards receiving the signals from the ribbon controller are defective rather than the ribbon controller and associated circuitry itself?
Well, that is one. But it's got to the point now where I'm going to have to do the one thing that I really, really don't want to do. Because there's I think somewhere in the region of about 176 wires going to this board.
Yeah.
Right? They have to be individually unsoldered.
Oh, shit.
So take the BA board out of this perfectly working CS80 and take it down there and then unsolder the 160 wires from that BA board and then solder back in the 170 odd wires into that BA, the one I've taken down there, and then run it and see what happens. If it does exactly the same thing, I'm no further along, apart from I know now that the BA board isn't the problem.
Yeah. And then it's probably a wire. And then probably it's a wiring loom issue. I'm only laughing because it's really funny.
It's a string bound loom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the one. I know exactly. Yeah.
Lace wired.
Yeah, and of course it goes from the board into the main loom. So I do know that the wires will then turn left and run along the rack where the loom gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Then the main loom goes down underneath the keyboard, right? And then there's all this distribution stuff that goes on, right? And I'm going, that's all well and good, but I need to check the wires that come from the ribbon controller. Now, the ribbon controller wires, bless their little cotton socks, right, go into the loom, but I don't know which way they go. Because they could be going down this side and round, or they could be going that way, down and round.
Depending on how people were feeling on the day and what looked prettiest at that particular point. And thank goodness it's only 50-year-old wires that never get brittle.
And they are so thin, these wires in the 80. Because if they were like what we call, like the wires you get inside a Jupiter 8, for instance, Jupiter 6 or whatever, that wiring loom would be about 9 inches across in diameter. These wires are tiny. You can literally take these wires and pull them apart.
Have you ever had to replace an entire loom?
No, not an entire loom. I've had to do a partial one before. But not an entire loom. Do you know how long that would take to do?
7 minutes.
Close.
I used to be a fireman.
If you said weeks, you'd be closer.
Yeah, Yeah. Weeks, minutes, between friends.
I can't remember exactly, but somebody did say, I think it might have been Dusty said to me, it's something like 22,000 connections in an 80.
Yeah, it's a huge number.
Yeah.
I used to be a wireman. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because these wires are so thin.
Yeah.
Well, apart from the power rail wires, which are big fuckers.
Yeah.
Because they're sinking, was it 3 amp?
Yeah.
And you don't know if someone's been in there before you and been a bit rough moving the wires around.
Oh, I know somebody's been in there before, and at least one of the people that have been in there don't know what the fuck they were doing.
And so they've just been pulling and hauling. So it's likely it's going to be a wiring thing, isn't it?
Because I found, I think it was one of the CE boards which does the chorus CE1. It wasn't working, and I checked when I was testing it. I go, oh, completely dead. There's no voltage at all. I go, it's probably shorted, and I bet I know what it is. I go to CE1, unscrew it from the rack, and pull it out, and the voltage pops up. Yeah, yay, chorus is working, because they've trapped the wire, one of the wires, behind the bracket that you screw to the rail.
Yeah.
Right? Now, because they've done that, what it does is it puts 15, because the top rail is earth, the bottom rail runs 15 volt. The actual metal of the frame that the old cars bolt onto. And although the 15 volt is going to the card, to make sure that if that wire broke, that card wouldn't break down, they run the 15 volt through the bottom rail that the bracket is connected to. And that bracket sits across two solder pads that are the 15 volt line that the wire's also soldered to as a precaution. But if you trap the wire, oops. So they only have the wires coming in from the top of the card, because the bottom rail carries 15 volt. But the top rail is the main earth rail as well. So if you trap a wire, it breaks the coating on the wire, shorts it out onto the earth, and whatever voltage it was carrying goes straight down to zero.
So that could be, if they've done it once, I mean, it might even be worth
I've pulled every
around
card out and checked, just in case. And I did find another card with a trapped wire, which cured another problem for me. But that's the thing. Now, when you consider I've now restored somewhere in the region of like, is it 650, 670 CS80s? And all of them have left here fully 100% working. And yeah, I've seen some weird issues on them before now. Because you do. They're what, 50 years old?
Yeah.
They can produce some real fucking weird things. You know, putting your hand near the cards and the pitch goes up. You know, like this. All this sort of bollocks. Where something's leaking that, you know, on the spec sheets go, well, no, they won't leak. Yeah, but in 50 years' time, who knows?
Leak.
Yeah. And then finding that specific component that's doing it. And 9 times out of 10, it's a cap. But like I say, I've had some weird issues on 80s before now. But this one, I really don't. See, what I was worried was that maybe somebody had been pulling some wires from testing and stuff like that, and then put the wires back in the wrong order.
Yeah.
Because you think 22,000 connections, right? There's only 7 colours that they use, right? And you can have like 2 wires coming in. One's red, the one next to it is red. One does one thing, one does something completely fucking different.
Yeah.
And swap them over, and the thing goes, wow, what's going on, man? But makes the fault appear somewhere really weird, something you wouldn't really associate. So That's what I'm trying to contend with on this. And that's the trouble with the commission sale ones, is you don't get to look at them and go, no, mate, take it away.
Why not?
Because it's the commission sale through RL.
So do you get a fixed price on it, or is it whatever it takes?
Yeah, if it gets working.
Aha.
Because if it's not working, it's no fucking good to Richard at all. So, rock and hard places are my choices. And I don't really want to take the BA board out of this one. Because I've got her now. I don't want to start pulling boards out, but it's really looking like I'm going to have to be able to rule out at least the card. I've ruled out the ribbon controller herself, so now I need to rule out the card. And if I can rule out the card, then I know it's something weird. And if it requires me cutting the wires completely and making up a loom and then running it up and attaching it to the existing loom to the card, that's what I'll do.
Or you could use petrol, lighter fluid, set fire to it, claim the insurance, fuck it off.
Yeah. Or crash it into a tree and claim the insurance.
Crash it into a tree, that will work.
Yeah.
The lamppost jumped out on me, officer.
Yeah. Hey, sorry about your CS80, but it's icy roads. So, but no, mate. In the meantime, there's this mountain of stuff building up behind it. You know, there's the GX1 maneuver, yeah. Handbrake and close your eyes. Of keyboards that need to be done. I got customers screaming at me from 3/4 of the planet. Can I send my this? Can I send my that? And it's like, cool. Try me again at the end of the month. And I've been saying that now for what, 5 months? 6 months? And unfortunately, people don't go, oh, I can't be fucked with this. I'll go to somebody else. No. Fucking phone me up at the end of the month. Can you take it now? Can you take it now?
Who's going to pay you first?
Don't know. You never know that. How long is a piece of string? There's no way of knowing.
You thought about getting back into the panel beating game?
I like the idea of the manufacturing, though.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Modules for ladies, fanny glyph.
I mean, what was it, Ben? He goes, oh, he said something about he goes, oh, there is one technique you could try on these keyboards. I said, I'm open to anything. And he said, what was it? Percussive calibration. I said, what's that? He said, you just keep fucking hitting it with a hammer. And don't tempt me. I have a large selection of hammers. So... I tell you what I didn't say on Ramsey's show, didn't say in the chat, was, you know that Trident that's on eBay?
Yeah.
That's in the shed in the garden at the moment. In a flight case.
Well, you're selling the flight case. There you go. I didn't say anything in it would work.
Because what will happen if somebody does go to buy it and Rich will phone me because he says, oh, I'm coming over tomorrow. I've got to pick up the Trident. Good, then I'll have some room in the shed for all the stuff that is done and still sitting in the workshop. Taking up room.
Get Fiona on it. Get her to ring up the owners and say, "Fucking pick this stuff up and pay me, you bastards."
Yeah, well,
or it's going on eBay.
There's a CS50 and a memory modes that are now done, and owe me quite a bit in parts, at least. Anyway, never mind the actual labour part of it. And he goes, "Oh, I didn't think the bill would be quite that much." I went, "You know what was wrong with them, don't you?"
Mm.
He goes, "Oh, I didn't think it'd be quite that much." I went, "Oh, okay. Well, it is." "Oh, I haven't got that much money on me." "Okay.
Give me the bit you've got. Give me bit you've got, and then we can do. You pay me the rest when you've got it.
You'd be surprised. People who do that actually want to be able to take the keyboards with them then. So
it doesn't work like that, matey. But you can pay me half of it now and half when you pick it up.
Yeah. What was everything else that's gone wrong in the last 8-9 months? Like Fiona looking over at me one night, and she goes, "Oh, I've worked out what you're owed." I went, "Why did you do that?" She goes, "I was bored." I went, "Oh." And she goes, "I wish I fucking hadn't now." I said, "Go on." She goes, "Works out roughly about 24,000. I went, "Oh, okay." She goes, "How much do you reckon of this you actually get to see?" I said, "I'm not on my breath, put it that way." Last year, I don't know what the hell went on last year, but it seemed like the music business generally just turned to fucking liquid shit.
It did. Talking of liquid shit, have you heard back from your pal with the the B3s and everything else?
No.
Higher. Not heard from him.
No. Gone completely dark. And he owes me a considerable amount of that money.
Yeah. That's really poor form.
Yeah. Still. As I said to Fiona, she goes, are you pissed off about it? I went, I really, really want to be. But it would consume too much of me. And there's not enough of me to go around at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It takes a lot out of you hating people or getting angry.
Getting angry. I mean, Fiona was of the mind that she wanted to start throwing house bricks and stuff, which is understandable. And I said, well, look, the thing is that I don't miss so much what I didn't have in the first place. If I had 22, 23 grand in the bank and it went missing overnight and couldn't get it back, I'd be really fucked off about that. But because I never actually had it in my hand in the first place, I'm not going to, destroy myself over it. And I keep saying to Fiona, I said, look, which is becoming a mantra lately, is the dogs are healthy, we're healthy, we're not living in a fucking cardboard box in the woods. Let's just concentrate on that. Things could be worse. There's no point in spending a second, being bitter or angry about the facts.
Is he still in business, do you know?
Do you know what? I haven't looked. The thing is, I've got stuff of his here. I've got an Oberheim 4-voice. I got a Rhodes Chroma. And a few other bits and pieces.
This has got to be getting on for a year or more now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be sorted out at some time. So, I mean, if my back was against the wall I've got a Rhodes Chroma and a 4-voice that I can sell. Actually, and a few other bits and pieces as well, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm, stranded in the wilderness if push came to shove.
Yeah.
So, and, when you're in a situation at the end of the day where you've got less years in front of you than behind you, you don't want to waste any of it being bitter or angry or whatever over something that you really can't do an awful lot about. Right, keep the bidding going at this rate for about another 4 hours.
I was talking to my mate the other day, and we've always, for the last, 10, 15 years, talked about how we've got fewer years left in front of us than we have behind us.
Yeah.
Recently, I've said, years? Might be months, mate. Weeks.
Fucking hell. Well, this is it. I mean, it's always at the back of my mind. I often I could be working on something, whatever. I could be washing a car or just dropping off. Actually, normally it occurs to me when just dropping off to sleep. And sometimes this little thought, this little memory comes into my head. And it's my dad getting up to answer the door to pay the milkman. And then, boom. And that was the end of him. Right in front of me. I always remember that. And you go...
You're not likely to forget it, are you?
No, he died in my arms.
Oh.
And I think because of things like that, you go, just enjoy life. You just don't know how long. Just fuck it. Just have fun. Take that risk. Because I think it's, I don't know who actually originally said it, but I really believe it. It's much better to regret a risk you took than regret a risk you didn't.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I must admit, I could have done without Fiona working out exactly how much I was owed. But, because now, see, now now it's real. There's a number now. I wish you hadn't told me that. Because now you've given me the ability to be able to measure precisely how pissed off I'm supposed to be, and I didn't want to know how pissed off to be, because if I didn't know, I wouldn't bother. She went, so I probably shouldn't have done this. I mean, yeah, probably. But at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, whatever.
Whatevs.
I'm not living in poverty. Look at these lovely toys. 5 beautiful dogs. Talented Fiona. Who can fucking cook as well. Jesus, man, can she cook? So,
And a cock like a juvenile chaffinch.
Yeah, well, she definitely doesn't know which way to hold a ruler.
I say, has Fiona got a cock? Jesus.
Fiona's got everything. She came with the full upgrade kit and everything.
Is she MIDI too?
Not only is she MIDI too, mate, she's 11 litre V16. Yeah. When she wears one of her silvery spangly t-shirts, she looks like a Bentley Anage.
I may start calling her Merlin from now on.
Yeah. Now that was a lovely engine.
Wasn't that just?
Oh, Jesus, yes.
Who is it stuck one of those in a car and got? I don't know if they got nicked.
I know Rowan Atkinson put an 11-litre V16 into his Bentley. One of, was it 20 engines that were made that were just sitting in the warehouse? Yeah.
That's right.
That was 11-litre V16. Got Bentley to shoehorn one in.
Was that the V16?
It wasn't Rolls Royce. No, was it Rolls Royce? No, it was Bentley.
If it was a Bentley, wasn't it a W16?
Yeah, I think it was a Bentley. Yeah.
W16, not a V16.
Oh, no, it might have been a W16. Yeah. Yeah. Quad 4s. Because 16's a long engine.
Yeah.
I don't think Bentley's got enough engine bay for a straight 16.
But the Bentley, it's owned by the Volkswagen Group, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they also own the Bugatti, which has the W16.
Well, VW used the W10 in their Phaeton some years ago.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful car.
Funny, it always comes back to cars, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I occasionally see a W10 Phaeton on Auto Trader, and I still think, oh, do you know?
Yeah, Paul Holmes has won the Four Voice for a mere 2 million.
So,
yeah, it better not be
2 million
fucking
what,
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
W10? You can't have a W10.
Just can. Yeah,
W is 4.
No.
Oh, V10.
No, W10.
W10.
Can't be a W10.
Yes,
it's divisible by 4.
12.
So it's a W12.
Yeah, but I've heard of a W10.
The W10.
What? That doesn't make any.
Unless you've got 2 banks of
Here we go.
3 and 2 banks of 4. Or each bank has half a piston in it.
Just bear with me 1 second, and I will show you a W10 engine.
I don't disbelieve you at all. I'm just saying.
No, Andrew does.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't disbelieve you.
Oh, that's how they. Oh, that's fucking sneaky. I like it.
But that's a V.
That's a V though.
It's a W10.
Oh, it's called a W. Okay, but it's a V10, that isn't it?
No, it's a W10.
Why is it a W? Oh, that's a gorgeous looking
that's a
engine.
V.
I didn't. That's a V. That is a V, isn't it?
No, wait a minute. But it's still a V. No, it isn't because they're not running off the same crank. You got the 4 cams, yeah. So it's off. They're offset from each other. So technically, it's a W.
So it's a 2. It's one crank is on. One crank's running 2 cylinders and one crank's running 3 on each bank. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I've never seen that before.
That's
It's
so
not
they
a
can
common
fit
engine.
it.
It's really not a common engine at all.
That's so they can fit it in that engine bay.
Yeah.
There would be no other way of doing it. Could you imagine if they were straight? If that was straight, how much longer that engine would be? But it is officially, I get it. Yeah, you got your W. Yeah.
Wow.
It's just not W in the, 2 Vs.
Sorry, Robbie. I couldn't see that. I couldn't imagine how that. Yeah.
But I knew that there was a W10, but funnily enough, until you mentioned it now, did I bother to think, but how?
Yeah.
And of course,
5 and
that's
5.
how.
Turn three. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a beast. It is a real beast. I mean, it's one of those cars. If you pull up next to a W10 and the driver of that Phaeton fancies a race, you will not win. It's for the size of the car. I mean, that's because the car is like a limo. It's the Phaeton was this incredible. Basically, Ferdinand, what's his face? The guy that was running VW at the time wanted to, even though VW owned Audi, there's this kind of unwritten agreement between VW and Audi that VW don't tinker in the executive class space.
Yeah,
that's Audi's territory. But is it Ferdinand? No, Ferdinand Pirsch. I think it was the guy. He was the guy that was running VW at the time, and he was like, "Fuck Audi."
Didn't he spend a huge amount of money getting this tooled up?
He built a dedicated factory.
That's right. Yeah,
glass
that's right.
windows. You could see it being built.
Jesus.
W10. That factory is still in operation, but it doesn't obviously build the Phaeton. They stopped it after a few years because it didn't sell. He got it. He should have just followed the unwritten rule. They got it completely wrong. But if you can find the Phaeton in good condition, especially the W10s, the interiors is just like an aircraft. It's like a private jet inside.
What's the motor with the a glass window over the engine at the back? Is it a Ferrari?
Yeah, probably a Ferrari.
Yeah, well, Ferraris and or Lambos and or the GT40.
Well, this was a lovely deep red. I suggest it was a Ferrari, and they got this lovely window. You've got this huge, beautiful engine on display.
Sounds like a 40, an F40 or an F50.
And it's video from this guy's security camera, and it's in the driveway with the engine exposed, beautiful there, and the only bit of the engine you can't see is because of the spoiler and the security camera there. And it's on YouTube, and this fox deliberately comes to the car, deliberately jumps up onto the back of the car, leans its arse over the engine and takes a big shit, and then jumps off and then walks off again. So there's this fox there going, "Oh, that'll do me, thank you." And off it goes, this big turd on the glass.
And Signor Lamborghini is round the corner going, "Pay him."
Here is the nut you asked for, Mr. Squirrel.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Special pecans from Switzerland.
I'm still trying to decide what my next car's going to be.
Have you considered Mustang?
No.
Oh, you should.
Ever? No. Funny cause
no, I mean one of the 2025 ones.
No,
they're fucking gorgeous.
No, not my sort of thing. It's funny because like Jackie keeps saying, "Oh, you should get something smaller. You should get something. You don't need something that big." Today, right? I've got a Billy bookcase, which is like massive, and I dropped the back seats, and I was thinking I might have to put the front seat forward or something. I just put it in, just went, like it didn't even. It was just straight in. That's why.
Look, Fiona says to me on a regular basis. She says to me, "Why don't you get rid of the Chrysler? You don't really need it. Do you know how much it costs in road tax?" I go, "Yeah, but..." She goes, "But what?" I said, "Well, you're taking that printer down to the skip tomorrow, aren't you? That A3 printer."
Can't fit that in the Smart.
I go, "Is it going in the Smart?" She goes, "No, I'm taking the Oh. You know that 6 foot long sheets of steel that you're going to go and pick up? Yeah.
Exactly.
You picking that up in the Smart?" Well, I could open the sunroof.
And then get pulled by the cops.
Well, not the sunroof. It's a fucking convertible, isn't it? A Smart. I went, "Yeah, you'll get pulled over, girl, with that."
No, I got a bit worried because I've been looking at the Audi A7, which I don't think I'll be able to get anyway. But my next door neighbour just pulled up a couple of weeks ago, and from I only saw the car just out the corner of my eye. I thought, "Oh fuck, he's got an A7." Now, if I go and get an A7, it was going to look like I thought, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna get it over." And turns out it's an A5, so I'm thinking, "Oh phew, that's okay." And then I started looking at this A5.
Yeah, but if you get an A7, he's going to think you're a cunt.
That's true. If he doesn't already.
You can't win. You just
I
can't
looked at
win.
He's got this is a 45 A5, so it's like a really nice spec.
Yeah.
It's on 20-inch alloys. It does look the nuts. And I'm starting to look and thinking, yeah, maybe A5. It's a bit more affordable. So I don't know. And then I saw an 8 Series Beamer today, and I said, yeah, that's what I want.
A pal of mine offered me an 850 Beamer, one of the older 850 Beamers. That's such pretty cars, but fuck, they're old now.
Yeah.
And the maintenance on them is, and I wouldn't be able to fit anything in it. I wouldn't be able to put any gear in it or whatever. But I love it so much. It's such a good looking car.
I've got a real hard on for the 840 Grand Coupe.
Yeah, lovely car.
But
quick question, Rob.
Yeah.
What's this new window?
What new window?
Present an invite.
What? Oh. What? Where?
We never used to have that window.
They've been updating StreamYard a lot, haven't they?
Oh yeah, presenter invite. That's been there for a couple of months now.
That's me just noticing.
So, the present and invite buttons at the bottom.
Yeah.
It's that combined.
Oh, okay.
It's a kind of a nothing feature.
I was going to say
the StreamYard community is getting a little bit restless because they're putting in these features like this, right? So I mean, we need to wait for some people to post, but we can now put the chat, a live feed of the chat overlays.
On the in the video
on the screen.
within the video, but you can't read it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if I just do this,
it's so small,
so you can see it come up there, and then it will just scroll up. But the problem is, because obviously we're 4s up here, so after a while it will scroll over Steve's face, which is just not, you don't want that. So it's kind of like they're putting in these nothing sort of features. And the other one they've got is scenes, which I was testing out the other day, and it doesn't really do what they say it should do.
Oh.
Which is a bit odd. So that's what that is.
I mean, I can understand why they put that text feature on, though, because of like if you're on an iPad or a phone for that matter, and I know it does it. It definitely does it with Chrome. Is you get the video, but you can't see the chat, which is a bit of a wank, isn't it? Kind of thing.
Well, I don't know.
What? Whom?
Who? What? When?
Twice.
Yeah.
Fuck me! Is it 2 o'clock in the morning?
What?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I'm going to bed.
6.5 hour pub.
Yeah.
Flew by.
Mm.
No, we'll have to do more evening pubs though.
They're good fun.
Yeah.
They are good.
Oh, are we watching Ty's premiere tomorrow?
I am.
Yeah, I think I will be. I'm just actually knocking up his thumbnail as we speak.
Good man.
He's coming on the show, not this coming Friday, but the Friday after.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
To talk about all things dinosaur.
Talking about me.
How much are those? Those dinosaur costumes.
Yeah.
Those inflatable. How much are they?
Yeah.
It would be great if we all just turned up at times.
We just turned up. We're all dressed up as dinosaurs.
I'm going to have a look now. You know that, don't you?
Because I know they do the thingies. They could do it for Noah. Those little dog coats that made to look like a dinosaur. Could have him as well.
That would be funny.
I get the impression he might be fed up seeing dinosaurs, to be honest with you.
All the more reason.
All the
to
more
do it. Yeah, all the more reason. Rawr.
Imagine doing a 2-hour bloody show dressed as a dinosaur. I know I did half a Dom show dressed as Darth Vader, but I think that's going further.
Bath spawn, get it?
Bath sponge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, poor old Dom. There's a guy who didn't deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
I think of quite a few people who did.
I can't find a decent picture of Ty on the internet anywhere.
There isn't one.
No, especially isolated.
He's mostly just bend over, parting his cheeks, isn't he, going like that? Oh, how about a screen grab from what's that advert he did?
You could do a screen grab from the advert, or there's plenty of shows where he's been on. You know, there's a Christmas thing where he's put in an appearance.
Hang on, how about this one? Hang on. This is hilarious. I say it's hilarious. It's only hilarious because he's got hair.
Well, not his Facebook picture.
Who's the Scottish comedian with the comb over?
God, look at him. Yeah, because his Facebook ident thing is him with the hair.
What's that thing over there? Is that an Atari tape?
It's a remote something, isn't it? Or something like that.
It's not a radar, is it?
Scarf.
Yeah, he's got a little nonce. I had a watch like that as well in the 1980s.
You should put a caption underneath with them all going, so what is this thing? What is that?
Yeah.
I think it's an ant.
It's not a fucking dinosaur.
Yeah, do a little dinosaur with the bloke's pointing.
Who's the guy with the comb over? The Scottish comedian. Baldy thingy.
Yeah.
Oh, from Chewing the Fat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rabsy Nesbitt.
Rabsy Nesbitt. Yeah.
Get that. Put that up for him. Yeah.
Oh dear.
So according to this article where I got this photo from, I didn't know this. Apparently Ty's first name isn't Ty.
Brenda?
Wayne.
Wayne.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see why I changed it.
It says that Wayne Unwin won 1 year with Snow in Moscow, and this is him mixing in Studio 2 with Mike Massey. Wayne now works as a composer as Ty Unwin. His name pops up on the end of programs.
I wonder why he changed his name.
Really?
Apart from the fact that Wayne Unwin sounds like a urinary tract infection.
Oh shit, he'll never appear now.
He's got no choice, he's contractually obliged.
See, I know he watches these, he does catch-ups. So, hi, Ty.
I expect a barrage of messages at some point tomorrow.
4 a.m. it's like, what the fuck are you fucking wake, I can't fucking wake. Yeah,
right,
the reason I keep putting this back on, Robbie,
what's that?
I have a husky. An inquisitive husky. She's not much of a chewer anymore. But she likes to walk on things. She's got cat DNA, I think, that one.
I'm going to bed now.
Okay.
I think. So,
do you want a mat?
Yeah. Yeah. Good night. Good night, Kent.
Good night, Andrew.
Good night, Robbie.
I think we're all right.
Good night, Steve.
Make myself another coffee and then hit the pit.
Hang on. Good night, Wayne. Bye.
See you later. He's probably not going to thank you for bringing that up.
It's on the internet. It must be true.
It's true enough. It's on the internet. It must be true. Yeah. Okay. Oh, mate. All right then. Let us call it an evening. Well, now we have to call it a morning.
Morning.
Morning. Mornik. Morning.
Yeah, thanks for letting us come on, by the way.
Hey, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome, mate. Always welcome to come on. Oh, I can't do that anymore, can I? I like it because I used to like resting on the thingy. And of course, the rollies on. It was 4 octaves. Jeez. I'll find out what it is one day. Just can't be asked at the moment. That reminds me. Let's put it in just for the hell of it. Go. Right.
Okay.
Au revoir. Stay healthy and happy.
Indeed. Have a good rest of the weekend.
I've got to find the mouse pointer. Oh, here we are.
Cheers,
like
guys.
this tiny little spot on this monitor.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, everyone. Look after
See you later. Take care.
care.
Bye-bye.